You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Baffling Beasts. 15 tales of weird and mystifying creatures. Warning Wings by Arlton, Eadie. Steady, sir. Please don't do that. Quietly as the words were uttered, their tone of urgent entreaty was such that I stopped dead, and allowed my hand, already raised, to crush the moth which had for the past half-hour been blindly dashing itself against the bulb of the electric table-lamp, to fall limply to my side. Surprised at the unexpected exclamation, and secretly somewhat amused at his evident concern for the life of the fluttering insect, I turned and faced the speaker. He was a fresh arrival at the hotel, for his face was unfamiliar to me. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a neatly trimmed, pointed grey beard, his features tanned to that warm, even tone which only the sea can give. One does not need to spend many hours in the neighbourhood of the Southampton waterfront before becoming accustomed to the type to which he belonged. Evidently he was an officer of one of the ocean liners, which are to be counted by the score in the docks nearby. There was a flicker of amusement in his keen grey eyes as he stepped forward in answer to my look of surprise. "Seemingly this little wanderer of the night has incurred your displeasure," he observed, pointing to the moth which had now renewed its frantic dashes against the brightly lit globe. "It seemed so determined to beat its life out that I thought it only kindness to end its misery." I shrugged. The stranger shook his head slightly. "There is another way." He stepped toward the lamp, and after several attempts managed to catch the little creature between his capped hands. Then, holding it with infinite tenderness, he crossed to the open window and allowed it to flutter away into the summer night. As he turned, after shutting the window, I saw that he was regarding me with a queer little half-smile. "You may think it strange that I should take the trouble to preserve the life of an insect that another man would crush without a second thought," he said, "but I have a fondness for moths, especially of that particular kind. Oh, you mustn't run away with the idea that I'm a learned entomologist," he went on with a laugh. "As a matter of fact, I do not know the scientific name of the species, although its common designation is, I believe, the ghost moth. No, sir, my action just now was purely sentimental. The sight of those tiny fluttering wings brought back the memory of a strange adventure which I had in mid-Atlantic many years ago." A far-away expression had crept into his eyes, only to vanish the next moment as he turned again to me and resumed briskly, "If I tell you the story, it may serve for both explanation and excuse for my unwarrantable intrusion just now." I hastened to assure him that no excuse was necessary, but at the same time I hinted rather strongly that I should be glad to hear the account of what had happened. To confess the truth, I was not a little curious to know why such a strong bond of sympathy existed between this clear-eyed, matter-of-fact man of the world and the little white moth. Sailors' yarns are seldom uninteresting to a landsman, and occasionally they are true as well. Whether this one comes in the latter category I am unable to guarantee, but I can vouch for the fact that the teller of it did not look like a man who would gain any satisfaction from twisting the ankle of a casual stranger. As I listened to the story being told in his deep, earnest voice, glancing occasionally into the speaker's frank, bronzed face, I know that I believed every word of it. "At the present time, I am in command of the RMSS. He mentioned the name of a famous Atlantic flyer which had arrived at Southampton the previous day. But at the time of which I am about to speak, some 20 years since, I was in charge of a smaller vessel belonging to the same line. I was a youngish man then, as liner captains go, and she was my first command. You must not imagine that I was nervous on that account, for I'd been in the ferrying trade ever since I'd taken my third mate's ticket, and I flattered myself that I knew the lane blindfold. I suppose it sounds strange to you when I speak of a lane across the Western Ocean. If you talk about the sea to the average landsman, he conjures up a vision of the trackless deep, a phrase which he has learnt from story writers who have more poetical imagination than actual sea-going experience. True, there was a time when the shipmaster was left free to set his course by the most direct route from port to port, and especially was this so in the days when the competition between the different shipping companies led their captains to strain every nerve to secure the speed record for their particular ships. But all that is changed now, with the furnaces of a modern liner eating up a ton of coal every 1.5 minutes, to say nothing of the food and wages bills mounting up. It is essential for the captain to maintain speed, and the man who takes a 43,000-tonner at 25 knots through the zone of drifting icebergs and the fogs which lay over the Grand Banks in summer is simply asking for trouble. Consequently, 2 lanes are marked out on his chart, the northern and most direct sea passage, to be followed when the icebergs are bound up by the Greenland winter and the fog zone off the Grand Banks is of smaller area, and the southern, which is calculated to pass outside the limit to which the bergs drift before melting, and to avoid the larger fog area over the banks. For the Southampton boats, the course is set from the Lizard. Those coming from Liverpool set theirs when they drop the Fastnet Light off the southwest coast of Ireland, while those coming north about through the Pentland Firth steer from a spot well to the nor'ard of the rocky islet of Rockall. And once the course is set, the helm is not shifted unless it is in response to a signal of distress. It is necessary for me to make these details quite clear in order for you to appreciate the position of difficulty in which I found myself during the particular voyage I am about to describe. It was June when we sailed from this port, so we were due to take the southern route. We stood down channel until the Bishop Light was winking away on our starboard beam. It stands on an outlying reef of the Scilly Isles, and is the last beacon you pass sailing west. Then the course was set west 3/4 south, which brought the ship into the usual summer route. A little over 3 days' steaming brought us into the neighbourhood of 35 degrees of longitude west of Greenwich. At this point, our track met the track of the Liverpool and Queenstown boats, and, according to schedule, our bows were pointed farther south, which made our course west-southwest. You must understand that I'm describing the track we followed 20 years ago. Since the Titanic disaster in 1912, the route has been altered, so that it now swings more to the southward until it reaches the same latitude as the Azores, after which it curves north again to New York. Well, we shifted our helm, as I have said, about 1 bell in the first watch, 8:30 p.m. shore time, and shortly afterward I came off the bridge to turn in. I took a last look round before going below. It was one of those perfect nights which make passengers think that a sailor's life is all beer and skittles. The ship was thrashing her way over the gentle swell with scarce a tilt showing on her long lines of decks. The stars shone bright in the cloudless sky. The slight following breeze was hardly strong enough to lift the drooping folds of the ensign at our stern. It seemed that on such a night the most nervous of new-fledged captains might sleep in peace. Certainly no thought of sudden and unexpected disaster was in my mind when I threw myself down on my cot to sleep. But for some unaccountable reason sleep would not come to me. I tossed restlessly from side to side, got up and opened the ports of my cabin, closed them again, tried the old trick of counting the steady beats of the throbbing propeller, but all in vain. In spite of my effort to overcome it, the sense of expectant wakefulness seemed to increase rather than diminish. At last I gave up the struggle, and, switching on the light, took a book from the rack and settled myself to read. It was then that I noticed, for the first time, a vague sound mingling with the familiar noises of the ship. At first it seemed nothing more than a soft, intermittent tapping, but as I continued to listen, I noticed that the same number of taps was repeated again and again. Subconsciously at first, But soon, with awakened interest, I realized that the sounds fitted into certain letters of the Morse code. I laid the book aside and sat up, listening. Tap, 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 tap. I raised my eyes to the spot whence the sound proceeded, and at once saw what was causing it. Attracted by the light, a tiny white moth had entered the porthole, and was now fluttering frantically against the illuminated dial of the telltale compass that was fixed in the ceiling above my bed. The soft tapping had been caused by the creature dashing itself against the glass in its effort to reach the light within. I smiled to myself as I saw the commonplace explanation of the sounds which had so puzzled me, but at the same time I could not help being struck by the fact that the noise it was making was strangely like the Morse code. But I was in no mood to be kept awake by so trivial a thing. Picking the towel from the rack, I mounted on the cot and raised my hand to sweep the little creature out of existence, even as you were about to crush that other moth in this room a few minutes since. But just as I was about to strike, the moth's flutterings began afresh. Tap, 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 tap. I stood like a man turned to stone as the real meaning of this chance-spelt signal rushed upon me. It was SOS, the sailor's call for help. Nor was this all. I had already noticed that the creature had come to rest in the same position every time it had finished the 9th stroke, but now I saw that its head was resting on the compass at almost exactly the same point where our present course lay. The difference was only 1/4 of a point to the southward. That is to say, we were heading west-southwest, whereas the course indicated by the moth was west-southwest, quarter south. Even as I stood staring, the signal was repeated. The light, feathery wings beat the air once more. Again came the 3 rapid taps, the pause, the 3 slower taps, another pause, and then the 3 final taps in quick succession. Again, the creature alighted on the glass with its head resting on the same quarter point of the compass. Now, I'm not naturally a superstitious man, but I don't mind admitting that I felt a very curious feeling stealing over me as I stood alone in that cabin and watched that little greyish-white insect spell out the signal, which is never sent out unless a vessel be in dire straits, and then come to rest pointing so unerringly to a course so near our own. It was useless for me to try to persuade myself that it was pure coincidence, that the 3 fluttering taps might be the natural movements of the moth, that there might be something on the covering glass of the compass which would account for the thing always seeking the same spot. Try as I might, I could not get it out of my head that the little moth was trying to tell me to shift my helm 1/4 of a point to the south. Still, one does not act on impulse when in charge of an ocean liner, nor does one depart from the specified track without good cause. First of all, I must make sure that my imagination was not playing a trick on me. I slipped on my uniform and quietly made my way aft to the first officer's berth. MacAndrew was a hard-headed and eminently practical Scot, in whose sound common sense I felt I could trust in such a case as this. He was asleep, but his eyes snapped open the instant I laid my hand on his shoulder. "Anything wrong, sir?" he cried as he recognized me. "Not exactly," I answered, "but I want your advice on a little matter that's been troubling me a bit." Mac looked a little surprised, but he was a good deal more so when I led the way to my cabin and pointed to the compass. "Why, it's nothing but a wee bit moth," he cried. "They call them gasty flutters up where I was born, them being white, you see." I interrupted him by holding up my hand. "Watch and listen," I said, purposely refraining from telling him what to expect, in case it should unconsciously influence his judgment. As I spoke, a slight movement began to agitate the soft, downy wings, and presently, tap, 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 tap. MacAndrew glanced round at me when the wings had become still. If I'd heard that on a wireless receiver, I'd have thought I was listening to an SOS, he said slowly. It's been rapping out the same 3 letters for the past half hour, I told him, and every time it has come to rest over the same point of the compass. He craned his neck upward, and I saw him start. God preserve us, he jerked out. The wee beastie is heading within a quarter of a point of our aim course. I nodded silently, for the moth was again repeating its strange message. West-southwest, quarter south, I read, as the frail wings ceased quivering, and I'm very much tempted to follow the new course. He gave me a long, searching look before replying. Yon is a matter about which nae man can advise another, sir, he said at length. It's something clean beyond the rules of seamanship and navigation. But speaking for myself, sir, if I were in command of this packet, I'd shift my helm to the quarter where your poor beastie seems trying to guide us. I stood for a long while in thought after he had finished speaking. A young master mariner can make or mar his reputation on his first trip. I had been given the command over the heads of older and more experienced men, and I well knew that my conduct would be closely and jealously watched, and, if needs be, criticized. If I were to veer out of the usual track and ill came of it, I would be a marked man for the rest of my life, and I'd seen too many out-of-work shipmasters kicking their heels round the agents' offices not to know what that meant. On the other hand, there was the little white moth fluttering out the message that no sailor worth his salt can listen to unmoved, and pointing persistently to the south. I was not a man who loved taking chances, but for good or ill, I determined to take one then. I turned briskly. Pass the word to the quartermaster, Mr. McAndrew, I ordered. The course is west-southwest, quarter south. Quarter south it is, sir, the old Scotsman returned, with glistening eyes. Then he raised his hand and touched his cap reverently. May the good Lord reward you if you're doing right, and may he help you if you're not. He went out on the bridge, and a few seconds after I saw the lubber line, which coincides with the head of the ship, veer round until it came abreast of the spot where the moth was resting, showing that we had swung on to the new course. Almost at the same moment, as though it knew that its mission had been accomplished, the little moth fell to the deck, quivered for an instant, and then was still forever. I gently lifted the little dead messenger, placed it in an empty matchbox, and stowed it away in my locker. I have it still, and sometimes when things go wrong and the world seems to be just a huge ant-hill of humanity ruled by blind chance and brute instincts, I take out that matchbox and look upon the tiny white moth that came to me in mid-Atlantic, and my faith is restored. For 36 hours after changing course, we sighted the old Rangoon, outward bound and crowded and blazing from bridge to stern. Over 1,000 souls lived to bless the change of course indicated by that little winged messenger, and among them was the lady who is now my wife. And that's why I have a tender spot in my heart for the little light-blinded creatures which flutter in out of the night. Mother of Toads by Clark Ashton Smith.
Why must you always hurry away, my little one?
The voice of Mère Antoinette, the witch, was an amorous croaking. She ogled Pierre, the apothecary's young apprentice, with eyes full-orbed and unblinking as those of a toad. The folds beneath her chin swelled like the throat of some great batrachian. Her short, flat fingers, outspread on her soiled apron, revealed an appearance as of narrow webs between their first flanges. Pierre Baudon, as usual, gave no answer, but turned his eyes from Mère Antoinette with an air of impatience. Her voice, raucously coaxing, persisted.
Stay a while tonight, my pretty orphan. No one will miss you in the village, and your master will not mind.
Pierre tossed his head with the disdain of a young Adonis. The witch was more than twice his age, and her charms were too uncouth and unsavoury to tempt him for an instant. She was repellently fat and lumpish, and her skin possessed an unwholesome pallor. Also, her repute was such as to have nullified the attractions of a younger and fairer sorceress. Her witchcraft had made her feared among the peasantry of that remote province, where belief in spells and philters was still common. The people of Averoigne called her La Mère de Crapons, Mother of Toads, a name given for more than one reason. Toads swarmed innumerably about her hut. They were said to be her familiars, and dark tales were told concerning their relationship to the sorceress and the duties they performed at her bidding. Such tales were all the more readily believed because of those batrachian features that had always been remarked in her aspect. The youth disliked her, even as he disliked the sluggish, abnormally large toads on which he had sometimes trodden in the dusk upon the path between her hut and the village of Les Bouts. He could hear some of these creatures croaking now, and it seemed, weirdly, that they uttered half-articulate echoes of the witch's words. It would be dark soon, he reflected. The path along the marshes was not pleasant by night, and he felt doubly anxious to depart. Still without replying to Mère Antoinette's invitation, he reached for the black triangular vial she had set before him on her greasy table. The vial contained a philtre of curious potency, which his master, Alon le Dandon, had sent him to procure. Le Dandon, the village apothecary, was wont to deal surreptitiously in certain dubious medicaments supplied by the witch, and Pierre had often gone on such errands to her osier hidden hut. The old apothecary, whose humour was rough and ribald, had sometimes rallied Pierre concerning Mère Antoinette's preference for him. Remembering certain admonitory jibes, more witty than decent, the boy flushed angrily as he turned to go.
"Stay,"
insisted Mère Antoinette.
"The fog is cold on the marshes, and it thickens apace. I knew that you were coming, and I have mulled for you a goodly measure of the red wine of Zeme."
She removed the lid from an earthen pitcher and poured its steaming contents into a large cup. The purplish-red wine creamed delectably, and an odour of hot, delicious spices filled the hut, overpowering the less agreeable odours from the simmering cauldron, the half-dried newts, vipers, batwings, and evil, nauseous herbs hanging on the walls, and the reek of the black candles of pitch and corpse tallow that burned always, by noon or night, in that murky interior. "I'll drink it," said Pierre, a little grudgingly. "That is, if it contains nothing of your own concoction."
"'Tis naught but sound wine, 4 seasons old, with spices of Arabia,"
the sorceress croaked ingratiatingly.
"'Twill warm your stomach, and—"
She added something inaudible as Pierre accepted the cup. Before drinking, he inhaled the fumes of the beverage with some caution, but was reassured by its pleasant smell. Surely it was innocent of any drug, any philtre brewed by the witch, for, to his knowledge, her preparations were all evil-smelling. Still, as if warned by some premonition, he hesitated. Then he remembered that the sunset air was indeed chill, that mists had gathered furtively behind him as he came to Mère Antoinette's dwelling. The wine would fortify him for the dismal return walk to Les Bouts. He quaffed it quickly and set down the cup.
"Truly, it is good wine," he declared. "But I must go now."
Even as he spoke, he felt in his stomach and veins the spreading warmth of the alcohol, of the spices, of something more ardent than these. It seemed that his voice was unreal and strange, falling as if from a height above him. The warmth grew, mounting within him like a golden flame fed by magic oils. His blood, a seething torrent, poured tumultuously and more tumultuously through his members. There was a deep, soft thundering in his ears, a rosy dazzlement in his eyes. Somehow, the hut appeared to expand, to change luminously about him. He hardly recognized its squalid furnishings, its litter of baleful oddments, on which a torrid splendour was shed by the black candles, tipped with ruddy fire, that towered and swelled gigantically,
into the soft gloom. His blood burned as with the throbbing flame of the candles. It came to him, for an instant, that all this was a questionable enchantment, a glamour wrought by the witch's wine. Fear was upon him, and he wished to flee. Then, close beside him, he saw Mère Antoinette. Briefly, he wondered why he had thought her old and gross and repulsive, for it seemed that he looked upon Lilith, the first witch. The lumpish limbs and body had grown voluptuous. The pale, thick-lipped mouth enticed him with a promise of ampler kisses than any other mouths could yield. He knew why the magic warmth mounted ever higher and hotter within him. "Do you like me now, my little one?" she questioned. Pierre awoke in the ashy dawn, when the tall black tapers had dwindled down and had melted limply in their sockets. Sick and confused, he sought vainly to remember where he was or what he had done. Then, turning a little, he saw beside him on the couch a thing that was like some impossible monster of ill dreams, a toad-like form, large as a fat woman. Its limbs were somehow like a woman's arms and legs. Its pale, warty body pressed and bulged against him, and he felt the rounded softness of something that resembled a breast. Nausea rose within him as memory of that delirious night returned. Most foully, he had been beguiled by the witch, and had succumbed to her evil enchantments. It seemed that an incubus smothered him, weighing upon all his limbs and body. He shut his eyes, that he might no longer behold the loathsome thing that was Mère Antoinette in her true semblance. Slowly, with prodigious effort, he drew himself away from the crushing nightmare shape. It did not stir or appear to waken, and he slid quickly from the couch. Again, compelled by a noisome fascination, he peered at the thing on the couch, and saw only the gross form of Mère Antoinette. Perhaps his impression of a great toad beside him had been but an illusion, a half-dream that lingered after slumber. He lost something of his nightmarish horror, but his gorge still rose in a sick disgust, remembering the lewdness to which he had yielded. Fearing that the witch might awaken at any moment and seek to detain him, he stole noiselessly from the hut. It was broad daylight, but a cold, hueless mist lay everywhere, shrouding the reedy marshes and hanging like a ghostly curtain on the path he must follow to Les Boues. Moving and seething always, the mist seemed to reach toward him with intercepting fingers as he started homeward. He shivered at its touch. He bowed his head and drew his cloak closer around him. Thicker and thicker the mist swirled, coiling, writhing endlessly, as if to bar Pierre's progress. He could discern the twisting, narrow path for only a few paces in advance. It was hard to find the familiar landmarks, hard to recognize the osiers and willows that loomed suddenly before him like grey phantoms, and faded again into the white nothingness as he went onward. Never had he seen such fog. It was like the blinding, stifling fumes of 1,000 witch-stirred cauldrons. Though he was not altogether sure of his surroundings, Pierre thought that he had covered half the distance to the village. Then, all at once, he began to meet the toads. They were hidden by the mist till he came close upon them. Misshapen, unnaturally big and bloated, they squatted in his way on the little footpath, or hopped sluggishly before him from the pallid gloom on either hand. Several struck against his feet with a horrible and heavy flopping. He stepped unaware upon one of them, and slipped in the squashy noisomeness it had made, barely saving himself from a headlong fall on the bog's rim. Black, miry water gloomed close beside him as he staggered there. Turning to regain his path, he crushed others of the toads to an abhorrent pulp under his feet. The marshy soil was alive with them. They flopped against him from the mist, striking his legs, his bosom, his very face with their clammy bodies. They rose up by scores like a devil-driven legion. It seemed that there was a malignance, an evil purpose in their movements, in the buffeting of their violent impact. He could make no progress on the swarming path, but lurched to and fro, slipping blindly and shielding his face with lifted hands. He felt an eerie consternation, an eldritch horror. It was as if the nightmare of his awakening in the witch's hut had somehow returned upon him. The toads came always from the direction of Les Bouts, as if to drive him back toward Mère Antoinette's dwelling. They bounded against him like a monstrous hail, like missiles flung by unseen demons. The ground was covered by them. The air was filled with their hurtling bodies. Once he nearly went down beneath them. Their number seemed to increase. They pelted him in a noxious storm. He gave way before them. His courage broke, and he started to run at random, without knowing that he had left the safe path. Losing all thought of direction, in his frantic desire to escape from those impossible myriads, he plunged on amid the dim reeds and sedges, over ground that quivered gelatinously beneath him. Always at his heels, he heard the soft, heavy flopping of the toads, and sometimes they rose up like a sudden wall to bar his way and turn him aside. More than once, they drove him back from the verge of hidden quagmires into which he would otherwise have fallen. It was as if they were herding him deliberately and concertedly to a destined goal. Now, like the lifting of a dense curtain, the mist rolled away, and Pierre saw before him, in a golden dazzle of morning sunshine, the green, thick-growing osiers that surrounded Mère Antoinette's hut. The toads had all disappeared, though he could have sworn that hundreds of them were hopping close about him an instant previously. With a feeling of helpless fright and panic, he knew that he was still within the witch's toils, that the toads were indeed her familiars, as so many people believed them to be. They had prevented his escape, and had brought him back to the foul creature, whether woman, batrachian, or both, who was known as the Mother of Toads. Pierre's sensations were those of one who sinks momently deeper into some black and bottomless quicksand. He saw the witch emerge from the hut and come toward him. Her thick fingers, with pale folds of skin between them like the beginnings of a web, were stretched and flattened on the steaming cup that she carried. A sudden gust of wind arose as if from nowhere, and bore to Pierre's nostrils the hot, familiar spices of the drugged wine. "Why did you leave so hastily, my little one?" There was an amorous wheedling in the very tone of the witch's question. "I should not have let you go without another cup of the good red wine, mulled and spiced for the warming of your stomach. See, I have prepared it for you, knowing that you would return." She came very close to him as she spoke, leering and sidling, and held the cup toward his lips. Pierre grew dizzy with the strange fumes, and turned his head away. It seemed that a paralyzing spell had seized his muscles, for the simple movement required an immense effort. His mind, however, was still clear, and the sick revulsion of that nightmare dawn returned upon him. He saw again the great toad that had lain at his side when he awakened. "I will not drink your wine," he said firmly. "You are a foul witch, and I loathe you. Let me go." "Why do you loathe me?" croaked Mère Antoinette. "I can give you all that other women give, and more." "You are not a woman," said Pierre. "You are a big toad. I saw you in your true shape this morning. I'd rather drown in the marsh waters than stay with you again." An indescribable change came upon the sorceress before Pierre had finished speaking. The leer slid from her thick and pallid features, leaving them blankly inhuman for an instant. Then her eyes bulged and goggled horribly, and her whole body appeared to swell, as if inflated with venom. "Go then," she spat with a guttural virulence. "But you will soon wish that you had stayed." The queer paralysis had lifted from Pierre's muscles. It was as if the injunction of the angry witch had served to revoke an insidious, half-woven spell. With no parting glance or word, Pierre turned from her and fled with long, hasty steps, almost running, on the path to Les Bouts. He had gone little more than 100 paces when the fog began to return. It coiled shoreward in vast volumes from the marshes. It poured like smoke from the very ground at his feet. Almost instantly, the sun dimmed to a wan silver disk, and disappeared. The blue heavens were lost in the pale and seething voidness overhead. The path before Pierre was blotted out, till he seemed to walk on the sheer rim of a white abyss that moved with him as he went. Like the clammy arms of spectres, with death-chill fingers that clutched and caressed, the weird mists drew closer still about Pierre. They thickened in his nostrils and throat. They dripped in a heavy dew from his garments. They choked him with a fetor of rank waters and putrescent ooze, and a stench as of liquefying corpses that had risen somewhere to the surface amid the fen. Then, from the blank whiteness, the toads assailed Pierre in a surging, solid wave that towered above his head and swept him from the dim path with the force of falling seas as it descended. He went down, splashing and floundering, into water that swarmed with the numberless batrachians. Foul slime was in his mouth and nose as he struggled to regain his footing. The water, however, was only knee-deep, and the bottom, though slippery and oozy, supported him with little yielding when he stood erect. He discerned indistinctly through the mist the nearby margin from which he had fallen, but his steps were weirdly and horribly hampered by the toad-seething waters when he strove to reach it. Inch by inch, with a hopeless panic deepening upon him, he fought toward the solid shore. The toads leaped and tumbled about him with a dizzying, eddy-like motion. They swirled like a viscid undertow around his feet and shins. They swept and swirled in great loathsome undulations against his retarded knees. However, he made slow and painful progress, till his outstretched fingers could almost grasp the wiry sedges that trailed from the low bank. Then, from that mist-bound shore, there fell and broke upon him a second deluge of these demoniac toads, and Pierre was borne helplessly backward into the filthy waters. Held down by the piling and crawling masses, and drowning in nauseous darkness at the thick oozed bottom, he clawed feebly at his assailants. For a moment, ere oblivion came, his fingers found among them the outlines of a monstrous form that was somehow toad-like, but large and heavy as a fat woman.
The Destroying Horde by Donald Wandrei. 1. Officer Bert Williams thought what a beautiful spring morning this was, as he attended to his usual duties. He had for some months been given a special assignment at the State University. It was he who tagged cars that had overparked the time limit of 1 hour, saw that students' spirits did not become too combative, and kept watch for signs that the name of the 18th Amendment was not being taken in vain. As he strolled along the campus, which was situated near the geographical center of 2 adjacent cities, and distributed tags where he felt that they would improve the car owner's memories, he was also thinking what a comparatively monotonous life he led. The student body was a peaceful lot. Hold-ups had been few. Gangster and racketeering activities never approached the university grounds. So far as his work was concerned, he might just as well have been assigned to traffic duty. Still, it was a warm, sunny morning, and he felt the fever of spring. A few students sauntered casually by. A squirrel frisked around the ornamental oak trees with lively purpose. Birds chattered excitedly, where an unseen nest was probably about to be raided. The south wind blew gently with the breath of quickening life. The world was wakening from the long sleep of winter, and a drowsy restlessness pervaded all organic life. Officer Williams continued his leisurely pace down the row of cars illegally parked in front of the chemistry building until he had reached the end of the line, which was also the end of the block. Across the street stood the animal biology building, toward which his duties would next take him. He waited while several automobiles and a streetcar clattered past, then took a step forward. From the building came at that precise moment a shrill cry of torment, chilling and startling. In the otherwise peaceful scene, a cry of nerve-tearing anguish. "What the heck?" growled Officer Williams. "Sounds like somebody was getting killed." He dashed across the street, and at the very curb skidded to a sudden halt, with his eyes bulging. From an open window on the second floor, a great, roundish, jelly-like thing, the size of a bushel basket, had emerged and was clinging to the sill. As the policeman stared at it in consternation, it slid over the edge of the sill and half dropped, half crawled to the ground down the side of the building. "That's a rum-looking animal," Officer Williams muttered. "Never saw anything like it before. What's it gonna do?" He eyed the object with a watchful and slightly apprehensive gaze. He didn't have long to wait before obtaining an altogether too clear idea of what the curious beast was going to do. For barely an instant he was able to survey it, while it lay supine a dozen yards away from him on the grass next to the animal biology building. It had a kind of iridescent shimmer, and seemed semi-liquid, or like a jellyfish in consistency, thick and viscid. It was approximately spherical, seemed to possess no limbs or appendages, and looked a kind of pale, dirty grey in colour, with a faint tinge of rose suffusing its mass. Officer Williams had no time to pursue his scrutiny further. The object suddenly began rolling or crawling toward him, he couldn't decide which, at a disconcertingly rapid pace. "Oh, my fine beast, so that's your game," he said. "Well, here's one for you, and I hope you like it." He drew out his surface gun, took quick aim, and fired. The bullet plopped into and through the thing. The hole it had ripped promptly closed, and without a falter in its progress, the mass flowed on toward the policeman. He emptied his gun into it vainly. The substance was only a couple of yards from him, when it dawned on him that it might be wise to get out of its way. His action was characteristic. Instead of turning to flee, he bounded high over and beyond the object, racing onward a dozen paces and reloading his gun as he ran. Then he cast a swift glance over his shoulder and spun around with a gasp of horror. Attracted by the sound of shots, people were craning out of windows, and passing autos slowed to a stop. But the policeman's eyes were fixed on the co-ed who had stepped around the corner of the animal biology building, unwittingly into the path of the spheroid mass at the moment when he had fired. A blank look transformed her features, and she fainted. The object rolled toward her and upon her. There was a curious contraction and quivering of the heap. Visibly, before the policeman's eyes, the limp body was absorbed, consumed, digested by the creature. A kind of fury shook Williams, and again he emptied his revolver into the heap. The bullets ploughed through without effect. A crimson tint grew more pronounced in the gluey pile. It swelled to larger dimensions, while a kindly darkness lay upon the unknown girl, who had gone blankly to a hideous death. The officer shook himself from his daze. Could this nightmare actually be happening in the broad light of day, and on the finest morning of spring? Automatically, he reloaded his useless weapon and gasped as an incredible thing happened. A doubly large substance stirred and moved away, leaving a gruesomely white skeleton behind it. For a moment, the thing shook strangely, contracted in its middle, and abruptly separated into two segments. Where there had been one object before, two spheres now rolled silently and grimly away. As though that were the signal that released a general hypnotism of terror, Babel broke out and wild confusion reigned. The heads disappeared from windows, automobiles roared into life, doors banged, excited cries pierced the air, and above all
came another tormented scream. A tremor of indecision held Williams motionless for an instant, as the voices of humanity and duty both called. There were people inside the building who could help him, who had cried out, he thought. Duty won. He raced to the station box a block away, and almost ripped the phone out in his haste. "Williams, number 49, calling," he stuttered. "Strange animal loose at the State University. Already killed one girl. Bullets don't stop it. Send out the radio cars and riot squads at once. Rope off the whole district, and for God's sake, hurry." He banged the box doors shut, without waiting for official confirmation, or even hearing the bored voice that remarked, "Better lay off that stuff while you're on duty." There was no sight of the two sinister shapes as he sped back to the animal biology building. They had disappeared somewhere, nor had any courageous person yet come to cover the pitifully white skeleton lying on the grass. But the living demanded greater attention than the dead, and Williams tore around the building's corner and took the steps at a leap, almost bursting through the doors in his haste. "Second floor," someone shouted as he entered. He made his way toward the main stairway, but he did not reach the second floor. A little cavalcade was descending the stairs. 3 students and a young instructor, all white-faced and shaken, bore a limp burden between them. Before Williams could utter a word, one of the bearers spoke out. "No time to talk now, officer. This man is badly hurt, and we've got to get him to the university hospital before he dies from loss of blood." "Who is he? What's happened?" "Professor Anscott of the biology department. We don't know what happened." Williams followed the group as it hastened toward the hospital, 2 blocks distant. On the way, he surveyed the burden that the men carried, and again he felt an inner turning of his stomach. Professor Anscott was a slender, grey-haired man of perhaps 50, with the intellectual features of an ascetic, and yet with the finely moulded contours also which indicated a sensitivity to ultimate values. What sickened Williams were his legs. From the thigh down, they had been stripped of every fragment of flesh. Only the bones remained, raw and starkly whitish. Above the knee, they were stained by trickles of red that still oozed from the fleshy stumps around which rude tourniquets had been twisted. The pallor on his face indicated how dangerous were his wounds, and how much he suffered from loss of blood, but his head shook feebly, nervously, and he moaned unintelligible words, although consciousness had left him. As Williams's eyes took in his slender hands that hung limp and his spare frame, he thought, "By the looks of it, he's a goner. It'd take a pretty tough man to come out of that, but I miss my guess if he's got any reserves." All the while that he followed the gruesome burden, he kept a watch for further signs of the predatory beasts. Instinct held him in constant readiness for any emergency, even though he knew that his revolver would be useless. Again, he was torn by conflicting desires. His place was back there where the things were, yet he had a hunch that the disaster would be explained if Anscott could be made to talk. Williams had a good head for putting facts together and seeing how they formed a sequence. Animals the like of which no one on earth, so far as he knew, had ever before seen, do not as a general rule suddenly materialize out of nothing on spring mornings. The beast had unquestionably emerged from the animal biology building. With his own eyes he saw it come. Someone within must have possessed it, or been responsible for it. The chances were that the owner was Anscott, because of his eminent position, and because the building was under his supervision. It was Anscott who had screamed, and Williams knew to a certainty, as he looked at the fleshless legs, why he had screamed, and what had caused the terrible mutilation. At any rate, Anscott was the likeliest person who might be able to explain the mystery, if he lived to talk. If he didn't, well, Williams shrugged his shoulders.
Were there more of the strange spheres, or had he seen the only one? Was it capable of disjointing and rejointing itself, or had it split into halves for good? Williams breathed easier when the group arrived at the hospital without having sighted the unknown creature. In the receiving ward, a cluster of staff surgeons immediately surrounded the unconscious professor and rushed him to the operating rooms in an almost hopeless attempt to save his life. "How long will it be before they're through with him?" he asked the nurse in charge. She looked up from the report that she was busily filling out. "Amputation of both legs, suture of veins and arteries, dressing and bandaging. With Doctors Colby and Warren together working on the case, an hour at the very earliest." An hour was too precious to waste in waiting now. Williams grabbed a telephone and put through a call to headquarters. "Williams calling from the University Hospital," he spoke rapidly. "Have the nearest radio squad stop and pick me up." In barely 2 minutes, the official car drew in. "The police department is taking charge. I'll be back in an hour. Allow Anscott no visitors until we've talked to him," he commanded the head nurse. With that, he dashed out. Before the radio squad came to a full halt, he had pulled open the door and entered. The car picked up speed and swung toward the center of the campus. "What's going on here?" Jeffries, the driver, and Mulcahy asked in the same breath. "I don't know, but it's sure bad. Some sort of animal's got loose. You can't kill it, at least with bullets. It got one girl that I know of, and maybe more by this time." Sirens shrieking, the car squeezed through a space that opened up for it on Washington Avenue, one of the intercity traffic highways which cut through a side of the campus. Pandemonium reigned. The invisible wildfire that mysteriously warns people of danger had swept the district. A continual stream of automobiles left the territory, which had already been closed to incoming traffic. Classes halted. Buildings seemed to empty themselves. Hundreds of students thronged the streets and lanes leading to safety. Raucous horns and cries mingled confusedly with the shriller high notes of whistles. "Where to?" inquired Jeffries. "Toward the river. That's where they were heading when I last saw them." The river was the Mississippi, which marked the western boundary of the campus. The car leaped ahead. There wasn't a better driver on the force than Jeffries, who now proved his uncanny skill by dodging, threading, and twisting his way through a one-direction jam of traffic that extended from curb to curb. They had scarcely gone a block when they heard a staccato burst of firing. Almost immediately afterward, there came from somewhere ahead 3 sharp blasts of a policeman's whistle, and the chilling sound of a human scream. "That's where we'll find them," said Williams grimly. "Keep yourselves ready. You've never been up against anything like this before." Traffic thinned out. Jeffries drove the car as though it were an express train down Washington Avenue. A couple of blocks ahead hung the bridge that linked 2 cities. At the near end of the bridge, they could make out a scattering group of men, some swiftly rolling objects, and 2 or 3 sinister white heaps. There was a truck lying on its side too, and some squealing animals that ran madly in every direction. "Pigs," grunted Jeffries disgustedly. "So that's your strange animal, is it? Well, you—" His jaw hung open, but he didn't finish his sentence. One of the rolling objects overtook a pig. There was a blurred thrashing, and with incredible swiftness, the pig somehow dissolved into the ball that covered it. A police captain was racing toward them with hand signaling. Jeffrey slammed on the brakes, and the man piled in as the car decelerated to a screaming halt. "Wait here for reinforcements," the captain panted. "Can't do a thing with those brutes. Got 3 of our men already. I told them to get back in cars, where they can do their shooting in safety, and at least have a chance to get away if necessary." "What happened here since I sent the alarm in? Are you Williams? Say, what do you know about these things?" "Nothing more than you do." And Williams told in a few brief sentences what had caused him to turn in the alarm, while all four kept their eyes warily glued on the scene half a block distant. "God knows how we're going to stop them," said the worried captain. "But we've got to. I pulled in here less than 5 minutes ago. Just after we came, a livestock truck somehow broke through the guard across the bridge. I sent one of the men down to head it off on this end, but before he was halfway there, one of those brutes rolled out of the trees by the river bank and landed square in front of the truck. The driver must have lost his head. We saw his front wheels jerk sidewise, and the truck crashed. He was thrown clear out, and I hope instantly killed, for that big blob simply rolled over on him and ate him. The man I'd sent opened fire, and he's a crack shot, but his bullets didn't faze the brute. The pigs ran all over, squealing like mad. 5 or 6 more of those blobs suddenly rolled out of the bushes and went after the pigs, hunting them down. There were 6 of us to begin with, and we all opened fire. But we might as well have shot at the sky for all the good it did. The things went on eating and rolling, and I'd swear I saw one of them split in 2 and each half go sliding off. Then they started after us, and, well, there are only 3 of us now." Only 3 of the spheres also were in sight, and they were occupied with the last of the pigs. As the captain concluded his brief account, they heard the weird wail of a siren, and a few moments later a riot squad car roared toward them. The captain hailed it. "Got any grenades or bombs?" "Yeah, but not many. I think there's 4. The captain took 2 of the grenades and passed the others to Williams, whom he apparently put special confidence in, solely because Williams first had encountered the beasts. The 3 huge spherical masses had finished with the pigs. For a moment they quivered uncertainly, then, as by a concerted movement, began rolling toward the policeman. But where 3 spheres had been, there were now 6 advancing swiftly. "Try the guns on them again," ordered the captain. "We'll keep the grenades in reserve. Concentrate on the nearest one. Ready? Fire!" A blast of shotgun, submachine gun, and rifle fire literally tore the first mass to pieces, but the other 5 came on like the wind. Again! Another burst ripped to shreds a second mass, but the rest were within yards now. "2 down!" shouted the captain exultantly. Simultaneously, he and Williams heaved the grenades. A 3rd monster vanished, blown to minute particles. The other intended target slewed sidewise, and the grenade exploded harmlessly. "Run for your lives!" someone bawled. "We can't get the guns reloaded fast enough." Then the creatures were upon them, and all semblance of order vanished. A man yelled and went down before a sphere that got him from behind. The riot car began to pick up speed, and the captain made a wild leap for its dashboard before it was too late. In the first frenzied scramble, Williams jumped crabwise. For a moment, he had saved his life, at the expense of Mulcahy's. The Irishman, who was standing by Williams, believed that bullets would stop anything alive, and he stood his ground, emptying his revolver at the grey blob. "You fool! Run!" screamed Williams. And then the gluey mass was upon Mulcahy, and his limbs flailed vainly as he was sucked into it. A kind of horror seized Williams as he saw the body of his friend being hideously consumed. Hardly aware of what he did, he flipped the grenade. Man and beast vanished in the explosion, that gave at any rate a clean death. He heard another explosion follow close upon his, and looked up. The captain had flung the last grenade at the monster that was devouring the first man to be overcome. But he flung it a second too late, and the monster finished and moved off just as he threw it. Williams saw it coming and turned with a shout, "Come on, Jeff!" But the radio car remained where it was, and Jeffries made no answer, since skeletons are forever silent, and the 6th creature glutted with the victim whom it had evidently trapped while he watched the main battle, dropped heavily out of the car, and likewise began hastening toward Williams. If Williams ever felt the unnerving grip of fear, he felt it then, with the remaining 2 grey beasts driving toward him from opposite directions like balls of smoke. He knew that his gun was useless, that he could never outrace the devouring things. There was only one remote possibility of escape. He sped toward the sphere between himself and the car and dived clear over it, sprawling to the ground. He was on his feet in a flash and bounded onward toward the car, but the grey beast had abruptly reversed its motion and was closing the gap with terrifying rapidity. Williams won by a leap. He thanked God that the motor was running as he jumped in and crashed the door shut. The skeleton that was still huddled in the driver's seat crackled grotesquely as he shoved it aside. The pursuing animal plopped against the side of the car as Williams threw it into gear and almost wrecked the mechanism in trying to force it into instant high speed. Just before he reached the bridge, he saw another cluster of the strange beasts emerge from the trees and begin rolling across the bridge toward the city beyond. "Oh my God," Williams muttered, with a kind of despairing reverence. "There'll be no stopping them once they're on both sides of the river." But there was nothing that he alone could do to prevent them from reaching the opposite side. As if by magic, another sphere materialized in the street. Williams didn't try to avoid it. Rather, with a savage delight, he roared down upon the monster. The car thudded into it and skidded completely around as though on ice, and a shower of slimy stuff spattered the windshield, a substance greasy and malodorous. "Okay, back to the hospital, and that Anscott fellow it is then," he said softly, and sped up Washington Avenue. Two. An unnatural silence now lay over the campus. Not a human being nor a car was in sight, and all the busy sounds of activity that characterized the usual day in any city were strangely absent. Perhaps a few timid souls were still hidden in the apparently deserted university buildings, but if they were, they gave no sign of their presence. "Can Anscott see anyone yet?" Williams inquired breathlessly, after he had hurried into the reception room of the hospital. "It's a matter of life and death." "Well, if it's that important, yes, but only for a few minutes. He has just been returned from the operating room, and cannot be subjected to any strain. Room 27, left wing, ground floor." Williams was already hurrying down the corridor before she had finished her statement. He paused for a perfunctory knock at room 27, and was opening the door when he heard a faint "Come in." Anscott, swathed in bandages, pale and emaciated of face, and with a feverish light brightening his eyes, barely turned to look as Williams entered. "What is it you want?" The voice came, weak and tired. Williams stated his purpose as briefly and quickly as possible. "And so you see," he concluded, "why it's necessary to find out all we can about the beasts. I am sorry to have to intrude upon you, but you can understand the danger. What are the things? Do you know anything about them? How did they get loose, and where did they come from?" A slight sigh issued from the wasted figure on the cot. A vague, faraway look appeared in his eyes, and he seemed to be thinking of other things, or marshalling elusive thoughts. "My worst fear has been proved true, then," Professor Anscott at length said slowly, "and the blame rests entirely on me, even though an accident was responsible. The beasts, as you call them, are not animals. They are protoplasm." "They're what?" "Protoplasm.
the primary stuff from which life developed. Or from another viewpoint, they are giant, one-celled amoebas. Amoebas? Echoed Williams foolishly, the conversation thus far having failed to convey much meaning to him. Yes, amoebas. Artificial ones, or, if you prefer, manufactured ones. Manufactured? Yes, answered the professor a bit irritably. Or at least, the first one was. I have realized the biologist's dream of creating life in a laboratory from man-made materials, and with every step controlled. A sound knowledge of chemistry, physics, and biology, plus a little experimenting, were all that was necessary. You will find my notes and an account of my work among my papers in the laboratory. I would advise you to destroy them, as I most certainly shall do myself if I recover from these injuries. For many years, biologists have been on the verge of creating life. Undoubtedly someone else will rediscover my method, even though I obliterate my results. But I am ready to close my inquiry, now that I have witnessed its disastrous results. All organic life, as you probably know, is based on the substance called protoplasm. The simplest form of such life is the one-celled amoeba commonly found in stagnant water. I analyzed the amoeba until I knew exactly what its chemical equivalents and constituents were. That was my first step. But one cannot merely mix a group of carefully weighed chemicals and expect an amoeba to develop. Even that organism, low as it is in the evolutionary scale, is a system, infinitely less complex than the human body, to be sure, yet in its simple, unicellular nature offering almost insuperable difficulties to everyone who has tried to create it out of basic chemicals. The materials must be wrought into a pattern, a system, an organization. And when I had succeeded in this second step, still a third, and the most difficult of all, remained. I had fashioned something that was to all intents an amoeba, except that it did not live. It was as dead matter as any corpse. The spark of life was lacking, the vital force that would activate the inanimate substance. It wasn't until Millikan discovered the cosmic rays that I was on anything like the right track. I then pursued my investigation along the lines suggested by his work, and was finally able to control cosmic rays. You will find that apparatus likewise in my laboratory. A week ago, under the stimulus of the cosmic rays, my artificial amoeba came to life, stirred itself, absorbed food, and in general behaved like one of nature's amoebas. That moment was the peak of my life, beyond which nothing can ever again rouse my enthusiasm. It was a discovery of greater significance to mankind than Columbus's showing the way to the Western Hemisphere was. The glow of pride in successful accomplishment of a brilliant feat shone for an instant in the aged scientist's eyes, until it was replaced by a haunted look, and he resumed his account. An amoeba, besides being a simple organism, is minute in size. Having solved the major difficulties, I now wanted to continue the experiment on a larger scale, so that I could watch every step with an eye unaided by microscopes or lenses. Furthermore, since my remaining years were likely to be few, I wanted to learn as much as possible in the shortest time possible. To that end, I deliberately changed the chemical constituents of my next amoeba for two purposes. First, I wished to create one of large dimensions, which would not be dependent on water for its habitat. Second, I wished to speed up its natural function so that I could study within a period of hours what would otherwise require days. Unfortunately, I succeeded. I created a giant, new kind of amoeba this morning. A shudder of pain racked Professor Anscott, and he bit his lips as the pain-deadening Novocaine began to wear off. "You created one?" interrupted Williams. "Then how does it happen that there are so many of them?" The scientist smiled bitterly. "The answer is fission. An amoeba reproduces by the simple process of dividing itself into two individuals, a process technically known as fission. You yourself witnessed my amoeba split into two parts after it had digested food. In some ways it is like an animated stomach. The amoeba is a viscous thing which absorbs and digests food directly. It moves by contractile projection of parts of its surface." For a moment, a frown of intense concentration wrinkled his forehead. "According to what you have told me, the first fission occurred about 20 minutes after I brought the amoeba to life. We may assume, then, that so long as food is plentiful, fission will occur in each individual every 20 minutes. If all the individuals survived, and it is sadly evident that most of them have, there were 8 at the end of the first hour. There are 64 now, less those you killed. In an hour there will be 512. Within 12 hours there will be millions of them." "Why did you let the first one out? Great God, how can they be stopped?" burst out Williams. "I didn't let it escape," came the answer from pain-twisted lips. "It was an accident. About 10 minutes of the cosmic ray were needed to animate the first amoeba. I forgot, when I created one which would live at an abnormal pace, that the spark would also start it going more rapidly. My back was turned when it came to life. I received my first warning with a terrible pain in my legs as the thing began to digest me alive." Anscott's countenance was white with suffering now, and his eyes burning with fever, as he tried in an almost inaudible whisper to finish his account. "I suppose it was my scream you heard. I drove the brute off. Would have killed it if it hadn't mutilated my legs. You what?" Williams asked desperately, anxiously. "What did you do? Tell me, how were you going to kill it? How did you drive it off?" But there was no answer to his frantic questions. Consciousness had slipped away from the wounded man, and a nurse hastened in with a morphine hypodermic to alleviate the searing pain that had been growing around the stumps of his legs. "Sorry, but you'll have to go now," she told Williams. "The hypo will wear off in a couple of hours. You may return for a few minutes then, if you wish. There is no chance of his regaining consciousness earlier." "A couple of hours," muttered Williams in dismay as he retraced his steps down the corridor. Where there were only some 60 of the things now, there would be several thousand of them within 2 hours. Despite the warm day, a cold moisture dampened his face. At the receiving room desk, he paused to telephone headquarters for orders. They were simple. Every available man was ordered to surround the district where the creatures had broken loose, except for Williams, who was to remain on guard at the hospital generally, and over Anscott specifically, until the precious information was divulged. The next 2 hours were a nightmare for Williams. The radios in all rooms had been disconnected in order that patients would not be alarmed, but for the benefit of the staff, the key set in the reception room was kept on. Minute by minute, the scenes in a tragic drama were audibly unfolded. The Destroying Horde was multiplying even more rapidly than Anscott had predicted. Hundreds and hundreds, possibly thousands already of the giant amoebas were devastating an area of almost a square mile in the heart of the Twin Cities. Low as the organisms were in the scale of life, their ferocity was unparalleled, their tenacity appalling. It seemed impossible to destroy them, except with high explosives whose use was restricted, partly by the nature of the region infested, and partly by an actual shortage of dynamite.
The radio, newspapers, and whistles had broadcast a general alarm. All available men were asked to unite in attacking the danger. Weapons of every sort came out of storerooms and hiding places. 2 great streams worked at cross purposes. Converging lines brought hundreds of volunteer fighters to resist the Horde. Diverging lines carried the thousands who, by all sorts of conveyances, were evacuating the city. Along a circular battlefront of about 3 miles, comprising both sides of the river, the battle was raging, and the line of struggle was steadily widening. Staccato of guns and the bursting of explosives were answered by cries of mortal agony when some fresh victim was caught and consumed. There was no way of estimating how large the death list had grown. Undoubtedly, dozens and perhaps hundreds of human beings had perished, with the total swiftly mounting. Any living organism, human or animal, seemed acceptable to the voracious amoebas, and their astounding ability to multiply made the menace of their well-nigh indestructible nature doubly powerful. Outside aid had already been requested. State troops were on their way now. Of manpower there was no shortage, as yet, but the nearest large supply of munitions was 500 miles away. The local stores were on the point of exhaustion. Long before transport airplanes and fast express trains could arrive with additional explosives, the peril would be beyond control. Once the amoebas were numbered in millions or even thousands, mathematical reduplication and multiplication would result in their splitting and spreading faster than they could be destroyed. Citizens could indeed barricade themselves in homes and buildings, sealed against entry by the organisms. But what good could be accomplished? Starvation would eventually force the occupants out, to be pursued by the prowling and ravenous monsters. And when the amoebas had multiplied beyond check in the Twin Cities, could there be any checking of them? They were likely to roll out in every direction, a circular tidal wave, engulfing whatever living creature lay in their path, protoplasmic, irresistible death racing across the country, devastating cities and devouring men with a cumulative rapidity. Tense and restless from the excitement, Williams gripped his chair till his knuckles showed white, or paced back and forth. This inactivity was as great a strain as battling the amoebas had been, but he had his orders, and he was too loyal to disobey them. There were moments when he cursed the biologist who lay dying as the result of his own work. Yet it was not Hanscott's fault that the first amoeba escaped. If anything, he must be blamed for having been too thorough, having laboured too well. The materials out of which he fashioned the giant unicell had also given it gastric activity of hitherto unknown power, efficiency, and nearly instantaneous absorption of food. The radio continued to tell a story of disaster. All along the line, men were perishing, and the line being forced back. From time to time, an amoeba was slaughtered, and more slowly now their numbers increased, but the slight check was futile, for they still spread with a speed far greater than any possibility of restraint. Williams was fidgety from inaction, when a subconscious intuition that something else was wrong came to him. He had seen nothing to alarm him. His ears had not been startled by unfamiliar sounds. He sniffed the air inquisitively, without being able to detect the trace of a foreign odour. Whence came this intangible warning, this sense of imminent danger? He could not say, and although he looked around him and saw nothing unusual, the impression persisted. "Say," he suddenly addressed the girl at the reception desk, "are you sure that all the windows and doors in this place were closed? Could anything get in?" "Certainly not, at least without ringing a bell or smashing its way in," she replied crisply. "Everything was locked tight when we received the first warning." Williams looked at her.
She seemed about to make some further remark, when her eyes gazed past him and opened wide. Her face went dead white, and she slumped to the floor in a faint. Williams whirled around. From the corridor to the right wing, a giant amoeba was issuing. All his faculties froze in that first instant of panicky horror and bewildered shock. The terrible possibilities that might come true with the thing loose in the hospital overwhelmed him. He knew not whether to flee or attack. Irrelevantly, he wondered how the creature had gained entrance. Not till later did anyone discover in room 18 the skeleton which was all that remained of the delirious patient who had crawled from his bed and opened the window for fresh air. The moment passed, and Williams went into a whirlwind of action as the amoeba emerged. He swept up the chair beside him and hurled it crashing at the viscid mass. The organism rolled sidewise, but not quite quickly enough. The chair thudded against it, and for a second its progress was halted. With the same motion, Williams had turned around and leaped for the corridor to the left wing. The monster disentangled itself from the chair and rolled after him. There were few places within immediate access that promised safety, and of those few, almost without thinking, he chose Anscott's room. He raced down the corridor like a shot, knowing that at every step the amoeba shortened the gap. He did not even try to look back and see how close the hungry organism was. He fled with the wings of fear and the desperate hope of safety. He reached the door of room 27 with the furious patter of his running feet grimly echoed by a sinister and ugly gurgling rustle. He burst into room 27 and forced the door shut with the more than human strength lent by terror, closed it as a heavy weight thudded against it from the other side. Trembling, shaken by the narrowness of his escape, he braced himself against the door for a long minute, while he gulped in great lungfuls of air. He could hear the ominous sounds made by the monster on the other side, as it prowled around and tried to find a way in. They ceased shortly, but without giving Williams any relief, for he did not know whether the thing had gone off in search of other prey, or whether it had stationed itself for an indefinite wait. He too might have prolonged his watch, if his attention had not been diverted by an unintelligible muttering from the supine figure of Anscott, who tossed restlessly in the fever of delirium. "Water?" asked Williams, and strode to a table where a pitcher stood. He forgot even the danger outside in the appeal of suffering to his humanity, and poured out a glass of water, which he raised to the patient's lips. "Fire! Fire!" moaned Anscott faintly. Williams felt his forehead. It was hot and dry. "Gosh, he sure is burning up all right," the policeman thought. "Here, drink this," he said aloud. The dying man swallowed the fluid thirstily. Though his eyes were wild with the light of fever and his face wasted to emaciation, instinct helped him to what his wandering mind could not see. His body shook convulsively again, so that the remainder of the water spilled, but he continued to murmur, "Fire! Fire!" Out of his head. Crazy, Williams thought. What the heck does he want fire for? Anscott twisted aimlessly, and the seconds flew by. It was obvious that he had not much longer to live. Suddenly, an incoherent jumble of phrases poured out, faint and rapid, so that Williams had to bend low over him in order to hear. "Fire! Fire! Burn it up! X-ray! Take that, you spawn of hell! Oh God, my legs! Now it's gone. I should have closed the window, but they'll catch it and burn it. Help! Help! I'm done for! Fatty tissue! If only I'd kept the blowtorch burning." The unguided voice went on, ever growing feebler, but Williams heard no more. He stood as one transfixed. The apparently meaningless words seared into his brain like flame. In a flash he saw it all. Anscott working in his laboratory, with his back turned to the as yet lifeless protoplasm. The awakening of the mass, and its silent attack on the scientist. His frantic manipulation of an X-ray machine that somehow drove the giant amoeba away. And all this precious information wasted, hopelessly wasted. If Williams tried to escape by the door, the amoeba would devour him. He peered out the window, only to see more of the organisms coursing swiftly across the hospital grounds. There was no telephone in the room. If he pushed the night bell, he would only summon a nurse to gruesome living death from the monster, if the bell was heeded at all. He was ready to risk his own life in a futile dash, when the simplest possible idea occurred to him, together with the deepest disgust he had ever had for his occasional obtuseness. Swiftly, he reached out and tore a sheet from the bed. "Sorry, old man," he whispered gently. "It's our only chance." With the sheet over one arm, he hurried to the door and listened intently. He could hear nothing. As noiselessly as possible, he whipped a pocket lighter from his trousers, flicked it, and touched it to the corners of the sheet. Spreading lines of flame began to race inward. He jerked the door wide open and peered out. The huge amoeba had been halfway down the corridor, on the point of pushing back a loosely closed door to one of the wards. At the sound that Williams made, it turned and instantly began rolling toward him with its strange, swift motion. There was a whiteness on his face, but there was no shrinking away or trembling of his hands as he waited, even though the running lines of flame scorched him and licked around his fingers. He waited till the protoplasmic mass was less than 10 feet distant. Then, in a continuous and dual movement, he flung the burning sheet over the creature and leaped backward towards safety. Instinctively, the giant tried to dodge, in vain, for the sheet billowed out and dropped squarely upon it. Williams saw a mad flurry and writhing for an instant, heard a weird, voiceless sibilance, and all at once the smouldering blaze flamed hotly brighter, with a greasy sputter. Some people think that the narrative ends with the story of Williams's frenzied dash to a telephone, and of how headquarters sent out an excited message, and of how gasoline, wood, blowtorches, X-rays, gas, and acetylene torches were commandeered everywhere to fight the Destroying Horde, and of how for 2 entire days the relentless battle raged along a roughly circular front of approximately 5 miles, before the amoebas were checked, and the last of their thousands destroyed. But the real end of the story lies in a grave at Oakwood Cemetery, whose headstone bears a simple inscription to the memory of George Anscott, who half solved the mystery of life. May he succeed as well in the mystery of death.
Caterpillars by E.F. Benson. I saw a month or 2 ago in an Italian paper that the Villa Cascana, in which I once stayed, had been pulled down, and that a manufactory of some sort was in process of erection on its site. There is, therefore, no longer any reason for refraining from writing of those things which I myself saw, or imagined I saw, in a certain room and on a certain landing of the villa in question, nor from mentioning the circumstances which followed, which may or may not, according to the opinion of the reader, throw some light on or be somehow connected with this experience. The Villa Cascana was in all ways but one a perfectly delightful house, yet, if it were standing now, nothing in the world, I use the phrase in its literal sense, would induce me to set foot in it again, for I believe it to have been haunted in a very terrible and practical manner. Most ghosts, when all is said and done, do not do much harm. They may perhaps terrify, but the person whom they visit usually gets over their visitation. They may, on the other hand, be entirely friendly and beneficent. But the appearances in the Villa Cascana were not beneficent, and had they made their visit in a very slightly different manner, I do not suppose I should have got over it any more than Arthur Inglis did. The house stood on an ilex-clad hill, not far from Sestri de Levante on the Italian Riviera, looking out over the iridescent blues of that enchanted sea, while behind it rose the pale green chestnut woods that climb up the hillsides till they give place to the pines that, black in contrast with them, crown the slopes. All round it the garden in the luxuriance of mid-spring bloomed and was fragrant, and the scent of magnolia and rose, borne on the salt freshness of the winds from the sea, flowed like a stream through the cool vaulted rooms. On the ground floor a broad-pillared loggia ran round 3 sides of the house, the top of which formed a balcony for certain rooms of the first floor. The main staircase, broad and of grey marble steps, led up from the hall to the landing outside these rooms, which were 3 in number, namely 2 big sitting rooms and a bedroom arranged en suite. The latter was unoccupied. The sitting rooms were in use. From these the main staircase was continued to the 2nd floor, where were situated certain bedrooms, one of which I occupied, while from the other side of the 1st floor landing some 6 steps led to another suite of rooms, where, at the time I am speaking of, Arthur Inglis, the artist, had his bedroom and studio. Thus the landing outside my bedroom at the top of the house commanded both the landing of the 1st floor and also the steps that led to Inglis's rooms. Jim Stanley and his wife, finally, whose guest I was, occupied rooms in another wing of the house, where also were the servants' quarters. I arrived just in time for lunch on a brilliant noon of mid-May. The garden was shouting with colour and fragrance, and not less delightful after my broiling walk up from the marina should have been the coming from the reverberating heat and blaze of the day into the marble coolness of the villa. Only the reader has my bare word for this, and nothing more. The moment I set foot in the house I felt that something was wrong. This feeling, I may say, was quite vague, though very strong, and I remember that when I saw letters waiting for me on the table in the hall, I felt certain that the explanation was here. I was convinced that there was bad news of some sort for me. Yet, when I opened them, I found no such explanation of my premonition. My correspondence all reeked of prosperity. Yet this clear miscarriage of a presentiment did not dissipate my uneasiness. In that cool, fragrant house there was something wrong. I am at pains to mention this, because to the general view it may explain that, though I am as a rule so excellent a sleeper that the extinction of my light on getting into bed is apparently contemporaneous with being called on the following morning, I slept very badly on my first night in the Villa Cascana. It may also explain the fact that when I did sleep, if it was indeed in sleep that I saw what I thought I saw, I dreamed in a very vivid and original manner. Original, that is to say, in the sense that something that, as far as I knew, had never previously entered into my consciousness usurped it then. But since, in addition to this evil premonition, certain words and events occurring during the rest of the day might have suggested something of what I thought happened that night, it will be well to relate them. After lunch, then, I went round the house with Mrs. Stanley, and during our tour she referred, it is true, to the unoccupied bedroom on the 1st floor, which opened out of the room where we had lunched. "We left that unoccupied," she said, "because Jim and I have a charming bedroom and dressing room, as you saw, in the wing, and if we used it ourselves, we should have to turn the dining room into a dressing room and have our meals downstairs. As it is, however, we have our little flat there. Arthur Inglis has his little flat in the other passage, and I remembered, aren't I extraordinary, that you once said that the higher up you were in a house, the better you were pleased. So I put you at the top of the house, instead of giving you that room." It is true that a doubt, vague as my uneasy premonition, crossed my mind at this. I did not see why Mrs. Stanley should have explained all this, if there had not been more to explain. I allow, therefore, that the thought that there was something to explain about the unoccupied bedroom was momentarily present to my mind. The second thing that may have borne on my dream was this. At dinner, the conversation turned for a moment on ghosts. Inglis, with a certainty of conviction, expressed his belief that anybody who could possibly believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena was unworthy of the name of an ass. The subject instantly dropped. As far as I can recollect, nothing else occurred or was said that could bear on what follows. We all went to bed rather early, and personally I yawned my way upstairs, feeling hideously sleepy. My room was rather hot, and I threw all the windows wide, and from without poured in the white light of the moon and the love song of many nightingales. I undressed quickly and got into bed, but though I had felt so sleepy before, I now felt extremely wide awake. But I was quite content to be awake. I did not toss or turn. I felt perfectly happy listening to the song and seeing the light. Then, it is possible, I may have gone to sleep, and what follows may have been a dream. I thought, anyhow, that after a time the nightingales ceased singing and the moon sank. I thought also that if, for some unexplained reason, I was going to lie awake all night, I might as well read, and I remembered that I had left a book in which I was interested in the dining room on the first floor. So I got out of bed, lit a candle, and went downstairs. I went into the room, saw on a side table the book I had come to look for, and then, simultaneously, saw that the door into the unoccupied bedroom was open. A curious grey light, not of dawn or of moonshine, came out of it, and I looked in. The bed stood just opposite the door, a big four-poster hung with tapestry at the head. Then I saw that the greyish light of the bedroom came from the bed, or rather from what was on the bed, for it was covered with great caterpillars, a foot or more in length, which crawled over it. They were faintly luminous, and it was the light from them that showed me the room. Instead of the sucker feet of ordinary caterpillars, they had rows of pincers like crabs, and they moved by grasping what they lay on with their pincers and then sliding their bodies forward. In colour, these dreadful insects were yellowish-grey, and they were covered with irregular lumps and swellings. There must have been hundreds of them, for they formed a sort of writhing, crawling pyramid on the bed. Occasionally, one fell off onto the floor with a soft, fleshy thud, and though the floor was of hard concrete, it yielded to the pincer feet as if it had been putty, and crawling back, the caterpillar would mount onto the bed again to rejoin its fearful companions. They appeared to have no faces, so to speak, but at one end of them there was a mouth that opened sideways in respiration. Then, as I looked, it seemed to me as if they all suddenly became conscious of my presence. All the mouths, at any rate, were turned in my direction. The next moment they began dropping off the bed with those soft fleshy thuds onto the floor and wriggling towards me. For 1 second a paralysis, as of a dream, was on me, but the next I was running upstairs again to my room, and I remember feeling the cold of the marble steps on my bare feet. I rushed into my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, and then I was certainly wide awake now. I found myself standing by my bed with the sweat of terror pouring from me. The noise of the banged door still rang in my ears, but, as would have been more usual, if this had been mere nightmare, the terror that had been mine when I saw those foul beasts crawling about the bed or dropping softly onto the floor did not cease then. Awake now, if dreaming before, I did not at all recover from the horror of dream. It did not seem to me that I had dreamed, and until dawn I sat or stood, not daring to lie down, thinking that every rustle or movement that I heard was the approach of the caterpillars. To them and the claws that bit into the cement, the wood of the door was child's play. Steel would not keep them out. But with the sweet and noble return of day, the horror vanished. The whisper of wind became benignant again. The nameless fear, whatever it was smoothed out and terrified me no longer. Dawn broke, hueless at first, then it grew dove-coloured, then the flaming pageant of light spread over the sky. The admirable rule of the house was that everybody had breakfast where and when he pleased, and in consequence it was not till lunchtime that I met any of the other members of our party, since I had breakfast on my balcony and wrote letters and other things till lunch. In fact, I got down to that meal rather late, after the other three had begun. Between my knife and fork there was a small pill-box of cardboard, and as I sat down, Inglis spoke. "Do look at that," he said. "Since you're interested in natural history, I found it crawling on my counterpane last night, and I don't know what it is." I think that before I opened the pill-box, I expected something of the sort which I found in it. Inside it, anyhow, was a small caterpillar, greyish-yellow in colour, with curious bumps and excrescences on its rings. It was extremely active, and hurried round the box this way and that. Its feet were unlike the feet of any caterpillar I ever saw. They were like the pincers of a crab. I looked and shut the lid down again. "No, I don't know it," I said, "but it looks rather unwholesome. What are you going to do with it?" "Oh, I shall keep it," said Inglis. "It has begun to spin. I want to see what sort of a moth it turns into." I opened the box again, and saw that these hurrying movements were indeed the beginning of the spinning of the web of its cocoon. Then Inglis spoke again. "It has got funny feet, too," he said. "They're like crab's pincers. What's the Latin for crab?" "Oh, yes, cancer. So in case it's unique, let's christen it Cancer Inglisensis." Then something happened in my brain, some momentary piecing together of all that I had seen or dreamed. Something in his words seemed to me to throw light on it all, and my own intense horror at the experience of the night before linked itself onto what he had just said. In effect, I took the box and threw it, caterpillar and all, out of the window. There was a gravel path just outside, and beyond it a fountain playing into a basin. The box fell onto the middle of this. Inglis laughed. "So the students of the occult don't like solid facts," he said. "My poor caterpillar." The talk went off again at once onto other subjects, and I've only given in detail as they happen these trivialities, in order to be sure myself that I have recorded everything that could have borne on occult subjects or on the subject of caterpillars. But at the moment when I threw the pillbox into the fountain, I lost my head. My only excuse is that, as is probably plain, the tenant of it was, in miniature, exactly what I had seen crowded onto the bed in the unoccupied room. And though this translation of those phantoms into flesh and blood, or whatever it is that caterpillars are made of, ought perhaps to have relieved the horror of the night, as a matter of fact it did nothing of the kind. It only made the crawling pyramid that covered the bed in the unoccupied room more hideously real. After lunch, we spent a lazy hour or two strolling about the garden or sitting in the loggia, and it must have been about 4 o'clock when Stanley and I started off to bathe down the path that led by the fountain into which I had thrown the pillbox. The water was shallow and clear, and at the bottom of it I saw its white remains. The water had disintegrated the cardboard, and it had become no more than a few strips and shreds of sodden paper. The centre of the fountain was a marble Italian Cupid, which squirted the water out of a wine-skin held under its arm, and crawling up its leg was the caterpillar. Strange and scarcely credible as it seemed, it must have survived the falling to bits of its prison and made its way to shore, and there it was, out of arm's reach, weaving and waving this way and that as it evolved its cocoon. Then, as I looked at it, it seemed to me again that, like the caterpillar I had seen last night, it saw me, and breaking out of the threads that surrounded it, it crawled down the marble leg of the Cupid and began swimming like a snake across the water of the fountain towards me. It came with extraordinary speed. The fact of a caterpillar being able to swim was new to me, and in another moment was crawling up the marble lip of the basin. Just then Inglis joined us. "Why, if it isn't old Cancer Inglisensis again," he said, catching sight of the beast. "What a tearing hurry it is in." We were standing side by side on the path, and when the caterpillar had advanced to within about a yard of us, it stopped, and began waving again, as if in doubt as to the direction in which it should go. Then it appeared to make up its mind, and crawled onto Inglis's shoe. "It likes me best," he said, "but I don't really know that I like it. And as it won't drown, I think perhaps—" He shook it off his shoe onto the gravel path, and trod on it. All afternoon the air got heavier and heavier, with the sirocco that was without doubt coming up from the south, and that night again I went up to bed feeling very sleepy. But below my drowsiness, so to speak, there was the consciousness, stronger than before, that there was something wrong in the house, that something dangerous was close at hand. But I fell asleep at once, and how long after I do not know, either woke or dreamed I awoke, feeling that I must get up at once, or I should be too late. Then, dreaming or awake, I lay and fought this fear, telling myself that I was but the prey of my own nerves, disordered by sirocco or what not, and at the same time quite clearly knowing in another part of my mind, so to speak, that every moment's delay added to the danger. At last this second feeling became irresistible, and I put on coat and trousers and went out of my room onto the landing. And then I saw that I had already delayed too long, and that I was now too late. The whole of the landing of the first floor below was invisible under the swarm of caterpillars that crawled there. The folding doors into the sitting room from which opened the bedroom where I had seen them last night were shut, but they were squeezing through the cracks of it and dropping one by one through the keyhole, elongating themselves into mere string as they passed, and growing fat and lumpy again on emerging. Some, as if exploring, were nosing about the steps into the passage at the end of which were Inglis's rooms. Others were crawling on the lowest steps of the staircase that led up to where I stood. The landing, however, was completely covered with them. I was cut off, and of the frozen horror that seized me when I saw that, I can give no idea in words. Then at last a general movement began to take place, and they grew thicker on the steps that led to Inglis's room. Gradually, like some hideous tide of flesh, they advanced along the passage, and I saw the foremost, visible by the pale grey luminousness that came from them, reach his door. Again and again I tried to shout and warn him, in terror all the time that they would turn at the sound of my voice and mount my stair instead, but for all my efforts I felt that no sound came from my throat. They crawled along the hinge crack of his door, passing through as they had done before, and still I stood there, making impotent efforts to shout to him, to bid him escape while there was time. At last the passage was completely empty. They had all gone, and at that moment I was conscious for the first time of the cold of the marble landing on which I stood barefooted. The dawn was just beginning to break in the eastern sky. 6 months after, I met Mrs. Stanley in a country house in England. We talked on many subjects, and at last she said, "I don't think I have seen you since I got that dreadful news about Arthur Inglis a month ago." "I haven't heard," said I. "No, he's got cancer. They don't even advise an operation, for there is no hope of a cure. He is riddled with it, the doctors say." Now during all these 6 months I do not think a day had passed on which I had not had in my mind the dreams, or whatever you like to call them, which I had seen in the Villa Cascana. "It is awful, is it not?" she continued, "and I feel I can't help feeling that he may have—" "Caught it at the villa?" I asked. She looked at me in blank surprise. "Why did you say that?" she asked. "How did you know?" Then she told me. In the unoccupied bedroom a year before, there had been a fatal case of cancer. She had, of course, taken the best advice, and had been told that the utmost dictates of prudence would be obeyed so long as she did not put anybody to sleep in the room, which had also been thoroughly disinfected and newly whitewashed and painted. But
The Urbanite by Ewen Whyte. 2.5 blocks away, the great ships that stood warped to their docks, their bows muzzled inland, were descendants of other things that had floated down through the ages of man's recorded history. Nearer at hand, only a block away, was the grey steel and stone structure of the elevated highway, a refinement ultimately of paths that Neanderthals hacked through bushes and foliage. On the lofty motor terrace that rimmed the waterfront between rows of dark-faced tenements, the auto machines of today ran, for their vigour and streamlined modernity, thanking the horseless carriages of yesterday, the saris, cycles, and rickshaws of the past. Nearest at hand was an empty lot, different as is a city empty lot from any other such, for it is never empty, having a strange and heterogeneous collection of junk bearing testimony to the mechanical genius of an age that takes so much for granted. Metal parts from the metal monsters that ran by on the network of streets in the elevated highway, fenders and wheels and spark plugs, discarded parts of all sorts, and other things. Barrels and barrel staves, bottles and cans, the residue of garbage now surviving its kerosene and flame ordeal with a smouldering,
pungent smoke. Sitting in the lot, his back against a discarded packing case, was Happy Charlie, taking the sun here as it filtered down through the soot and smoke haze and mist of the city to brown leather his face, instead of at Bermuda or Marseille or Carmel, because he was just Happy Charlie, a bum. But Charlie, who got his other appellation of Happy, possibly because of his long, sad horse's face, was as those others in their flowered trunks on their yachts and their beaches. Just as the ships land-warped in the river nearby, or plying its turgid currents, and the cars that whooshed by on the elevated highway itself belonged to other, earlier things. He was the same as those flowered, pantied over-rich, though they would have laughed largely at this. But go back, skeptics. Go back only a few hundreds of thousands of years to the wetness and warmth of the then, to the shallow lagoons and pools along the coasts of first-formed seas, to the slime and the sub-life that slowly came from that slime, that became jelly wherever there was a little pool or a tide or a shallow sea, and on to the vertebrates. Happy Charlie was no different, for he had come from the same beginnings. That his chronically whisky breath was tolerated around the place next door, where it said with big orange letters, peeling now from the weather, steaks and chops, wines and liquors, because he ran occasional errands for Mr. Rostelli, who ran the restaurant, made him basically no different from the biggest, toughest trucker who thumped his ham hand on the counter for quick service, or the boss of the truckers, or the owner of the whole chain who was worth $1 million, and might, or could if he wanted to, sail his own yacht on the river that sent its damp, dank smells up these narrow cobblestone streets to mix with the odours of inland machines and the people who worked them and lived by them in a great concentrate known as a city. Happy Charlie, in his most sober moment, never concerned himself with his origins. He was neither interested in biogenesis, nor would recognize the word if he came upon it written, instead of the rightful trade name, on a can of his favourite beer. That the living matter of which he was such an insignificant moleculic but present-day offshoot had been originally brought to the earth from some other planet by meteorites, or was an emergent from a complex of physical-chemical processes, was one of several such worries he had never had. There, Rostelli was calling him. Happy Charlie reluctantly lurched to his feet, muttering under his breath. The sun had lulled him back to a happier day when he'd been a railbird at local trotteries, with an occasional winner keeping him away from the ignominy of honest work. But these errands kept him in sustenance, in Hamburg and Spud, and, best of all, in beer or something stronger. As Charlie rambled towards the door and went under the neon bars that advertised Rostelli's restaurant, quick service, there was nothing about him to suggest that he was the refinement of countless centuries of growth, starting with the amoeba and the one-celled animal of the Precambrian era. Heat lay across the city, keeping haze and soot and smell down, fresh air and breeze out, like a wool buffer. The machines that ran the city were overheated and grew balky. People brawled and cursed, and were tired by their own anger. Their sweat seared them, and mingled with the filth that lay across windows and window ledges, tables and walls and floors. Cars and trains surged and rumbled in and out on the street arteries that led here and there. People walked the boiling streets and didn't need the every season's newspaper gimmick of the reporter frying an egg on the downtown sidewalk, for the fire of the pavement could be felt through the thickest shoe leather. But there was no end to it. The lifts went up and the lifts came down. Elevator boys and bus drivers and subway trainmen were replaced, but their machines kept moving, and the people themselves, the last one at any hour of day or night, never disappeared around the corner. There was always another person, another train, another car, and the gaseous, acrid effluvium mixed and settled on dry throats and streets and empty lots and huge hotels alike. Happy Charlie ran his errand at a slow snail's pace, returned to Rostelli's, and had a cold beer leaning against the extra-strong bar that the proprietor had built in because these truckers are big, strong guys. They got big, heavy feet and arms. By and by, Happy Charlie took himself out back to the empty lot again. They had long ago stopped wondering about him. Where other people avoided the terrible scorch and burn of the afternoon heat, Charlie's old, bent frame soaked it up, and his face and wrinkled arms, bared to the elbow, grew browner and browner, like well-used saddle leather. Occasionally, he would poke through the junkyard with a stick, worrying the metal parts that collected there, salvaging a piece here and there, and occasionally selling it for a few pennies. Most of the time, though, Happy Charlie just sat, his bloodshot whiskey eyes half shut, his mouth open a bit, perhaps to breathe better the stale second-hand air that lived poorly over the city, exhaled by a million motors, by a million human lungs. As noted, Happy Charlie's mind, sober or otherwise, mainly otherwise, was not concerned with the vitalistic or mechanistic theories of human origin, including his own. But through a state of almost chronic alcoholic befuddlement, don't they say liquor too much and too long does something to the brain? Happy Charlie did think of old days in his own life. It took him occasionally, and was a laugh-provoking thought, that when he'd been younger, much younger, just a kid, he'd had a chance to go to a camp sponsored by some charitable group. As an indigent, even then, he'd qualified, quite despite himself, and was on the verge of being sent to some wooded, faraway spot where, as the uplifted counsellors for the project described in glowing terms, birds sang and brooks babbled, and God's good clean earth set everything at rights. It had been a close call, but Happy Charlie had beaten the rap. To be sure, it took some explaining at the neighbourhood settlement house. A fat woman there had argued with the then youngster, Happy Charlie, but at the end she had shaken her head, and he had won. Well, if you don't want to go, there are plenty of others who'll be glad to take your place, she had sighed. You don't know what you're missing, young man. But then advanced courses in psychology and something or other had prompted her to say importantly and to impress him, for there was no one else, I guess you're just one of those chronic urbanites. And then talking down to him condescendingly, as she dismissed him at one and the same time, one of those who comes from the city and just likes to live in the city. The word urbanite was a big new thing, and she had called him it. The word drove Happy Charlie for his first and last time into the public library. He had looked it up. It was probably the biggest, most unusual word he knew, but he'd never forgotten it. That's what he was, an urbanite, one who is a product of, who lives in, who likes to live in a city. It made laughter to himself often to think of this, and Happy Charlie's open mouth formed a smile even now back in the lot, and the cars on the elevated highway a block away did the laughing for him, with their whoosh and scream of tires on the hot cobblestones, whispering, grinding and screeching that they, like him, belonged here in this place of built-up steel and concrete and cement, with black fronts for the poor and marble fronts for the rich, and brownstone anywhere where age still stood, and the bright young college-trained surveyors had not yet ripped out with their plumb lines and maps to build newer things higher. What do you know? There'd been a car hop the highway just here not too long ago, landed right in this empty lot whose far end dwelled forever in shadow under the extended apron of the elevated highway. Damn auto jumped right over the wall, it did, and landed down there with its 3 broken people all screaming, and their dreadful harmony made into a quartet by the soon siren of the ambulance, coming to see what could be done after such a dreadful mistake. Happy Charlie, from his siesta spot at this end of the lot, had been first over to the smashed, overturned car at the other end. He'd been there before the faces appeared on the express highway, others who'd stopped and looked over. Well, those things happen. It's the way of life. And Happy Charlie had considerable of the philosopher in him, though he might be unaware of it. It was a nice job of demolishing automobile, and the noise of the people who'd misled their auto soon died away as they were hauled and hoisted and lifted out of the wreckage into the white-sided, almost clean-looking ambulance. Left behind was a car there was no use hauling away and fixing up. Nights since then, people plucked at it, and they took tires and any parts they could take away. Maybe insurance folks came. Happy Charlie didn't know. He lost track with errands for Rostelli and drinks of beer and whiskey. The twisted frame was left, and what remained recognizable of the broken car body. A little more glass sprinkled around the half-earth, rocks and junk heaps of the yard made no difference. It was hardly noticeable. Happy Charlie's reveries were broken into by the harsh voice of Rostelli. Again? Another errand? He got up, slower this time, stretching his sun-stiffened frame out. His way of life had caused him to forswear many of the emotions. But deep inside, if you dug beneath the leathery skin and the old sinews, the roomy bones, there was a hate smouldering for Rostelli that came from fear. He felt the same way about some of the truckers. Rostelli used him and paid little for it, knowing he owned this derelict by means of occasional meals and much more than occasional drinks, without which Happy Charlie could not survive, and for which he would do the interminable odd jobs and run the errands that a wise-faced, sharp-minded high schooler would charge the restaurant proprietor a fat something to do. But Rostelli and some of the other truckers, there was one giant man in particular, had a contempt for Happy Charlie they were free to express when the opportunity presented itself. Happy Charlie knew it intuitively, as that superiority that otherwise inferior people feel for subordinates. Happy Charlie was an old bum. He was an old drunk, no good sot, a vag, a bum, and other assorted and pungent terms of the waterfront, of a low-life restaurant, of the trucking world, of circles where strong, explosive men move, and, with the hint of their own limitations, take that fleeting knowledge out on the nearest weak thing. Rostelli, who'd had a hard day and suffered from the heat, sent him off with a cuff, and a trucker who'd wandered in to spend a few hours before taking off on his night run roared with laughter and threw a potato chip at old Happy Charlie as he lurched off on his ordered quest. Happy Charlie made better time than usual, but was greeted only with Rostelli's bad temper and another sneer from the big trucker. Old Charlie's request for another beer got him shoved out the door of the restaurant. Oh well, and he settled himself in the sun again. Times were good, times were bad. That was the way things seemed to go. To him it mattered not. In moments like these came feelings of delicious superiority. Rostelli worried about business slowing up. Not so many of the longshoremen, the truckers, the labourers came in, and not so early did they come, and not so long did they stay, nor so much money did they spend as once upon a time. And the boisterous, cursing thick and muscle-armed men themselves with their shouting and noise-making, they had their own worries locked up too. Did you hear? Ace Company laid off 15 last week. Here there's gonna be more. And so on. Maybe they'd get to realize his way was the best, and Happy Charlie settled himself contentedly on the other side of a pile of debris, chuckling at his own thoughts of himself, pleased at his smartness, and after looking furtively this way and that, reaching into the piles to fetch out a bottle. Warm, to be sure, even in its shadowed hiding place, dust and plaster and dirt covered. But inside, when it was uncorked, the liquid was wonderful. He ah-ed and smacked his lips as the last 2 inches of the bottle burned down his throat and hit his stomach with that impact that raw whiskey always has. He settled himself lazily in the sun. It was still stronger and hotter than ever, even now in the late afternoon. They'd have to call louder to make him hear them here. Rostelli and that big trucker could bump their heads together for all he cared. The warmth from within and the heat from without met. His eyelids were at half-mast, and his body felt luxurious resting in the fold of a rusted fender, with his head against a barrel's back. The pile ahead, directly ahead, there was what was left of the car that had jumped a week ago. Imagine a car jumping like people do. The heat sent shimmers of itself from the ground upward when new waves of burning hotness came down from the airless heavens. The shimmering gave to the junk pile a strange appearance, as though it moved, as though the steel frame at its core was in slight motion, like railroad tracks in the distance on a scorching day. Happy Charlie stirred comfortably in his cocoon of splendid warmth. As his eyelids sank lower, his mouth opened more, and the scene took on the early visitations of dream-provoked unreality. But he was not sleeping, did not intend to, for it was too good to feel the heat and hear the sound of the cars whooshing by. Occasional noise from the river as one of the great liners whistled so that none would be unaware of its great bulk and importance. A tenement radio blared blastingly before being turned down. The words were heat spell, temperature-setting record, and Happy Charlie lay there lolling, enjoying every moment of it. The not-empty lot and its junk made his home. He felt familiar here, secure. There was no reason to think or be aware of anything else. But as Happy Charlie lay there, and as Rostelli and the big trucker griped to each other back in the dark coolness of the restaurant, an epoch was being marked here near the river wharves and the elevated highway in the heart of the great city. It was as with those long-ago small pools and lagoons, the rain-filled trenches and swamp places. But then there was no one to know, but only hundreds upon hundreds of centuries later, the eye to look backward and reconstruct. Or, if there had been life preceding life and a brain, would it have been cognizant of what was happening any more than was Happy Charlie, now filled with his whiskey in the heat of the day, lying with his arms and fingers against orange rind and discarded paper parcels and dirt and wood and nails and the overflow of civilization which must always find its way to places like these? Charlie saw, but he did not believe. He did not believe because he could not know, nor could any great scholar in fancy clothes and with fancy language know. For it was at this extraordinary and so right moment, just now, for all this to change from nothingness to somethingness. The particles of the city-raped air, the particles from blast furnaces, the shavings from steel and iron, chips from concrete and macadam, chunks of tar and the smell from these, exhaust from all the machines, the molecules of structural things, millions upon millions of them all together, and the people, numbers beyond counting, breathing in and out the already effluvious mass, warming with their grime-coated noses and throats and lungs, warming and nurturing and expelling for another to breathe in. And here, all here, concentrated under this sky in this heat, recipient, the pile at the far end of the lot. Moving, Happy Charlie. Moving. Not heat shimmers, but moving. The steel gathering to itself other qualities. The scrap, the exudate of countless eons of human progress. Charlie saw these things in motion. He saw them moving, gathering themselves with a sinuous purposefulness. But he did not believe. Being a human, he could not believe. In his ear at last was the far-away but shrill sound of Rostelli calling him. The bellow grew louder and louder. He bestirred himself automatically, even as his mind tried to cope with this new thing. As he rose to his feet to walk back to the restaurant in obedience, The full, terrible, and fatal weight of what he saw now came upon him, cutting the heat and whiskey-induced fogginess from his brain as a scalpel cuts flesh. And for a fleeting second, Happy Charlie, with all his humbleness of intellect, knew a moment of sheer terror unsurpassed by any man for thousands of years. Rostelli drummed on the counter. He was alone in his restaurant with the big trucker. They had been deploring the times, keeping civility between each other by directing their bitterness and hatred towards a common cause. Now it was Happy Charlie. "Where's that drunken bum?" Rostelli snarled and went to the window again to holler out of it. The trucker, from the depths of his peanut brain, thumped his great hands against fat thighs and said, "You gotta treat one of him like a kid. You treat 'em good, they treat you bad. Gotta show 'em who's boss." Rostelli shook his head angrily. "By God, I will. Get my hands on his old skinny neck. I'll twist his head off." The trucker roared with laughter. He was well along on beers now. They had inflamed his head with delicious thoughts of violence. Rostelli bellowed out the window again, and then finally, after a long wait, the trucker cocked his head. "Here's someone coming. Guess you finally woke up, that deadbeat Rostelli." It had been a poor day, and there was no money in the till. The proprietor's hands gripped and ungripped with the desire to take his wrath out on something tangible. The cheap wire netting door of the restaurant slammed open. "And I've told him not to bang that door that-a-way," Rostelli muttered under his breath. They looked towards the entrance, past the 4 or 5 tables set around the room, the booths at one side, the fire-engine red jukebox, and they waited in the semi-darkness for Happy Charlie. But it was not Happy Charlie. The trucker's eyes narrowed, and Rostelli blinked. There was for both of them no more words, and a countable number of breaths, for he, you say he, oh, so loosely, was not of their experience or ken. The limbs were iron and steel, but not as in the figure of speech. The thighs and legs were of metal, of cement. The trunk was something else. There was no man here. In fact, only a thing. But men must describe everything else through their own eyes. It must either be a man, an animal, and inanimate objects don't move. This incredible birth had taken place this late afternoon. From the dirt eddies, from the dust lying thick across the metropolis, from the impregnated air, the noise, the endless vibrations, from all these this obscene thing had come. Out of the hate from the man-curses dying in mid-air, conceived by the hate and wicked yearnings, born of the sperm of the city, of the thoughts and people and machines too close packed here. This new life, this Urbanite, had come. The trucker rose from his place by the bar. His eyes opened wider than they had for 20 years. His great hands held wide as though to shape a question mark, to help his brain and eyes realize they saw and knew it couldn't be. The face of the thing? There was no face. Instead, a brickish structure. But men have to see faces, or make them up in things that move. Even animals have faces. The trucker had a moment, and then he was spread-eagled against the extra-strong bar which had been built for the likes of him. Spread-eagled and then squashed by the intruder in a methodical way with 1, 2, 3, 4 piston-like sweeps of a steel and cement thing, where arms grow on men. Rostelli thought of a prayer word, but never got it out. He too was caught in the corner of the room, noting with a supreme irrelevance before his own doom fell upon him that in the other massive piston-like appendage the thing held an arm clenched in chrome and aluminum fingers, an arm unmistakable because of its brown, leathery skin drawn tightly over skinny bones. And then Rostelli died as the trucker had died, and Happy Charlie before them, by the hand, and of course the concrete and steel thing was not a hand, of one who'd grown from the very things that men build and command in cities. The machines and the metals mixed with the exhaust that comes from hate and hope and hurry, all put together just right, precisely. This one day in all of history to create something not of this millennium, but of the next. Rats by F.A.M. Webster. The light of a campfire revealed a pleasant scene. 2 big white caravans and 3 cars stood parked, up to their hubs in lush meadow grass. Behind lay the hills and the long white road. In front was a swiftly flowing stream, in which the caravanners had washed the dust of the road from their bodies at the end of a long hot day. Mike Halliday lit his pipe and uttered a sigh of sheer satisfaction as he lay back in a battered old rocking chair. A giant of a man, home from East Africa on leave, this was the sort of life he knew and loved. From the water's edge, a chorus of frogs croaked discordantly. Upon the steps of a caravan Mary Halliday sat, and, in her arms, lay her year-old son, Hector, kicking and crooning contentedly, as, with solemn eyes, he regarded a big yellow moon, across which a rack of black-bellied clouds raced continually. Sir Edward Fanshawe, flannel-clad and tidy, emerged from his tent, a sardonic smile upon his features, as his eyes encountered the spectacle of his old school friend, whose sun-bleached khaki shorts and bush blouse furnished a sharp contrast to his own immaculate attire. Lady Fanshawe peered out over her husband's shoulder. "Rain before morning, Mike," suggested the baronet, with a glance for the cloud-obscured moon. "I fancy you'll be sorry you did not bring some thicker clothing." "I love my old khaki and the freedom of movement it gives me," Mike answered, stretching his limbs. "There's no adventurous risk in England, but one likes to dress the part." "Even to the hunting knife," Sir Edward chuckled. "Do you carry a revolver as well?" Mike's cheeks flushed as his hand stole beneath the skirt of his bush blouse, which had a small holster buckled to his belt. "It's sheer force of habit," he apologized.
"Do be careful, Mr. Halliday,"
interposed Lady Fanshawe nervously.
"I am scared to death of firearms."
"Jolly useful things where I come from," growled Mike. "And even in England, well, one never knows." A squeak and a scurry in the rushes close at hand attracted their attention, and little Hector ceased staring at the moon to listen. "Rats, that's another sign of bad weather," pronounced Mike Halliday indifferently.
"Rats! How horrible! I simply loathe rats!"
exclaimed Lady Fanshawe, with difficulty repressing a scream. Mary smiled quietly. The years she had spent with her husband, far beyond the fringes of civilization, had driven out fear. Baby Hector continued to croon contentedly to himself. Soon after midnight, the storm burst. Mike Halliday was awakened by the sound of the rain lashing down onto the roof of his canvas lean-to, and for some moments lay listening to the exultant croaking of the frogs, so loud that it rose above the fury of the storm. Outside, in the darkness, the river-bank was alive with voles, and in every old house in Burford, half a mile away, rats were stirring, for rodents of a peculiar prescience where bad weather is concerned. Striking camp the next morning was not a pleasant business. Merciless rain had turned the beauty of the lush green meadow into a veritable quagmire. There were wet tents and sodden bedding to be stored away. Sir Edward's once immaculate flannels clung to his long, thin limbs, and Lady Fanshawe never ceased grumbling. Only Mike and Mary remained cheerful, although they were as completely drenched as their companions. Baby Hector howled dismally. The poor mite of humanity, born in tropical sunshine, was not enjoying his first taste of an English summer. By dint of much manhandling, and with the aid of half a dozen farm labourers, the cars and caravans were at last disinterred from the now muddy field and got on to the highway. Halfway up the hill through Burford town, however, Mike Halliday's car jibbed at the weight of the caravan behind it, and could not be moved until further manual aid was enlisted. "Commend me to England for a happy holiday," he growled, as, flopping down into the pool of water which filled the driving seat, he took the road to Gloucester.
Perhaps the weather will break presently,
said Mary, seeking, hopefully, to find grounds for offering consolation to her very cold and wet husband. But the weather did not break. All day long the wind-driven rain lashed at the windows and side curtains of the caravans and cars. The cold lunch was prepared and eaten in damp discomfort, and did nothing to raise the spirits of the disgruntled wayfarers. Mike and Mary were dourly determined to go on. Sir Edward was openly doubtful about the wisdom of doing so, and Lady Fanshawe, totally unaccustomed to any form of hardship, was almost tearful. Baby Hector continued to howl dismally, and, down in the valleys, where the rivers already were overflowing their banks, legions of rats, stormwise in their generation, were beginning to desert their ancient homes in the hope of finding safer and drier quarters. "I vote that we stop at the next town and put up for the night at a decent hotel," Sir Edward suggested diffidently. "That be damned for a tale," Mike answered. "If you come caravanning, you've got to take the rough with the smooth, else where's the pleasure in looking back upon the hardships afterwards?"
"I should prefer a little civilized Christian comfort at the moment,"
said Lady Fanshawe tartly, as she sought to straighten her sodden and dishevelled hair. "Right-o," answered Mike, seeking a satisfactory compromise. "We'll push on until we find a dry barn to sleep in. How will that do?" Sir Edward and his wife agreed grudgingly, and the caravans proceeded on their way down the wet, white road. Meantime, the dusk was falling, and along field paths and drains, up the declivity of muddy byways, and even along the edges of main roads, thousands upon thousands of bedraggled rodents were making their way toward the heights, fleeing quietly and swiftly from the floodwaters that were rising behind them. At Berkeley, the caravanners found the sort of place they were seeking, an ancient grey-stone hay barn standing in its own yard. The ground surrounding the building was waterlogged already, but the barn itself was delightfully dry and fragrant, and into the barn, by dint of a good deal of manoeuvring, they managed to back and manhandle both caravans. The cars were, perforce, left out in the open, which meant that the electric installation run from the engines could not be used. Hurricane lanterns proved but a poor substitute, and no cooking on Primus stoves was possible on account of the surrounding hay. But, despite the fact that their supper had to come out of tins, and that everything was wet in the Halliday's caravan, which had sprung a leak in several places, the barn was, at least, dry and warm, so that the whole party felt decidedly more cheerful as they settled down. After supper, Lady Fanshawe, less thoughtful than Mary, shook the crumbs from the table out onto the floor of the barn. A moment later, a big brown rat appeared to garner this unexpected harvest. Like a flash of lightning, Pongo, Michael Halliday's Sealyham Terrier, shot out of the caravan and made short work of the intruder.
"Oh, a rat! A rat!"
squealed Mona Fanshawe.
"For heaven's sake, let's get out of this place. I'm simply terrified of the beastly things."
"You might well be scared if we were in Africa," grinned Mike. "For where there are rats, there are also snakes. In Africa, eh, Mary?" His wife shuddered, for her husband's words had raised an unpleasantly vivid picture of life as she had lived it in an African grass hut. Nonetheless, her voice was steady as she answered,
"Pongo will look after any vermin that are likely to trouble us in this place, won't you, old fellow?"
And the dog, hearing his name, lifted his gory muzzle and wagged his stump of a tail. "Well, what are we going to do about sleeping?" interrupted Sir Edward, anxious to turn his wife's mind to other matters, and added, "I suppose, Mike, that you and I had better put up our camp beds among the hay, and then Mary and Mona can have our caravan."
"Do you think Hector will disturb you, Lady Fanshawe?"
asked Mary doubtfully.
"Not a bit, my dear."
"Just listen to the rain, by God!" exclaimed Sir Edward. "I bet the yard will be knee-deep in water by the morning. We're right under the shoulder of the hill, and it looked like a watershed when I shut the doors. Please goodness the magnetos on the cars won't be flooded when we want to start," Mike answered. "Do you think there are many rats in this place?" Sir Edward queried when the womenfolk had turned in. "There are always a few in every barn," his friend answered. "But they've probably cleared out already, or will keep to their holes. Pongo has been busy ratting most of the evening. Good night. Good night, came the answer. And down the narrow, manure-covered lane which led to the grey barn, a living stream came flowing, which looked, in the fitful light of the moon, like a black tidal wave. It was accompanied by eerie squeaks and angry twitterings, and so great was the pressure of that flitting, every moment some rodent, weaker than his fellows, was squeezed up onto the surface of the slowly moving tide of rats. Soon, save for the thresh of the rain upon the slate roof and the howling of the wind, interspersed by the snap and crackle of falling branches, silence reigned supreme. But still the living tide of rats flowed on towards the barn. Once during the night, Michael Halliday started up on his bed, startled from sleep by a long-drawn-out, slithering whoosh, which culminated in a dull thud and seemed to shake the building. He leaned over and shook his sleeping companion. "Did you hear anything, Ted?" he queried. "No. What was it?" "I thought I heard a thud and that the building shook." "Nonsense, man. That tinned lobster has given you indigestion." Michael Halliday, half convinced that he had been dreaming, lay down and went to sleep again. Had he but known it, a great slice of the hill overshadowing the barn, washed from its ancient rock foundation, had slid down until stopped by the wall and door of the barn, which it had closed most effectually. And still the black tide of rats, water-driven from the valleys, flowed on, seeking refuge from the storm. Towards dawn, the first fringes of the flitting flowed about the barn. The fact that the only door was blocked by a solid, immovable barrier of earth presented nothing worse than a temporary hindrance to them. There were plenty of holes and crannies through which so small a creature as a rat could enter. None the less, no more than one or two could find shelter from the storm immediately. And, indeed, the pressure of the rodents, whose mass overflowed the yard and still stretched far back up the muddy lane, tended to frustrate the efforts of the first wave to effect an entry. The Celium, even in his sleep, caught the scent of his hereditary enemies, and awoke instantly to furious, barking life. The dog was chained to his master's bed, and his sudden spring forward awakened Michael. "Lie down and shut up, you old fool," he admonished, for he was annoyed at being awakened. The dog sank down, cowed by the anger in his master's voice. Halliday fell once more into an uneasy sleep, for the dog lay trembling beside him, with half-suppressed growls rumbling continually deep down in his chest. The poor brute, in fact, was hard put to it to restrain his desire to bark, for the rats were pouring in faster and faster, and now the sleeping caravanners were, literally, ringed in by beady, watching eyes that glowed redly. Then something fell with a dull plop from the roof ventilator to the floor of the caravan. A second and a third thud followed. Little Hector screamed as something scurried across his body, and instantly the two women in the caravan awakened. Mary saw the red eyes first, and she screamed and screamed again. There were dozens of these pinpoints in the caravan already, while in the barn itself, indescribable squeakings and rustlings in the hay had broken out immediately her scream was heard. The dog started barking again. Mike Halliday sprang up with a savage oath, and Sir Edward awakened trembling. Both women were screaming now. The child was crying hysterically. The squeaking and squealing of the rats grew louder. Over all rose the shrieking of the gale, backed up by the dull, incessant bourdon of the falling rain. Then the man from overseas saw the circle of evil red eyes that was closing in upon them, slowly, inch by stealthy inch. "The door, Ted!" he shouted. "Get that damned door open! By God, the place is full of rats!" For an instant, the bright beam of an electric torch stabbed through the darkness. A solid black and brown wall of rats was creeping relentlessly forward from every angle of the building. The creatures in front strove frantically to retreat, as the white light focused and blinded their eyes. But there were millions of rats in that flitting. More and more rats poured into the barn every instant, fighting furiously to escape from the lashing rain and the rising water outside, so that sheer weight of numbers from the back drove the front ranks pitilessly forward. Mike's hand dived beneath his pillow, and the staccato chatter of the automatic pistol he snatched up let pandemonium loose,
for dozens of bats that lived among the dusty roof's beams overhead were disturbed and fluttered wildly to and fro. Lady Fanshawe, leaping from the caravan, added maniacal screams and hysterical laughter to the general uproar, when a bat became entangled in her hair and she felt her bare feet treading upon living rats which bit cruelly into her bare ankles with needle-sharp teeth. Mary, with her son in her arms, stood stock still, unable to move a step towards her husband, for she was literally engulfed to the knees by the tide of rodents. Then Pongo broke his lead and leapt to the aid of his mistress. In a moment she was free and moving towards Michael, but that was the end of the unfortunate dog. The rats literally flowed over him, squeaking, worrying, biting, and within a minute not a fragment beyond his bones was left. "The door! Why the hell don't you open the door, Ted?" Michael shouted. "I can't, it's stuck fast." The answer was gasped back. Then, in a rising scream, "Oh God, I'm up to my waist in rats! I'm being eaten alive!" Again Mike's hand foraged beneath his pillow, found a new clip, and slipped it into the butt of his automatic. And, if the 8 shots availed not at all against the rats, the quick series of explosions did at least serve to awaken a number of farmhands and villagers living in cottages close at hand. They came to the rickyard, armed with lanterns, and fled away again in search of dogs and sticks and shotguns, for they had seen 2 things. Firstly, that the yard was literally carpeted with the remains of a great flitting of rats, such a flitting as men had never known before, and, secondly, that a low hill standing in the yard had subsided, owing to the rain, completely blocking the only road of escape for the unfortunate caravanners who were thus imprisoned in the barn. By this time, the screams of the baronet had given place to silence, for the rats had pulled him down, and he would scream no more. Lady Fanshawe, fainting from sheer terror, had felt her knees sag, and had sunk into that living black tide from which there could be no rescue. But Mike Halliday, big game hunter and explorer, who had faced 100 perils clear-eyed and fearless in his time, put out all his mighty strength and, heaving up his whole light bedstead, literally flailed his way to a spot where he could get his back against a wall, with space enough behind him for Mary to crouch in, holding Hector. The light of his torch was growing dim now. His last clip of cartridges was finished, but he wedged the base of his torch into a crevice of the wall, twisted the legs of his broken bed into a serviceable weapon for his great hands, and fought on so long as the light lasted. Meanwhile, the men outside had purged the yard, and willing hands were digging frantically to clear the door, while shouts of encouragement came to the ears of the man who was fighting grimly for his own life and the lives of his wife and child. Already, a mat of dead rodents lay deep about his feet, but ever and ever, as he fought, fresh rats swarmed over the corpses of their kind to attack him. Rats sprang at him from either side, and even dropped from the roof and walls onto his limbs, until there was hardly an inch of the man that was not bleeding. Then, in 1s and 2s at first, and then in dozens, they stole past him, as his strength began to fail. Mary knew their case was hopeless, and made no attempt to fight. This brave woman crouched down with her body covering her child, and let the foul brutes work their will upon her. The quiet fortitude of that mother is something to marvel at. Long before her husband was finished, the thin pyjamas were literally eaten from her body, and then tiny, razor-sharp teeth began nibbling tentatively at her living flesh. The temptation to scream, to kick and strike, anything to drive away that awful agony and the loathsome touch of small, furry bodies, was almost irresistible. But Mary knew that any overt act upon her part would bring the whole swarm of the rats surging over her, and so she endured the last, utmost limit of agony in silence and stillness. For already the heavy blows of axe strokes were falling upon the door, which the caravanner's own hands had barred that night upon the inside, and every second that she endured brought nearer the fulfillment of her hope that Hector might be saved unharmed, for, covered as he was by his mother's body, the child had, as yet, received no injury. But rats are swift workers. The blood, flowing freely from the woman's many wounds, the red meat they had already eaten inflamed to the last degree their carnivorous passions, while the smell of blood set the rearmost ranks that, as yet, had had no share in the fearful feast, surging forward, and, before the great double doors were beaten in, the last shred of that once beautiful woman and most faithful mother, Mary Halliday, had disappeared. And the child? The rats had fed red too upon his little body when the eager rescuers broke in, and already the flitting was fading away, as such comings do mysteriously pass, through crack and cranny and crevice. And outside, men killed rats until their arms ached from wrist to shoulder with striking. But still the noxious creatures fled away, leaving behind them no trace of the victims they had slain, save little heaps of bones, 2 deserted caravans, and a broken camp bedstead. At the coming of the dawn, the rain ceased, and the sun shone out, but all was gloom in Berkeley, and, when the coroner had finished his inquiries, the farmer bade his men pull down the grey barn, stone by stone, and burn the hay. For, as he said, after such a happening, the place, if it was allowed to stand, must be forever after both haunted and accursed.
The Malignant Invader by Frank Belknap Long. 1. Professor Williamson sat on an overturned dory and watched the tide recede with sullen resentment. He was alone on the beach. The bathers had dispersed, and the tide was ebbing very rapidly indeed. Gloomily, he ran his gaze over the long stretch of exposed flats, noting here and there the presence of small jelly-like substances of greyish hue which clung tenaciously to the mud and resisted the suction of retreating waves. He speculated for an instant as to what they could be. They didn't precisely resemble jellyfish, and they were certainly not mollusks. Seaweeds, probably. Well, it didn't matter. What concerned him primarily for the moment, what irked and embittered him beyond all telling, was the reception which 40 uninformed and hideously bigoted zoologists had accorded his The Subterranean World, a note on its strange inhabitants. He had delivered his address before the Ocean City Association for the Advancement of Science, and so carefully had he prepared and verified all of his notes that he had confidently anticipated endorsement for even the most audacious of his views. But his oration had been greeted with shouts of derision, and he had been driven from the hall by a torrent of impatient abuse. The sun and the sharp sea air had a trifle restored his frayed nerves, but his thoughts were all despondent. He held in his hand a typewritten copy of the address which had cost him his reputation. He had been rereading it aloud and carefully reweighing, by the light of all his experience, every startling assertion on every page save the last. That page contained a summary of his views, and so overpowering had become his emotion on approaching it that he had been obliged to raise his eyes and stare for a moment at the receding tide. And it was during that moment of bitter despair that he had noticed the clusters of greyish ooze on the rapidly widening flats. "It cannot be denied," he read, returning at last to the sheet in his hand, "that men and women have, at various times and in various places, disappeared, simply disappeared. I have cited numerous authorities in support of my contention, and I'm sure you will concede that I have made out what a jurist would call a prima facie case. It is my conviction that we are encompassed by forces of the utmost malignancy, and that we would go mad if we could see the shapes which burrow and tunnel their way through the earth beneath our feet. I believe that sentience and even intelligence can exist apart from the protoplasm which is the basis of biologic life, and that from depths of the sea and from cracks and fissures in the crustal earth there emerge from time to time forms which cannot be described or envisaged. They are survivals, I believe, of earlier cycles of animate evolution than that with which we are familiar, combinations of matter and force, of matter and energy, that attained to intelligence when the earth was still a molten furnace, and before the first of living cells were evolved from the intertidal scum of warm oceans. I contend that before protoplasmic life appeared on this planet, a more hardy intelligence-containing vehicle existed, that billions of years ago it walked or crawled through the appalling heat of the primordial and incandescent globe. Then, as the earth cooled, it found conditions on its barren surface no longer bearable, and went tunneling in the depths. It still exists in the depths, and from time to time, in remote and sparsely settled sections of the globe, it creeps to the surface momentarily and surveys the world which it has lost. At such times, if any man happens by, he will be seized and carried downward into the abyss. The existence of malevolent entities lurking beneath the surface of the earth is the chief reason why devils, goblins, demons, and demigods are accorded such conspicuous emphasis in primitive mythologies. I believe that such primordial entities have appeared frequently to men, and that they are the cause of the mysterious disappearances of which I have spoken. I have culled sufficient data from the evidence of the witnesses to such disappearances to convince even the most resolute of skeptics that such a creature as I have postulated is in sober reality a denizen of our planet, and that it is a constant menace to all who walk the earth. From the depths it rises, seizes its prey, and descends. In shape it is apparently somewhat analogous to man, having a head, 4 limbs, and an elongated body, but in substance it is made not of living matter, but of a fetid and muculent substance unknown on the earth, a substance that resists fire, is impervious to cold, and is revolting beyond description. It is said by those who have seen this horror that it drools fetor and is luminous in the dark. Professor Williamson sighed deeply and returned the paper to his briefcase. It is the boast of modern biology that it seeks earnestly to solve the problem of life's origin, and that it is receptive to all evidence that has passed the test of inductive scrutiny. But when I spend years in interviewing reliable people, when I relate merely what cool, sane observers have seen and heard, I am called a lunatic and an impostor. He rose angrily to his feet. I should have laid my observations before the Society for Psychical Research, he muttered. Sunset was purpling in the west as he turned to depart. Gulls were running agilely across the shiny strand, and great clams deeply embedded spouted jets of steamy vapour. Taking out a handkerchief, he wiped the mist from his glasses and set off in the direction of the boardwalk. But he had not advanced more than a dozen paces when something seized him about the leg. Clinton Willard Jones gripped the rail of the boardwalk till his knuckles showed blue. His lean, spectacled features were convulsed with horror, and his shoulders were jerking in a most erratic way. He had lingered on the boardwalk for the mere privilege of watching Professor Williamson. Having glimpsed the bowed, despondent figure sitting athwart the dory, he had stopped an instant to stare, and then, as recognition dawned, had loitered to observe and marvel. He knew Professor Williamson by sight, and he was fascinated by so rare an opportunity to study great genius in its unguarded moments. The Boswell impulse being for the moment paramount in him, he wondered precisely how such a man of the caliber of Einstein and Eddington, would behave when he thought himself alone and unobserved. Young Jones was standing within 25 feet of the extraordinary man, and as the boardwalk was completely deserted, he was privileged to study attentively every gesture that the professor made and to store up his impressions for systematic analyzation. He watched Williamson's expression change from resentment to pride, as his gaze shifted from the sea to the paper in his hand, and then back again to bitterness, as he shoved his lecture into his briefcase and got angrily to his feet. Yet despite the fervour of his hero worship, young Jones was not insensible to certain disturbing occurrences which were taking place at the same time on the flats. Like Professor Williamson, he had noticed the clusters of greyish ooze on the gleaming strand, and had speculated as to their origin. And like Williamson, he had at first dismissed them as of no consequence. But when the distinguished biologist arose to depart, he noticed something in connection with them that drove the colour from his cheeks and awoke in him a stupefying and overpowering revulsion. Slowly, so slowly at first that they seemed scarcely to be moving, the clusters emerged from the sand and went squirming about in the air. The spectacle of a quiescent jelly rising from the ground and lashing about with no visible support was so alien to Jones's experience that he began perceptibly to tremble. Vehemently staring, he strove to convince himself that the clusters were at least tenuously supported, that some definite linkage existed between the jelly-like masses and the soft rack beneath them. He was for an eternity convinced that nothing but empty air streamed between the sand and the jellies, but by dint of much visual straining, he at last made out that attenuated, thread-like stalks ascended from the beach to where the latter danced about in the air. It was an enheartening discovery, but it proved only momentarily reassuring, for no sooner had the linkage become visibly apparent than the shape from which the stalks grew rose into view. A face, ropey and gelatinous, with glazed, purulently gleaming eyes and slobbering, shapeless mouth emerged from the dark sands and glared at Professor Williamson with a primordial ferocity. But the professor was bowed above his lecture and never so much as suspected that anything was amiss. Jones clung to the rail and attempted frantically to shout a warning, but his mouth refused to open. It was filled with his tongue, for one thing, his tongue which had swelled to such inordinate proportions that it kept getting between his teeth, and the breath had somehow all vanished from his lungs. He could only stare in feverish impotence, stare and stare, as the enormous green body of the horror emerged above the sand, and two long and gelatinous tentacles shot out and seized the professor about the ankle. The professor's fright was ghastly to witness. He screamed and shrieked and threw up his hands and strove frantically to escape from the creature's embrace, but relentlessly the thin, terrible arms closed about him, squeezing the breath from his body and binding his arms so closely to his sides that he was rendered powerless. Grey jelly masses on tentacles danced all about the horror's body, and high above its head other jelly masses squirmed and quivered and shook as the stalk supporting them responded to the creature's exertions. Its head, in profile, was revoltingly cephalopodon. A parrot-like beak curved above its cavernous mouth, and the base of its neck was perforated by a series of gill-shaped slits which exuded a dark and oozing fetor. But what filled the wildly terrified youth on the boardwalk with the most paralyzing revulsion was the thing's body. It was bloated and serrated and vaguely reptilian in contour, with a protruding navel and leprous razor-shaped shoulders, and it glistened shockingly in the twilight. The thing had emerged merely to its waist, but its tentacular agility was fearsome and appalling. Relentlessly, hideously, the screaming professor was jerked across the sands toward its scaly bulk. Jones shut his eyes. A nasty horror was fussing and churning at the back of his skull, and his heart was flopping about in the most alarming manner. For several seconds he remained thus sightlessly immobile. Then, with a tremendous effort, he directed his gaze once more toward the horror on the beach. But the professor had disappeared. Only the beaked and hooded head of the monster was visible, and that too was rapidly sinking from sight. All about it the mud bubbled aggressively, whilst greenish vapour swirled and eddied above its squirming antennal jellies. In a moment, only a low depression on the glistening sands remained to mark the spot where the professor had confirmed, albeit reluctantly, the verity of his claims. Sobbing and shouting, the young man descended from the boardwalk and ran out across the beach. He advanced to the very edge of the depression, and falling upon his knees began hectically to upheave with his hands great clots of sea-drenched mire. His eyes were aglow with despair, and his chest heaved tumultuously. But though he cleared a great circular pit for yards about him and descended into it up to his waist, he encountered no vestige of the horror. Desisting at last, he clambered from the pit, brushed the sand from his clothes, and made his way sorrowfully toward the professor's discarded briefcase. Its flap, in falling, had come open, and the subterranean world, a note on its strange inhabitants, was scattered promiscuously upon the beach. Reverently, Jones collected the precious sheets and returned them to the portfolio. Then, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, he walked with averted head back to the boardwalk. Sorrow and remorse racked him, a consuming pity for a great talent prematurely effaced, and remorse for his own cowardice in succumbing to hysteria at a moment when a single shout would have averted the tragedy. Two. Clinton Willard Jones cautioned his friend severely. "It will rise in a moment," he said, "but you must stop fidgeting about. It is essential that you remain immobile until it is completely clear of the sand. I assure you that it can't reach you with its tentacles. Professor Williamson was sitting much closer. You see that boulder over there? That's where he was sitting. The thing will have to emerge completely from the sand to capture you." Jones's friend groaned audibly. He was a tall, very pale young man, a little older than Jones, with intelligent, scholarly blue eyes, an extremely resolute-looking mouth, and an expansive, prematurely furrowed forehead crowned by curly auburn hair. "I was an idiot to allow you to inveigle me into this," he muttered. "I don't credit one word of Williamson's thesis, but at the same time, I tell you I saw it. That's just it. You saw enough to convince me that there is something disturbingly strange lurking here. But I don't believe for a moment that it is a manifestation of the horror which Williamson has described. A hitherto unclassified species of cephalopod, I'd say. Some repellent survival from the Upper Silurian. From what you have told me, it is clear that the creature is disgustingly like an octopus, and won't be pleasant to encounter. It was positively inhuman of you to suggest that I serve as bait. But you're armed, you know. You can riddle it with bullets. But didn't Williamson claim that the horror was impervious to that sort of thing? But you don't believe in Williamson's claims. You're convinced that the horror is protoplasmic." Simons gazed steadily into Jones's eyes. "But you believe that it is primordial and virtually indestructible," he exclaimed. Jones winced before the reproach in the other's gaze. He turned away and began nervously to pace the beach. "I swear to you that I am not sure," he said. "If I had been wholly sure, I would not have asked you to do this thing. And I only ask it now because there is so much at stake. The safety of a world, perhaps. If the horror has emerged once, it will emerge again, and it may make depredations. And you think that by dynamiting its lair?" Jones nodded. We can prevent it from returning to the depths from which it draws its sustenance. Freeze and destroy it, even if your bullets prove ineffective. I do not believe that it can exist for long on the Earth's crust. Williamson affirmed that when the surface of our globe cooled, it went tunneling in the depths. Apparently it cannot survive without more warmth than our temperature affords. Simons frowned. Precisely how do you intend to proceed? He inquired. I shall wait beneath the boardwalk till the creature has emerged from the sand. It will advance rapidly toward you, and when it is completely clear of its lair, I will press down the lever of the dynamite control. The charge which we laid this morning is of sufficient strength to blow its sanctuary to fragments. If the horror returns to the tunnel before the explosion occurs, it may escape unharmed, but we shall at least have clogged the passage so that no other horror can ascend by the same route. It is probable that some fissure or crack has opened far down within the globe's crust, and that some old, imprisoned horror of inner earth has emerged through it. I do not believe that we can actually destroy the fissure with dynamite, but it is quite possible that we can clog its upper levels. I believe that beneath the depression in the sand, which you see there, he gestured toward the spot where the horror had risen on the previous day, there extends an unbroken tunnel, a tunnel running down to incalculable depths and giving into a world of ghastly dimensions and unspeakable shapes, a veritable Gehenna of malign survivals from the earliest ages of the earth. 3. Simons had been sitting for 15 minutes on the stone when the monster rose into view. When he saw its vast, scaly bulk, he had a momentary impulse to rise and scream, to rise and run frantically toward the spot where his friend was standing. But by a tremendous effort of will, he conquered his agitation and waited with valiant fortitude for the horror to advance. Swiftly, the tentacles came gliding toward him over the sand. An odor, fetid and indescribable, surged from them, whilst from the revolting body to which they were attached came a hoarse gurgling sound, which gradually increased in volume until it drowned out the excited shouts of the watcher beneath the boardwalk. Soon the horror was within a foot of Simon's legs. Resolutely, holding his trepidation very firmly to him, the young man rose from the stone and levelled his revolver at the creature's head. 3 shots rang out in rapid sequence. The young man beneath the boardwalk almost bit his lips through in the intensity of his agitation. The shots had apparently pierced the hideous invader. Its great body heaved and trembled, and a purple froth gathered ghastly on its bulbous mouth. But it did not, as Jones had avidly hoped, retreat or collapse. Only for an instant was the progress of its tentacles arrested. Before Simons could so much as raise his arm to take aim again, they fastened tightly about his ankles, and he was jerked relentlessly toward the depression in the sand. The silence on the beach gave way to shrieks as the stricken youth dropped his revolver and clutched desperately at whatever might serve to impede the progress of the arms that were dragging him to annihilation. His hands fastened for an instant frantically about the base of a clump of beach grasses, but so terrifically potent was the force which animated the jelly-like tentacles that the weeds were torn from the sand, roots and all, and he was jerked forward with a hideous velocity. Beneath the boardwalk, Jones bent and laid his hand on the handle of the dynamite control. For an instant, he feared that he would lack the strength to shove the lever downward. A veritable cyclone of trepidation had him in its grip. Ribbons of sweat were running down his face, and his limbs were shaking in a most sickening fashion. He knew he hadn't an instant to lose, but somehow he couldn't press down the lever. Then, all at once, he looked up wildly for an instant, and saw his stricken friend limp and helpless in the monster's grasp. The sight so appalled him that he experienced a sudden access of turbulent, unreasoning energy, and down, with all the vigor in his lean body, he pushed the refractory lever. The explosion was thunderous. Thin, yellow flames seemed to dance for an instant in the air above the pit where the horror hovered. Then everything on the beach was wiped out in a billowy uprush of smoke and sand. Clear to the boardwalk the smoke swirled. High into the air shot a geyser of sand. Stones, too, were hurled upward, and dark fragments of less substantial shapes, amorphous and mutilated, dispersed in ascending crescents against the clear sky. With quaking knees, young Jones waited for the smoke to clear. Twice he attempted to cry out, but no sound came from his congested throat. He hoped desperately that his friend was safe, that he had been sufficiently far from the depression in the sand to escape the effects of the blast. His anxiety was soon appeased. A shout pierced the curtain of smoke, and young Simons came staggering toward him. His clothes were in tatters, and his face blackened almost beyond recognition. But his eyes glowed exultantly in their grime-rimmed orbits, and his speech, when it came, held paeans of praise. "You destroyed it," he shouted. "You blew the vile thing to fragments." He tottered to where his companion was standing, and sat down abruptly on the sand. "Nearly got me, too," he groaned. "The detonation was frightful. I thought I'd lost the top of my head. I had to feel for it." He smiled. "But I'm all right now. Will be in a moment. Just a little faint." Jones nodded. He was too overcome to be of much assistance, but he had sufficient presence of mind to withdraw from his coat pocket a small flask of brandy and hand it to the gasping man at his side. "That'll help," he murmured. "I'm glad we got it. Glad, damn glad." 15 minutes later, the two young men stood stoically on the sands and poked with a stick at a small fragment of black, putrescent jelly. "It's utterly lifeless," said Jones, "but I don't like the looks of it. See how it changes colour when I touch it? And it isn't as soft as it looks. I can indent it with the stick, but it's resistant, like putty, and hasn't anything like the flaccid fragility of such primitive protoplasmic tissue as one finds in most of the marine invertebrates. I'm actually inclined to believe that Williamson was right, and we have here something that transcends all normal experience." The tremor in his voice belied the measured detachment of his observations. All about him lay similar fragments, all that the explosion had spared of Professor Williamson's monster. An enormous mass of heaped-up debris clogged the entrance to the thing's lair, and the tide was coming in with a promise of merciful concealment for a ghastliness hideous to contemplate. Jones was working furiously with his stick to dislodge a hard object at the jelly's core. After a moment, he pried it loose and drew it across the sand till it was free of the clinging slime. Then, stooping, he picked it up and handed it to his friend. "Professor Williamson's watch," he said simply. Simons paled. "The thing has evidently this in common with us," said Jones. "It can only assimilate organic nourishment. It swallowed the watch, but retained it in an undigested state." "I wonder," murmured Simons, gazing with horror at the still unprobed fragments of jelly on the sand beside them, "if it can digest bones." Jones shuddered. "I suggest," he said with a grim finality, "that we let the tides give this uncleanliness a sea burial." "I still believe," said Simons, as they walked slowly back to the boardwalk, "that the creature was a cephalopod. Its arms were sheathed and hooked,
and it had the beaked head and tentacular agility of a true octopus, and its body was relatively compact and sack-like, another characteristic of the octopoda. It was more lean and angular and loathsome, I concede, than any known member of the genus, but I don't believe we need create a new classification for it. I propose we call it Octopus williamsoni. And I propose, said Jones solemnly, that we never breathe a word of what we saw here today. I do not intend to mutilate the minds of children by introducing to the world a horror more authentic and ghastly than the grimmest of fictional ogres. It is conceivable that Williamson would have wanted the facts made known, but Williamson was a colossal egoist intent only on self-vindication, and he had no scruples about inflicting his theories on people too delicately sensitive to bear them with equanimity. He had the scientist's ruthless disregard for the awful consequences that occasionally attend such premature revelations of revolting truths. I know that deep beneath the earth's crust there lurks a tangible and malign entity endowed with a hideous intelligence, and that science will eventually awake to the menace which its presence there implies. But I refuse to shoulder the responsibility of revealing what I know to a world that is at least comparatively sane. Rubbish, retorted Simons. It is a pity, he muttered, after a moment, that we didn't secure a photograph of the thing. No one will believe that it is even a new octopus without a photo.
The Horror in the Museum by H.P. Lovecraft. 1. It was languid curiosity which first brought Stephen Jones to Rogers' Museum. Someone had told him about the queer underground place in Southwark Street across the river, where waxen things so much more horrible than the worst effigies at Madame Tussaud's were shown, and he had strolled in one April day to see how disappointing he would find it. Oddly, he was not disappointed. There was something different and distinctive here, after all. Of course, the usual gory commonplaces were present. Landru, Dr. Crippen, Madame de Mears, Rizzio, Lady Jane Grey, endless maimed victims of war and revolution, and monsters like Gilles de Rais and Marquis de Sade. But there were other things which made him breathe faster and stay till the ringing of the closing bell. The man who had fashioned this collection could be no ordinary mountebank. There was imagination, even a kind of diseased genius, in some of this stuff. Later he had learned about George Rogers. The man had been on the Tussaud staff, but some trouble had developed which led to his discharge. There were aspersions on his sanity and tales of his crazy forms of secret worship, though latterly his success with his own basement museum had dulled the edge of some criticisms while sharpening the insidious point of others. Teratology and the iconography of nightmare were his hobbies, and even he had had the prudence to screen off some of his worst effigies in a special alcove for adults only. It was this alcove which had fascinated Jones so much. There were lumpish, hybrid things which only fantasy could spawn, moulded with devilish skill and coloured in a horribly lifelike fashion. Some were the figures of well-known myth, gorgons, chimeras, dragons, cyclops, and all their shuddersome congeners. Others were drawn from darker and more furtively whispered cycles of subterranean legend. Black, formless Sathagua, many-tentacled Cthulhu, Proboscidean Shogna Faun, and other rumoured blasphemies from forbidden books like the Necronomicon, the Book of Eibon, or the Unausbrechellichen Kulten of von Janst. But the worst were wholly original with Rogers, and represented shapes which no tale of antiquity had ever dared to suggest. Several were hideous parodies on forms of organic life we know, while others seemed taken from feverish dreams of other planets and other galaxies. The wilder paintings of Clark Ashton Smith might suggest a few, but nothing could suggest the effect of poignant, loathsome terror created by their great size and fiendishly cunning workmanship, and by the diabolically clever lighting conditions under which they were exhibited. Stephen Jones, as a leisurely connoisseur of the bizarre in art, had sought out Rogers himself in the dingy office and workroom behind the vaulted museum chamber, an evil-looking crypt lighted dimly by dusty windows set slit-like and horizontal in the brick wall on a level with the ancient cobblestones of a hidden courtyard. It was here that the images were repaired. Here, too, where some of them had been made. Waxen arms, legs, heads, and torsos lay in grotesque array on various benches, while on high tiers of shelves matted wigs, ravenous-looking teeth, and glassy, staring eyes were indiscriminately scattered. Costumes of all sorts hung from hooks, and in one alcove were great piles of flesh-coloured wax cakes and shelves filled with paint cans and brushes of every description. In the centre of the room was a large melting furnace used to prepare the wax for moulding, its firebox topped by a huge iron container on hinges, with a spout which permitted the pouring of melted wax with the merest touch of a finger. Other things in the dismal crypt were less describable, isolated parts of problematical entities whose assembled forms were the phantoms of delirium. At one end was a door of heavy plank, fastened by an unusually large padlock, and with a very peculiar symbol painted over it. Jones, who had once had access to the dreaded Necronomicon, shivered involuntarily as he recognized that symbol. The showman, he reflected, must indeed be a person of disconcertingly wide scholarship in dark and dubious fields. Nor did the conversation of Rogers disappoint him. The man was tall, lean, and rather unkempt, with large black eyes which gazed combustively from a pallid and usually stubble-covered face. He did not resent Jones's intrusion, but seemed to welcome the chance of unburdening himself to an interested person. His voice was of singular depth and resonance, and harboured a sort of repressed intensity bordering on the feverish. Jones did not wonder that many had thought him mad. With every successive call, and such calls became a habit as the weeks went by, Jones had found Rogers more communicative and confidential. From the first, there had been hints of strange faiths and practices on the showman's part, and later on these hints expanded into tales, despite a few odd corroborative photographs, whose extravagance was almost comic. It was sometime in June, on a night when Jones had brought a bottle of good whiskey and plied his host somewhat freely, that the really demented talk first appeared. Before that, there had been wild enough stories, accounts of mysterious trips to Tibet, the African interior, the Arabian desert, the Amazon Valley, Alaska, and certain little-known islands of the South Pacific, plus claims of having read such monstrous and half-fabulous books as the prehistoric narcotic fragments and the dole chants attributed to malign and non-human Leng. But nothing in all this had been so unmistakably insane as what had cropped out that June evening under the spell of the whiskey. To be plain, Rogers began making vague boasts of having found certain things in nature that no one had found before, and of having brought back tangible evidences of such discoveries. According to his bibulous harangue, he had gone farther than anyone else in interpreting the obscure and primal books he studied, and had been directed by them to certain remote places where strange survivals are hidden, survivals of eons and life cycles earlier than mankind, and in some cases connected with other dimensions and other worlds, communication with which was frequent in the forgotten pre-human days. Jones marvelled at the fancy which could conjure up such notions, and wondered just what Rogers' mental history had been. Had his work amidst the morbid grotesqueries of Madame Tussauds been the start of his imaginative flights, or was the tendency innate, so that his choice of occupation was merely one of its manifestations? At any rate, the man's work was very closely linked with his notions. Even now there was no mistaking the trend of his blackest hints about the nightmare monstrosities in the screened-off, adults-only alcove. Heedless of ridicule, he was trying to imply that not all of these demoniac abnormalities were artificial. It was Jones's frank skepticism and amusement at these irresponsible claims which broke up the growing cordiality. Rogers, it was clear, took himself very seriously, for he now became morose and resentful, continuing to tolerate Jones only through a dogged urge to break down his wall of urbane and complacent incredulity. Wild tales and suggestions of rites and sacrifices to nameless elder gods continued, and now and then Rogers would lead his guest to one of the hideous blasphemies in the screened-off alcove and point out features difficult to reconcile with even the finest human craftsmanship. Jones continued his visits through sheer fascination, though he knew he had forfeited his host's regard. At times he would try to humour Rogers with pretended assent to some mad hint or assertion, but the gaunt showman was seldom to be deceived by such tactics. The tension came to a head later in September. Jones had casually dropped into the museum one afternoon and was wandering through the dim corridors whose horrors were now so familiar when he heard a very peculiar sound from the general direction of Rogers' workroom. Others heard it too, and started nervously as the echoes reverberated through the great, vaulted basement. The three attendants exchanged odd glances, and one of them, a dark, taciturn, foreign-looking fellow who always served Rogers as a repairer and assistant designer, smiled in a way which seemed to puzzle his colleagues, and which grated very harshly on some facet of Jones's sensibilities. It was the yelp or scream of a dog, and was such a sound as could be made only under conditions of the utmost fright and agony combined. Its stark, anguished frenzy was appalling to hear, and in this setting of grotesque abnormality it held a double hideousness. Jones remembered that no dogs were allowed in the museum. He was about to go to the door leading into the workroom when the dark attendant stopped him with a word and a gesture. "Mr. Rogers," the man said in a soft, somewhat accented voice, at once apologetic and vaguely sardonic, was out, and there were standing orders to admit no one to the workroom during his absence. As for that yelp, it was undoubtedly something out in the courtyard behind the museum. This neighborhood was full of stray mongrels, and their fights were sometimes shockingly noisy. There were no dogs in any part of the museum, but if Mr. Jones wished to see Mr. Rogers, he might find him just before closing time. After this, Jones climbed the old stone steps to the street outside and examined the squalid neighborhood curiously. The leaning, decrepit buildings, once dwellings but now largely shops and warehouses, were very ancient indeed. Some of them were of a gabled type, seeming to go back to Tudor times, and a faint miasmatic stench hung subtly about the whole region. Beside the dingy house, whose basement held the museum, was a low archway pierced by a dark, cobbled alley, and this Jones entered in a vague wish to find the courtyard behind the workroom and settle the affair of the dog more comfortably in his mind. The courtyard was dim in the late afternoon light, hemmed in by rear walls even uglier and more intangibly menacing than the crumbling street facades of the evil old houses. Not a dog was in sight, and Jones wondered how the aftermath of such a frantic turmoil could have completely vanished so soon. Despite the assistant's statement that no dog had been in the museum, Jones glanced nervously at the three small windows of the basement workroom, narrow, horizontal rectangles close to the grass-grown pavement, with grimy panes that stared repulsively and incuriously like the eyes of dead fish. To their left, a worn flight of steps led to an opaque and heavily bolted door. Some impulse urged him to crouch low on the damp, broken cobblestones and peer in, on the chance that the thick green shades, worked by long cords that hung down to a reachable level, might not be drawn. The outer surfaces were thick with dirt, but as he rubbed them with his handkerchief he saw there was no obscuring curtain in the way of his vision. So shadowed was the cellar from the inside that not much could be made out, but the grotesque working paraphernalia now and then loomed up spectrally as Jones tried each of the windows in turn. It seemed evident at first that no one was within, yet when he peered through the extreme right-hand window, the one nearest the entrance alley, he saw a glow of light at the farther end of the apartment, which made him pause in bewilderment. There was no reason why any light should be there. It was an inner side of the room, and he could not recall any gas or electric fixture near that point. Another look defined the glow as a large vertical rectangle, and a thought occurred to him. It was in that direction that he had always noticed the heavy plank door with the abnormally large padlock, the door which was never opened, and above which was crudely smeared that hideous cryptic symbol from the fragmentary records of forbidden elder magic. It must be open now, and there was a light inside. All his former speculations as to where that door led and as to what lay behind it were now renewed with trebly disquieting force. Jones wandered aimlessly around the dismal locality till close to 6 o'clock, when he returned to the museum to make the call on Rogers. He could hardly tell why he wished so especially to see the man just then, but there must have been some subconscious misgivings about that terribly unplaceable canine scream of the afternoon, and about the glow of light in that disturbing and usually unopened inner doorway with the heavy padlock. The attendants were leaving as he arrived, and he thought that Orabona, the dark, foreign-looking assistant, eyed him with something like sly, repressed amusement. He did not relish that look, even though he had seen the fellow turn it on his employer many times. The vaulted exhibition room was ghoulish in its desertion, but he strode quickly through it and rapped at the door of the office and workroom. Response was slow in coming, though there were footsteps inside. Finally, in response to a second knock, the lock rattled, and the ancient 6-panelled portal creaked reluctantly open to reveal the slouching, feverish-eyed form of George Rogers. From the first, it was clear that the showman was in an unusual mood. There was a curious mixture of reluctance and actual gloating in his welcome, and his talk at once veered to extravagances of the most hideous and incredible sort. Surviving elder gods, nameless sacrifices, the other-than-artificial nature of some of the alcove horrors, all the usual boasts, but uttered in a tone of peculiarly increasing confidence. Obviously, Jones reflected, the poor fellow's madness was gaining on him. From time to time, Rogers would send furtive glances toward the heavy padlocked inner door at the end of the room, or toward a piece of coarse burlap on the floor not far from it, beneath which some small object appeared to be lying. Jones grew more nervous as the moments passed, and began to feel as hesitant about mentioning the afternoon's oddities as he had formerly been anxious to do so. Roger's sepulchrally resonant bass almost cracked under the excitement of his fevered rambling. "Do you remember," he shouted, "what I told you about that ruined city in Indochina where the Chochos lived? You had to admit I'd been there when you saw the photographs, even if you did think I made that oblong swimmer in darkness out of wax. If you'd seen it writhing in the underground pools as I did. Well, this is bigger still. I never told you about this, because I wanted to work out the later parts before making any claim. When you see the snapshots, you'll know the geography couldn't have been faked, and I fancy I have another way of proving that it isn't any waxed concoction of mine. You've never seen it, for the experiments wouldn't let me keep it on exhibition." The showman glanced queerly at the padlocked door. "It all comes from that long ritual in the 8th narcotic fragment. When I got it figured out, I saw it could only have one meaning. There were things in the north before the land of Lomar, before mankind existed, and this was one of them. He took us all the way to Alaska, and up the no-attack from Fort Morton. But the thing was there as we knew it would be. Great cyclopean ruins, acres of them. There was less left than we had hoped for, but after 3 million years, what could one expect? And weren't the Eskimo legends all in the right direction? We couldn't get one of the beggars to go with us, and had to sledge all the way back to Nome for Americans. Orabona was no good up in that climate. It made him sullen and hateful. I'll tell you later how we found it. When we got the ice blasted out of the pylons on the central ruin, the stairway was just as we knew it would be. Some carvings still there, and it was no trouble keeping the Yankees from following us in. Orabona shivered like a leaf. You'd never think it from the damned insolent way he struts around here. He knew enough of the Elder Law to be properly afraid. The eternal light was gone, but our torches showed enough. We saw the bones of others who had been before us, eons ago when the climate was warm. Some of these bones were of things you couldn't even imagine. At the third level down, we found the ivory throne the fragments said so much about, and I may as well tell you it wasn't empty. The thing on that throne didn't move, and we knew then that it needed the nourishment of sacrifice. But we didn't want to wake it then. Better to get it to London first. Orabona and I went to the surface for the big box, but when we had packed it, we couldn't get it up the 3 flights of steps. These steps weren't made for human beings, and their size bothered us. Anyway, it was devilish heavy. We had to have the Americans down to get it out. They weren't anxious to go into the place, but of course the worst thing was safely inside the box. We told them it was a batch of ivory carvings, archaeological stuff, and after seeing the carved throne, they probably believed us. It's a wonder why they didn't suspect hidden treasure and demand a share. They must have told queer tales around Nome later on, though I doubt if they ever went back to those ruins, even for the ivory throne. Rogers paused, felt around in his desk, and produced an envelope of good-sized photographic prints. Extracting one and laying it face down before him, he handed the rest to Jones. The set was certainly an odd one. Ice-clad hills, dog sledges, men in furs, and vast, tumbled ruins against a background of snow. Ruins whose bizarre outlines and enormous stone blocks could hardly be accounted for. One flashlight view showed an incredible interior chamber with wild carvings and a curious throne whose proportion could not have been designed for a human occupant. The carvings on the gigantic masonry, high walls, and peculiar vaulting overhead were mainly symbolic, and involved both wholly unknown designs and certain hieroglyphs darkly cited in obscene legends. Over the throne loomed the same dreadful symbol, which was now painted on the workroom wall above the padlocked plank door. Jones darted a nervous glance at the closed portal. Assuredly, Rogers had been to strange places and had seen strange things. Yet this mad interior picture might easily be a fraud, taken from a very clever stage setting. One must not be too credulous. But Rogers was continuing. Well, we shipped the box from Nome and got to London without any trouble. That was the first time we'd ever brought back anything that had a chance of coming alive. I didn't put it on display, because there were more important things to do for it. It needed the nourishment of sacrifice, for it was a god. Of course, I couldn't get it the sort of sacrifices which it used to have in its day, for such things don't exist now. But there were other things which might do. The blood is the life, you know. Even the lemurs and elementals that are older than the earth will come when the blood of men or beasts is offered under the right conditions. The expression on the narrator's face was growing very alarming and repulsive, so that Jones fidgeted involuntarily in his chair. Roger seemed to notice his guest's nervousness, and continued with a distinctly evil smile. It was last year that I got it, and ever since then I've been trying rites as sacrifices. Orabona hasn't been much help, for he's always against the idea of waking it. He hates it, probably because he's afraid of what it will come to mean. He carries a pistol all the time to protect himself. Fool, as if there were human protection against it. If I ever see him draw that pistol, I'll strangle him. He wanted me to kill it and make an effigy of it. But I've stuck by my plans, and I'm coming out on top in spite of all the cowards like Orabona and damned sniggering skeptics like you, Jones. I've chanted the rites and made certain sacrifices, and last week the transition came. The sacrifice was received and enjoyed." Rogers actually licked his lips, while Jones held himself uneasily rigid. The showman paused and rose, crossing the room to the piece of burlap at which he had glanced so often. Bending down, he took hold of one corner as he spoke again. "You've laughed enough at my work. Now it's time for you to get some facts. Urbana tells me you heard a dog screaming around here this afternoon. Do you know what that meant?" Jones started. For all his curiosity, he would have been glad to get out without further light on the point which had so puzzled him. But Rogers was inexorable and began to lift the square of burlap. Beneath it lay a crushed, almost shapeless mass, which Jones was slow to classify. Was it a once living thing which some agency had flattened, sucked dry of blood, punctured in 1,000 places, and wrung into a limp, broken-boned heap of grotesqueness? After a moment, Jones realized what it must be. It was what was left of a dog perhaps of considerable size and whitish color. Its breed was past recognition, for distortion had come in nameless and hideous ways. Most of the hair was burned off as by some pungent acid, and the exposed bloodless skin was riddled by innumerable circular wounds or incisions. The form of torture necessary to cause such results was past imagining. Electrified with a pure loathing which conquered his mounting disgust, Jones sprang up with a cry. "You damned sadist! You madman! You do a thing like this and dare to speak to a decent man?" Rogers dropped the burlap with a malignant sneer and faced his oncoming guest. His words held an unnatural calm. "Why, you fool, do you think I did this? Let us admit that the results are unbeautiful from our limited human standpoint. What of it? It is not human and does not pretend to be. To sacrifice is merely to offer. I gave the dog to it. What happened is its work, not mine. It needed the nourishment of the offering and took it in its own way. But let me show you what it looks like." As Jones stood hesitating, the speaker returned to his desk and took up the photograph he had laid face down without showing. Now he extended it with a curious look. Jones took it and glanced at it in an almost mechanical way. After a moment, the visitor's glance became sharper and more absorbed, for the utterly satanic force of the object depicted had an almost hypnotic effect. Certainly, Rogers had outdone himself in modelling the eldritch nightmare which the camera had caught. The thing was a work of sheer infernal genius, and Jones wondered how the public would react when it was placed on exhibition. So hideous a thing had no right to exist. Probably the mere contemplation of it, after it was done, had completed the unhinging of its maker's mind and led him to worship it with brutal sacrifices. Only a stout sanity could resist the insidious suggestion that the blasphemy was, or had once been, some morbid and exotic form of actual life. The thing in the picture squatted, or was balanced on what appeared to be a clever reproduction of the monstrously carved throne in the other curious photograph. To describe it with any ordinary vocabulary would be impossible, for nothing even roughly corresponding to it has ever come within imagination of sane mankind. It represented something meant perhaps to be roughly connected with the vertebrates of this planet, though one could not be too sure of that. Its bulk was cyclopean, for even squatted it towered to almost twice the height of Urbana, who was shown beside it. Looking sharply, one might trace its approximations toward the bodily features of the higher vertebrates. There was an almost globular torso, with 6 long, sinuous limbs terminating in crab-like claws. From the upper end, a subsidiary globe bulged forward bubble-like, its triangle of 3 staring fishy eyes, its foot-long and evidently flexible proboscis, and a distended lateral system analogous to gills, suggested that it was a head. Most of the body was covered with what at first appeared to be fur, but which on closer examination proved to be a dense growth of dark, slender tentacles or sucking filaments, each tipped with a mouth suggesting the head of an asp. On the head and below the proboscis, the tentacles tended to be longer and thicker, and marked with spiral stripes, suggesting the traditional serpent locks of Medusa. To say that such a thing could have an expression seems paradoxical, yet Jones felt that that triangle of bulging fish eyes and that obliquely poised proboscis all bespoke a blend of hate, greed, and sheer cruelty incomprehensible to mankind, because mixed with other emotions not of the world or this solar system. Into this bestial abnormality, he reflected, Rogers must have poured at once all his malignant insanity and all his uncanny sculptural genius. The thing was incredible, and yet the photograph proved that it existed. Rogers interrupted his reveries. "Well, what do you think of it? Now do you wonder what crushed the dog and sucked it dry with 1,000,000 mouths? It needed nourishment, and it will need more. It is a god, and I am the first priest of its latter-day hierarchy. Yah, Shub-Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young." Jones lowered the photograph in disgust and pity. "See here, Rogers, this won't do. There are limits, you know. It's a great piece of work and all that, but it isn't good for you. Better not see it anymore. Let Orabona break it up and try to forget about it. And let me tear this beastly picture up, too." With a snarl, Roger snatched the photograph and returned it to the desk. "Idiot, you! And you still think it's all a fraud? You still think I made it? And you still think my figures are nothing but lifeless wax? Why, damn you, you're a worse clod than a wax image yourself. But I've got proof this time, and you're going to know. Not just now, for it is resting after the sacrifice, but later. Oh, yes, you will not doubt the power of it then." As Rogers glanced toward the padlocked inner door, Jones retrieved his hat and stick from a nearby bench. "Very well, Rogers. Let it be later. I must be going now, but I'll call around tomorrow afternoon. Think my advice over and see if it doesn't sound sensible. Ask Orabona what he thinks, too." Rogers actually bared his teeth in wild beast fashion. "Must be going now, eh? Afraid, after all. Afraid, for all your bold talk. You say the effigies are only wax, and yet you run away when I begin to prove that they aren't. You're like the fellows who take my standing bet that they daren't spend the night in the museum. They come boldly enough, but after an hour they shriek and hammer to get out. Want me to ask Orabona, eh? You two, always against me. You want to break down the coming earthly reign of it." Jones preserved his calm. "No, Rogers, there's nobody against you. And I'm not afraid of your figures either, much as I admire your skill. But we're both a bit nervous tonight, and I fancy some rest will do us good." Again Rogers checked his guest's departure. "Not afraid, eh? Then why are you so anxious to go? Look here, do you or don't you dare to stay alone here in the dark? What's your hurry if you don't believe in it?" Some new idea seemed to have struck Rogers, and Jones eyed him closely. "Why, I've no special hurry, but what would be gained by my staying here alone? What would it prove? My only objection is that it isn't very comfortable for sleeping. What good would it do either of us?" This time it was Jones who was struck with an idea. He continued in a tone of conciliation. "See here, Rogers. I've just asked you what it would prove if I stayed, when we both know. It would prove that your effigies are just effigies, and that you ought not to let your imagination go the way it's been going lately. Suppose I do stay. If I stick it out till morning, will you agree to take a new view of things? Go on a vacation for 3 months or so and let Orabona destroy that new thing of yours? Come now, isn't that fair?" The expression on the showman's face was hard to read. It was obvious that he was thinking quickly, and that of sundry conflicting emotions, malign triumph was getting the upper hand. His voice held a choking quality as he replied, "Fair enough. If you do stick it out, I'll take your advice. But stick you must. We'll go out for dinner and come back. I'll lock you in the display room and go home. In the morning I'll come down ahead of Orabona. He comes half an hour before the rest, and see how you are. But don't try it unless you are very sure of your skepticism. Others have backed out. You have that chance. And I suppose a pounding on the outer door would always bring a constable. You may not like it so well after a while. You'll be in the same building, though not in the same room with it. As they left the rear door into the dingy courtyard, Rogers took with him the piece of burlap, weighted with a gruesome burden. Near the centre of the court was a manhole, whose cover the showman lifted quietly, and with a shuddersome suggestion of familiarity. Burlap and all, the burden went down to the oblivion of a cloacal labyrinth. Jones shuddered, and almost shrank from the gaunt figure at his side as they emerged into the street. By unspoken mutual consent, they did not dine together, but agreed to meet in front of the museum at 11. Jones hailed a cab, and breathed more freely when he had crossed Waterloo Bridge and was approaching the brilliantly lighted Strand. He dined at a quiet cafe, and subsequently went to his home in Portland Place to bathe and get a few things. Idly he wondered what Rogers was doing. He had heard that the man had a vast, dismal house in the Walworth Road, full of obscure and forbidden books, occult paraphernalia, and wax images which he did not choose to place on exhibition. Orabona, he understood, lived in separate quarters in the same house. At 11, Jones found Rogers waiting by the basement door in Southwark Street. Their words were few, but each seemed taut with a menacing tension. They agreed that the vaulted exhibition room alone should form the scene of the vigil, and Rogers did not insist that the watcher sit in the special adult alcove of supreme horrors. The showman, having extinguished all the lights with switches in the workroom, locked the door of that crypt with one of the keys on his crowded ring. Without shaking hands, he passed out the street door, locked it after him, and stamped up the worn steps to the sidewalk outside. As his tread receded, Jones realized that the long, tedious vigil had commenced. Two. Later, in the utter blackness of the great arched cellar, Jones cursed the childish naivety which had brought him there. For the first half-hour he had kept flashing on his pocket light at intervals, but now, just sitting in the dark on one of the visitors' benches had become a more nerve-wracking thing. Every time the beam shot out, it lighted up some morbid, grotesque object, a guillotine, a nameless hybrid monster, a pasty-bearded face crafty with evil, a body with red torrents streaming from a severed throat. Jones knew that no sinister reality was attached to these things, but after that first half-hour he preferred not to see them. Why he had bothered to humour that madman he could scarcely imagine. It would have been much simpler merely to have let him alone, or to have called in a mental specialist. Probably, he reflected, it was the fellow feeling of one artist for another. There was so much genius in Rogers that he deserved every possible chance to be helped quietly out of his growing mania. Any man who could imagine and construct the incredibly lifelike things that he had produced was surely not far from actual greatness. He had the fancy of a Syme or a Doré joined to the minute scientific craftsmanship of a Blatchka. Indeed, he had done for the world of nightmare what the Blatchkas with their marvellously accurate plant models of finely wrought and colour glass had done for the world of botany. At midnight, the strokes of a distant clock filtered through the darkness, and Jones felt cheered by the message from a still surviving outside world. The vaulted museum chamber was like a tomb, ghastly in its utter solitude. Even a mouse would be cheering company, yet Rogers had once boasted that, for certain reasons, as he said, no mice or even insects ever came near the place. That was very curious, yet it seemed to be true. The deadness and silence were virtually complete. If only something would make a sound. He shuffled his feet, and the echoes came spectrally out of the absolute stillness. He coughed, but there was something mocking in the staccato reverberations. He could not, he vowed, begin talking to himself. That meant nervous disintegration. Time seemed to pass with abnormal and disconcerting slowness. He could have sworn that hours had elapsed since he last flashed the light on his watch, yet there was only the stroke of midnight. He wished that his senses were not so preternaturally keen. Something in the darkness and stillness seemed to have sharpened them, so that they responded to faint intimations hardly strong enough to be called true impressions. His ears seemed at times to catch a faint, elusive susurrus which could not quite be identified with the nocturnal hum of the squalid streets outside, and he thought of vague, irrelevant things like the music of the spheres and the unknown, inaccessible life of alien dimensions pressing on our own. Rogers often speculated about such things. The floating specks of light in his blackness-drowned eyes seemed inclined to take on curious symmetries of pattern and motion. He had often wondered about those strange rays from the unplumbed abyss which scintillate before us in the absence of all earthly illumination, but he had never known any that behaved just as these were behaving. They lacked the restful aimlessness of ordinary light specks, suggesting some will and purpose remote from any terrestrial conception. Then there was that suggestion of odd stirrings. Nothing was open, yet in spite of the general draughtlessness, Jones felt that the air was not uniformly quiet. There were intangible variations in pressure, not quite decided enough to suggest the loathsome pawings of unseen elementals. It was abnormally chilly, too. He did not like any of this. The air tasted salty, as if it were mixed with the brine of dark subterranean waters, and there was a bare hint of some odour of ineffable mustiness. In the daytime he had never noticed that the waxen figures had an odour. Even now that half-received hint was not the way wax figures ought to smell. It was more like the faint smell of specimens in a natural history museum. Curious, in view of Roger's claims that his figures were not all artificial. Indeed, it was probably that claim which made one's imagination conjure up the olfactory suspicion. One must guard against excesses of the imagination. Had not such things driven poor Rogers mad? But the utter loneliness of this place was frightful. Even the distant chime seemed to come from across cosmic gulfs. It made Jones think of that insane picture which Rogers had showed him, the wildly carved chamber with the cryptic throne, which the fellow had claimed was part of a 3-million-year-old ruin in the shunned and inaccessible solitudes of the Arctic. Perhaps Rogers had been to Alaska, but that picture was certainly nothing but stage scenery. It couldn't normally be otherwise, with all that carving and those terrible symbols. And that monstrous shape supposed to have been found on that throne, what a flight of diseased fancy. Jones wondered just how far he actually was from the insane masterpiece in wax. Probably it was kept behind that heavy padlocked plank door leading somewhere out of the workroom. But it would never do to brood about a waxen image. Was not the present room full of such things, some of them scarcely less horrible than the dreadful It? And beyond a thin canvas screen on the left was the adult's only alcove with its nameless phantoms of delirium. The proximity of the numberless waxen shapes began to get on Jones's nerves more and more as the quarter hours wore on. He knew the museum so well that he could not get rid of their usual images, even in the total darkness. Indeed, the darkness had the effect of adding to the remembered images certain very disturbing, imaginative overtones. The guillotine seemed to creak, and the bearded face of Landru, slayer of his 50 wives, twisted itself into expressions of monstrous menace. From the severed throat of Madame de Mears, a hideous bubbling sound seemed to emanate, while the headless, legless victim of a trunk murder tried to edge closer and closer on its gory stumps. Jones began shutting his eyes to see if that would dim the images, but found it was useless.
Besides, when he shut his eyes, the strange, purposeful patterns of light specks became more disturbingly pronounced. Then, suddenly, he began trying to keep the hideous images he had formerly been trying to banish. He tried to keep them because they were giving place to still more hideous ones. In spite of himself, his memory began reconstructing the utterly non-human blasphemies that lurked in the obscurer corners, and these lumpish hybrid growths oozed and wriggled toward him, as though hunting him down in a circle. Black Sathagur moulded itself from a toad-like gargoyle to a long, sinuous line with hundreds of rudimentary feet, and a lean, rubbery night-gaunt spread its wings as if to advance and smother the watcher. Jones braced himself to keep from screaming. He knew he was reverting to the traditional terrors of his childhood, and resolved to use his adult reason to keep the phantoms at bay. It helped a bit, he found, to flash the light again. Frightful as were the images it showed, these were not as bad as what his fancy called out of the utter blackness. But there were drawbacks. Even in the light of his torch he could not help suspecting a slight, furtive trembling on the part of the canvas partition screening off the terrible adults-only alcove. He knew what lay beyond, and shivered. Imagination called up the shocking form of fabulous Yog-Sothoth, only a congeries of iridescent globes, yet stupendous in its malign suggestiveness. What was this accursed mass slowly floating toward him and bumping on the partition that stood in the way? A small bulge in the canvas far to the right suggested the sharp horn of Nofka, the hairy myth-thing of the Greenland ice, that walked sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4, and sometimes on 6. To get this stuff out of his head, Jones walked boldly toward the hellish alcove with torch burning steadily. Of course, none of his fears was true. Yet were not the long, facial tentacles of great Cthulhu actually swaying, slowly and insidiously? He knew they were flexible, but he had not realized that the draft caused by his advance was enough to set them in motion. Returning to his former seat outside the alcove, he shut his eyes and let the symmetrical light specks do their worst. The distant clock boomed a single stroke. Could it be only 1? He flashed the light on his watch and saw that it was precisely that hour. It would be hard indeed waiting for morning. Rogers would be down at about 8 o'clock, ahead of even Orabona. It would be light outside in the main basement long before that, but none of it could penetrate here. All the windows in this basement had been bricked up, but the 3 small ones facing the court. A pretty bad weight, all told. His ears were getting most of the hallucinations now, for he could swear he heard stealthy, plodding footsteps in the workroom beyond the closed and locked door. He had no business thinking of that unexhibited horror which Rogers called it. The thing was a contamination. It had driven its maker mad, and now even its picture was calling up imaginative terrors. It could not be in the workroom. It was very obviously beyond that padlocked door of heavy planking. Those steps were certainly pure imagination. Then he thought he heard the key turn in the workroom door. Flashing on his torch, he saw nothing but the ancient 6-paneled portal in its proper position. Again he tried darkness and closed eyes, but there followed a harrowing illusion of creaking. Not the guillotine this time, but the slow, furtive opening of the workroom door. He would not scream. Once he screamed, he would be lost. There was a sort of padding or shuffling audible now, and it was slowly advancing toward him. He must retain command of himself. Had he not done so when the nameless brain shapes tried to close in on him? The shuffling crept nearer, and his resolution failed. He did not scream, but merely gulped out a challenge. "Who goes there? Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer, but the shuffling kept on. Jones did not know which he feared most to do,
turn on his flashlight, or stay in the dark while the thing crept upon him. This thing was different, he felt profoundly, from the other terrors of the evening. His fingers and throat worked spasmodically. Silence was impossible, and the suspense of utter blackness was beginning to be the most intolerable of all conditions. Again, he cried out hysterically, "Halt! Who goes there?" as he switched on the revealing beams of his torch. Then, paralyzed by what he saw, he dropped the flashlight and screamed, not once, but many times. Shuffling toward him in the darkness was the gigantic, blasphemous form of a black thing, not wholly ape and not wholly insect. Its hide hung loosely upon its frame, and its rugose, dead-eyed rudiment of a head swayed drunkenly from side to side. Its forepaws were extended, with talons spread wide, and its whole body was taut with murderous malignity, despite its utter lack of facial expression. After the screams and the final coming of darkness, it leaped, and in a moment had Jones pinned to the floor. There was no struggle, for the watcher had fainted. Jones's fainting spell could not have lasted more than a moment, for the nameless thing was apishly dragging him through the darkness when he began recovering consciousness. What started him fully awake were the sounds which the thing was making, or rather the voice with which it was making them. That voice was human, and it was familiar. Only one living being could be behind the hoarse, feverish accents which were chanting to an unknown horror. "Yah! Yah!" it was howling. "I am coming, O Rantagoth, coming with the nourishment. You have waited long and fed ill, but now you shall have what was promised. That and more, for instead of Orabona it will be one of high degree who had doubted you. You shall crush and drain him with all his doubts, and grow strong thereby. And ever after among men he shall be shown as a monument to your glory. Rantagoth, infinite and invincible, I am your slave and high priest. You are hungry, and I provide. I read the sign and have led you forth. I shall feed you with blood, and you shall feed me with power. Yah, Shabna Gorath, the goat with 1,000 young." In an instant all the terrors of the night dropped from Jones like a discarded cloak. He was again master of his mind, for he knew the very earthly and material peril he had to deal with. This was no monster of fable, but a dangerous madman. It was Rogers, dressed in some nightmare covering of his own insane designing, and about to make a frightful sacrifice to the devil god he had fashioned out of wax. Clearly, he must have entered the workroom from the rear courtyard, donned his disguise, and then advanced to seize his neatly trapped and fear-broken victim. His strength was prodigious, and if he was to be thwarted, one must act quickly. Counting on the madman's confidence in his unconsciousness, he determined to take him by surprise, while his grasp was relatively lax. The feel of a threshold told him he was crossing into the pitch-black workroom. With the strength of mortal fear, Jones made a sudden spring from the half-recumbent posture in which he was being dragged. For an instant, he was free of the astonished maniac's hands, and in another instant a lucky lunge in the dark had put his own hands at his captor's weirdly concealed throat. Simultaneously, Rogers gripped him again, and without further preliminaries, the two were locked in a desperate struggle of life and death. Jones's athletic training without doubt was his sole salvation, for his mad assailant, freed from every inhibition of fair play, decency, or even self-preservation, was an engine of savage destruction as formidable as a wolf or panther. Guttural cries sometimes punctured the hideous tussle in the dark. Blood spurted, clothing ripped, and Jones at last felt the actual throat of the maniac, shorn of its spectral mask. He spoke not a word, but put every ounce of energy into the defense of his life. Rogers kicked, gouged, butted, bit, clawed, and spat, he had found strength to yelp out actual sentences at times. Most of his speech was in a ritualistic jargon full of references to it or ran to goth, and to Jones's overwrought nerves it seemed as if the cries echoed from an infinite distance of demoniac snortings and bayings. Toward the last, they were rolling on the floor, overturning benches or striking against the walls and the brick foundations of the central melting furnace. Up to the very end, Jones could not be certain of saving himself, but chance finally intervened in his favor. A jab of his knee against Roger's chest produced a general relaxation, and a moment later he knew he had won. Though hardly able to hold himself up, Jones rose and stumbled about the wall, seeking the light switch, for his flashlight was gone, together with most of his clothing. As he lurched along, he dragged his limp opponent with him, fearing a sudden attack when the madman came to. Finding the switchbox, he fumbled till he had the right handle. Then, as the wildly disordered workroom burst into sudden radiance, he set about binding Rogers with such cords and belts as he could easily find. The fellow's disguise, or what was left of it, seemed to be made of a puzzlingly queer sort of leather. For some reason it made Jones's flesh crawl to touch it, and there seemed to be an alien, rusty odor about it. In the normal clothes beneath it was Roger's keyring, and this the exhausted victor seized as his final passport to freedom. The shades at the small, slit-like windows were all securely drawn, and he let them remain so. Washing off the blood of battle at a convenient sink, Jones donned the most ordinary-looking and least ill-fitting clothes he could find on the costume hooks. Testing the door to the courtyard, he found it fastened with a spring lock, which did not require a key from the inside. He kept the keyring, however, to admit him on his return with aid, for plainly the thing to do was to call in an alienist. There was no telephone in the museum, but it would not take long to find an all-night restaurant or chemist shop where one could be had. He had almost opened the door to go when a torrent of hideous abuse from across the room told him that Rogers, whose visible injuries were confined to a long, deep scratch down the left cheek, had regained consciousness. "Fool! Spawn of North Yiddick and effluvium of Catan, son of the dogs that howl in the maelstrom of Azathoth. You would have been sacred and immortal, and now you are betraying it and its priest. Beware, for it is hungry. It would have been Horrobona, that damned treacherous dog ready to turn against me in it, but I gave you the first honor instead. Now you must both beware, for it is not gentle without its priest. Ja, vengeance is at hand. Do you know you would have been immortal? Look at the furnace. There is a fire ready to light, and there is wax in the kettle. I would have done with you as I have done with other once-living forms. Hey, you who have vowed all my effigies are waxen, would have become a waxen effigy yourself. The furnace was all ready. When it had had its fill, and you were like that dog I showed you, I would have made your flattened, punctured fragments immortal. Wax would have done it. Haven't you said I'm a great artist? Wax in every pore, wax over every square inch of you. Ya! And ever after the world would have looked at your mangled carcass and wondered how I ever imagined and made such a thing. Hey, and Horrobona would have come next, and others after him, and thus would my waxen family have grown. Dog, do you still think I made all my effigies? Why not say preserved? You know by this time the strange places I've been to, and the strange things I brought back. Coward! You could never face the dimensional shambler whose hide I put on to scare you. The mere sight of it alive, or even the full-fledged thought of it, would kill you instantly with fright. Ya! It waits hungry for the blood that is the life. Rogers, propped against the wall, swayed to and fro in his bonds. See here, Jones. If I let you go, will you let me go? It must be taken care of by its high priest. Horrobona will be enough to keep it alive, and when he is finished, I will make his fragments immortal in wax for the world to see.
It could have been you, but you have rejected the honour. I won't bother you again. Let me go, and I will share with you the power that it will bring me. Ja, great is Rantagoth. Let me go! Let me go! It is starving down there beyond that door. And if it dies, the old ones can never come back. Hey, let me go!
Jones merely shook his head, though the hideousness of the showman's imaginings revolted him. Rogers, now staring wildly at the padlocked plank door, thumped his head again and again against the brick wall and kicked with his tightly bound ankles. Jones was afraid he would injure himself, and advanced to bind him more firmly to some stationary object. Writhing, Rogers edged away from him and set up a series of frenetic ululations whose utter monstrous unhumanness was appalling, and whose sheer volume was almost incredible. It seemed impossible that any human throat could produce noises so loud and piercing, and Jones felt that if this continued there would be no need to telephone for aid. It could not be long before a constable would investigate, even granting that there were no listening neighbours in this deserted warehouse district.
Zaye!
Howled the madman.
Kahaboil! Rantagoth! Cthulhu Fatagan! Hey! Rantagoth!
The tautly trussed creature, who had started squirming his way across the littered floor, now reached the padlocked plank door and commenced knocking his head thunderously against it. Jones dreaded the task of binding him further, and wished he were not so exhausted from the previous struggle. This violent aftermath was getting hideously on his nerves, and he began to feel a return of the nameless qualms he had felt in the dark. Everything about Rogers and his museum was so hellishly morbid and suggestive of black vistas beyond life. It was loathsome to think of the waxen masterpiece of abnormal genius which must at this very moment be lurking close at hand in the blackness beyond the heavy padlocked door. And now something happened which sent an additional chill down Jones's spine, and caused every hair, even the tiny growth on the backs of his hands, to bristle with a vague fright beyond classification. Rogers had suddenly stopped screaming and beating his head against the stout plank door, and was straining up to a sitting posture, head cocked on one side as if listening intently for something. All at once, a smile of devilish triumph overspread his face, and he began speaking intelligibly again, this time in a hoarse whisper, contrasting oddly with his former stentorian howling. "Listen, fool. Listen hard. It has heard me, and is coming. Can't you hear it splashing out of its tank down there at the end of the runway? Oh, I dug it deep, because there was nothing too good for it. It is amphibious, you know. You saw the gills in the picture. It came to the earth from lead-grey Yugoth, where the cities are under the warm, deep sea. It can't stand up in there, too tall, has to sit or crouch. Let me get my keys. We must let it out and kneel down before it. Then we will go out and find a dog or cat or perhaps a drunken man to give it the nourishment it needs." It was not what the madman said, but the way he said it, that disorganized Jones so badly. The utter, insane confidence and sincerity in that crazed whisper were damnably contagious. Imagination, with such a stimulus, could find an active menace in the devilish wax figure that lurked unseen just beyond the heavy planking. Eyeing the door in unholy fascination, Jones noticed that it bore several distinct cracks, though no marks of violent treatment were visible on this side. He wondered how large a room or closet lay behind it, and how the waxen figure was arranged. The maniac's idea of a tank and runway was as clever as all his other imaginings. Then, in one terrible instant, Jones completely lost the power to draw a breath. The leather belt he had seized for Roger's further strapping fell from his limp hands,
and a spasm of shivering convulsed him from head to foot. He might have known the place would drive him mad, as it had driven Rogers, and now he was mad. He was mad, for he now harboured hallucinations more weird than any which had assailed him earlier that night. The madman was bidding him hear the splashing of a mythical monster in a tank beyond the door. And now, God help him, he did hear it. Rogers saw the spasm of horror reach Jones's face and transform it to a staring mask of fear. He cackled. At last, fool, you believe. At last, you know. You hear it, and it comes. Get me my keys, fool. We must do homage and serve it. But Jones was past paying attention to any human words, mad or sane. Phobic paralysis held him immobile and half-conscious, with wild images racing phantasmagorically through his helpless imagination. There was a splashing. There was a padding or shuffling, as of great wet paws on a solid surface. Something was approaching. Into his nostrils, from the cracks in that nightmare plank door, poured a noisome animal stench like and yet unlike that of the mammal cages at the zoological gardens in Regent's Park. He did not know now whether Rogers was talking or not. Everything real had faded away, and he was a statue obsessed with dreams and hallucinations so unnatural that they became almost objective and remote from him. He thought he heard a sniffing or snorting from the unknown gulf beyond the door, and when a sudden baying, trumpeting noise assailed his ears, he could not feel sure that it came from the tightly bound maniac whose image swam uncertainly in his shaken vision. The photograph of that accursed, unseen wax thing persisted in floating through his consciousness. Such a thing had no right to exist. Had it not driven him mad? Even as he reflected, a fresh evidence of madness beset him. Something, he thought, was fumbling with the latch of the heavy padlocked door. It was patting and pawing and pushing at the planks. There was a thudding on the stout wood, which grew louder and louder. The stench was horrible, and now the assault on that door from the inside was a malign, determined pounding like the strokes of a battering ram. There was an ominous cracking, a splintering, a welling fetor, a falling plank, a black paw ending in a crab-like claw. "Help! Help! God help me!" With intense effort, Jones is today able to recall a sudden bursting of his fear paralysis into the liberation of frenzied automatic flight. What he evidently did must have paralleled curiously the wild, plunging flights of maddest nightmares, for he seems to have leaped across the disordered crypt at almost a single bound, yanked open the outside door, which closed and locked itself after him with a clatter, sprung up the worn stone steps 3 at a time, and raced frantically and aimlessly out of that dank, cobblestoned court and through the squalid streets of Southwark. Here the memory ends. Jones does not know how he got home. There is no evidence of his having hired a cab. Probably he raced all the way by blind instinct, over Waterloo Bridge, along the Strand and Charing Cross, and up Haymarket and Regent Street to his own neighbourhood. He still had on the queer melange of museum costumes when he grew conscious enough to call the doctor. A week later, the nerve specialist allowed him to leave his bed and walk in the open air. But he had not told the specialists much. Over his whole experience hung a pall of madness and nightmare, and he felt that silence was the only course. When he was up, he scanned intently all the papers which had accumulated since that hideous night, but found no reference to anything queer at the museum. How much, after all, had been reality? Where did reality end and morbid dream begin? Had his mind gone wholly to pieces in that dark exhibition chamber? And had the whole fight with Rogers been a phantasm of fever? It would help to put him on his feet if he could settle some of these maddening points. He must have
seen that damnable photograph of the wax image called It. For no brain but Rogers could ever have conceived such a blasphemy. It was a fortnight before he dared to enter Southwark Street again. He went in the middle of the morning, when there was the greatest amount of sane, wholesome activity around the ancient, crumbling shops and warehouses. The museum sign was still there, and as he approached he saw that the place was open. The gateman nodded in a pleasant recognition as he summoned up the courage to enter, and in the vaulted chamber below an attendant touched his cap cheerfully. Perhaps everything had been a dream. Would he dare to knock at the door of the workroom and look for Rogers? Then Orabona advanced to greet him. His dark, sleek face was a trifle sardonic, but Jones felt that he was not unfriendly. He spoke with a trace of accent. "Good morning, Mr. Jones. It is some time since we have seen you here. Did you wish Mr. Rogers? I'm sorry, but he is away. He had word of business in America and had to go. Yes, it was very sudden. I'm in charge now, here and at the house. I try to maintain Mr. Rogers' high standard till he is back." The foreigner smiled, perhaps from affability alone. Jones scarcely knew how to reply, but managed to mumble out a few inquiries about the day after his last visit. Orabona seemed greatly amused by the questions, and took considerable care in framing his replies. "Oh, yes, Mr. Jones, the 28th of last month. I remember it for many reasons. In the morning, before Mr. Rogers got here, you understand, I found the workroom in quite a mess. There was a great deal of cleaning up to do. There had been late work, you see. Important new specimen given its secondary baking process. I took complete charge when I came. It was a hard specimen to prepare, but of course Mr. Rogers has taught me a great deal. He is, as you know, a very great artist. When he came, he helped me complete the specimen. Helped very materially, I assure you, but he left soon without even greeting the men. As I tell you, he was called away suddenly. There were important chemical reactions involved. They made loud noises. In fact, some teamsters in the court outside fancied they heard several pistol shots. A very amusing idea. As for the new specimen, that matter is very unfortunate. It is a great masterpiece, designed and made, you understand, by Mr. Rogers. He will see about it when he gets back." Again, Orabona smiled. "The police, you know. We put it on display a week ago, and there were 2 or 3 faintings. One poor fellow had an epileptic fit in front of it. You see, it is a trifle stronger than the rest. Larger, for one thing. Of course, it was in the adult alcove. The next day, a couple of men from Scotland Yard looked it over and said it was too morbid to be shown. Said we'd have to remove it. It was a tremendous shame, such a masterpiece of art, but I didn't feel justified in appealing to the courts in Mr. Rogers' absence. He would not like so much publicity with the police now, but when he gets back... For some reason or other, Jones felt a mounting tide of uneasiness and repulsion. But Orabona was continuing. "You are a connoisseur, Mr. Jones. I am sure I violate no law in offering you a private view. It may be subject, of course, to Mr. Rogers' wishes that we shall destroy the specimen some day, but that would be a crime." Jones had a powerful impulse to refuse the sight and flee precipitately, but Orabona was leading him forward by the arm with an artist's enthusiasm. The adult alcove, crowded with nameless horrors, held no visitors. In the farther corner, a large niche had been curtained off, and to this the smiling assistant advanced. "You must know, Mr. Jones, that the title of this specimen is The Sacrifice to Rantagoth." Jones started violently, but Orabona appeared not to notice. "The shapeless, colossal god is a feature in certain obscure legends which Mr. Rogers has studied. All nonsense, of course, as you so often assured Mr. Rogers. It is supposed to have come from outer space, and to have lived in the Arctic 3 million years ago. It treated its sacrifices rather peculiarly and horribly, as you shall see. Mr. Rogers had made it fiendishly lifelike, even to the face of the victim. Now, trembling violently, Jones clung to the brass railing in front of the curtained niche. He almost reached out to stop Orabona when he saw the curtain beginning to swing aside, but some conflicting impulse held him back. The foreigner smiled triumphantly. "Behold!" Jones reeled in spite of his grip on the railing. God. Great God. Fully 10 feet high, despite a shambling, crouching attitude expressive of infinite cosmic malignancy, a monstrosity of unbelievable horror was shown, starting forward from a cyclopean ivory throne covered with grotesque carvings. In the central pair of its 6 legs it bore a crushed, flattened, distorted, bloodless thing, riddled with 1,000,000 punctures, and in places seared, as with some pungent acid. Only the mangled head of the victim, lolling upside down at one side, revealed that it represented something once human. The monster itself needed no title for one who had seen a certain hellish photograph. That damnable print had been all too faithful, yet it could not carry the full horror which lay in the gigantic actuality. The globular torso, the bubble-like suggestion of a head, the 3 fishy eyes, the foot-long proboscis, the bulging gills, the monstrous capillation of asp-like suckers, the 6 sinuous limbs with their black paws and crab-like claws. God! The familiarity of that black paw ending in a crab-like claw. Orabona's smile was utterly damnable. Jones choked and stared at the hideous exhibit with a mounting fascination which perplexed and disturbed him. What half-revealed horror was holding and forcing him to look longer and search out details? This had driven Rogers mad. Rogers, supreme artist, said they weren't artificial. Then he localized the thing that held him. It was the crushed, waxen victim's lolling head, and something that it implied. This head was not entirely devoid of a face, and that face was familiar. It was like the mad face of poor Rogers. Jones peered closer, hardly knowing why he was driven to do so. Wasn't it natural for a mad egotist to mold his own features into his masterpiece? Was there anything more that subconscious vision had seized on and suppressed in sheer terror? The wax of the mangled face had been handled with boundless dexterity. Those punctures, how perfectly they reproduced the myriad wounds somehow inflicted on that poor dog. But there was something more. On the left cheek one could trace an irregularity which seemed outside the general scheme, as if the sculptor had sought to cover up a defect of his first modelling. The more Jones looked at it, the more mysteriously it horrified him. And then, suddenly, he remembered a circumstance which brought his horror to a head. That night of hideousness, the tussle, the bound madman, and the long, deep scratch down the left cheek of the actual living Rogers. Jones, releasing his desperate clutch on the railing, sank in a total faint. Orabona continued to smile.
My Father, the Cat, by Henry Sleazer. My mother was a lovely, delicate woman from the coast of Brittany, who was miserable sleeping on less than 3 mattresses, and who, it is said, was once injured by a falling leaf in her garden. My grandfather, a descendant of the French nobility whose family had ridden the tumbrils of the Revolution, tended her fragile body and spirit with the same loving care given rare, brief-blooming flowers.
You may imagine from this his attitude concerning marriage. He lived in terror of the vulgar, heavy-handed man who would one day win my mother's heart, and at last this persistent dread killed him. His concern was unnecessary, however, for my mother chose a suitor who was as free of mundane brutality as a husband could be. Her choice was Dauphin, a remarkable white cat which strayed onto the estate shortly after his death. Dauphin was an unusually large Angora, and his ability to speak in cultured French, English, and Italian was sufficient to cause my mother to adopt him as a household pet. It did not take long for her to realize that Dauphin deserved a higher status, and he became her friend, protector, and confidant. He never spoke of his origin, nor where he had acquired the classical education which made him such an entertaining companion. After 2 years, it was easy for my mother, an unworldly woman at best, to forget the dissimilarity in their species. In fact, she was convinced that Dauphin was an enchanted prince, and Dauphin, in consideration of her illusions, never dissuaded her. At last, they were married by an understanding clergyman of the locale, who solemnly filled in the marriage application with the name of M. Edward Dauphin. I, Etienne Dauphin, am their son. To be candid, I am a handsome youth, not unlike my mother in the delicacy of my features. My father's heritage is evident in my large, feline eyes, and in my slight body and quick movements. My mother's death, when I was 4, left me in the charge of my father and his coterie of loyal servants, and I could not have wished for a finer upbringing. It is to my father's patient tutoring that I owe whatever graces I now possess. It was my father, the cat, whose gentle paws guided me to the treasure houses of literature, art, and music, whose whiskers bristled with pleasure at a goose well cooked, at a meal well served, at a wine well chosen. How many happy hours we shared! He knew more of life and the humanities, my father, the cat, than any human I have met in all my 23 years. Until the age of 18, my education was his personal challenge. Then, it was his desire to send me into the world outside the gates. He chose for me a university in America, for he was deeply fond of what he called that great raw country, where he believed my feline qualities might be tempered by the aggressiveness of the rough-coated barking dogs I would be sure to meet. I must confess to a certain amount of unhappiness in my early American years, torn as I was from the comforts of the estate and the wisdom of my father, the cat. But I became adapted, and even upon my graduation from the university, sought and held employment in a metropolitan art museum. It was there I met Joanna, the young woman I intended to make my bride. Joanna was a product of the great American Southwest, the daughter of a cattle raiser. There was a blooming vitality in her face and her body, a lustiness born of open skies and desert. Her hair was not the gold of antiquity. It was new gold, freshly mined from the black rock. Her eyes were not like old-world diamonds. Their sparkle was that of sunlight on a cascading river. Her figure was bold, an open declaration of her sex. She was, perhaps, an unusual choice for the son of fairy-like mother and an Angora cat. But from the first meeting of our eyes I knew that I would some day bring Joanna to my father's estate to present her as my fiancée. I approached that occasion with understandable trepidation. My father had been explicit in his advice before I departed for America, but on no point had he been more emphatic than secrecy concerning himself. He assured me that a revelation of my paternity would bring ridicule and unhappiness upon me. The advice was sound, of course, and not even Joanna knew that our journey's end would bring us to the estate of a large, cultured, and conversing cat. I had deliberately fostered the impression that I was orphaned, believing that the proper place for revealing the truth was the atmosphere of my father's home in France. I was certain that Joanna would accept her father-in-law without distress. Indeed, hadn't nearly a score of human servants remained devoted to their feline master for almost a generation? We had agreed to be wed on the 1st of June, and on May the 4th emplaned in New York for Paris. We were met at Orly Field by Francois, my father's solemn manservant, who had been delegated not so much as escort as he was chaperone, my father having retained much of the old-world proprieties. It was a long trip by automobile to our estate in Brittany, and I must admit to a brooding silence throughout the drive which frankly puzzled Joanna. However, when the great stone fortress that was our home came within view, my fears and doubts were quickly dispelled. Joanna, like so many Americans, was thrilled at the aura of venerability and royal custom surrounding the estate. Francois placed her in charge of Madame Jolinet, who clapped her plump old hands with delight at the sight of her fresh blonde beauty, and chattered and clucked like a mother hen as she led Joanna to her room on the second floor. As for myself, I had one immediate wish, to see my father, the cat. He greeted me in the library, where he had been anxiously awaiting our arrival, curled up in his favourite chair by the fireside, a wide-mouthed goblet of cognac by his side. As I entered the room, he lifted a paw formally, but then his reserve was dissolved by the emotion of our reunion, and he licked my face in unashamed joy. Francois refreshed his glass, and poured another for me, and we toasted each other's well-being. "To you, mon père," I said, using the affectionate name of my childhood memory. "To Joanna," my father said. He smacked his lips over the cognac, and wiped his whiskers gravely. "And where is this paragon?" "With Madame Jolinet. She will be down shortly." "And you have told her everything?" I blushed. "No, mon père, I have not. I thought it best to wait until we were home. She is a wonderful woman," I added impulsively. "She will not be horrified?" my father said. "What makes you so certain, my son?" "Because she is a woman of great heart," I said stoutly. "She was educated at a fine college for women in Eastern America. Her ancestors were rugged people, given to legend and folklore. She is a warm, human person." "Human," my father sighed, and his tail swished. "You're expecting too much of your beloved, Etienne. Even a woman of the finest character may be dismayed in this situation." "But my mother—" "Your mother was an exception, a changeling of the fairies. You must not look for your mother's soul in Joanna's eyes." He jumped from his chair and came towards me, resting his paw upon my knee. "I am glad you have not spoken of me, Etienne. Now you must keep your silence forever." I was shocked. I reached down and touched my father's silky fur, saddened by the look of his age in his grey, gold-flecked eyes, and by the tinge of yellow in his white coat. "No, mon père," I said. "Joanna must know the truth. Joanna must know how proud I am to be the son of Edward Dauphin." "Then you will lose her." "Never. That cannot happen." My father walked stiffly to the fireplace, staring into the grey ashes. "Ring for Francois," he said. "Let him build the fire. I am cold, Etienne." I walked to the cord and pulled it. My father turned to me and said, "You must wait, my son. At dinner this evening, perhaps. Do not speak of me until then." "Very well, father." When I left the library, I encountered Joanna at the head of the stairway, and she spoke to me excitedly.
"Oh, Etienne, what a beautiful old house. I know I will love it. May we see the rest?"
"Of course," I said.
"You look troubled. Is something wrong?"
No, no. I was thinking how lovely you are." We embraced, and her warm, full body against mine confirmed my conviction that we should never be parted. She put her arm in mine, and we strolled through the great rooms of the house. She was ecstatic at their size and elegance, exclaiming over the carpeting, the gnarled furniture, the ancient silver and pewter, the gallery of family paintings. When she came upon an early portrait of my mother, her eyes misted.
"She was lovely,"
Joanna said.
"like a princess. And what of your father? Is there no portrait of him?"
"No," I said hurriedly. "No portrait." I had spoken my first lie to Joanna, for there was a painting, half completed, which my mother had begun in the last year of her life. It was a whispering little watercolour, and Joanna discovered it to my consternation.
"What a magnificent cat,"
she said.
"Was it a pet?"
"It is Dauphin," I said nervously. She laughed.
"He has your eyes, Etienne."
"Joanna, I must tell you something."
"And this ferocious gentleman with the moustaches? Who is he?"
"My grandfather. Joanna, you must listen." Francois, who had been following our inspection tour at shadow's length, interrupted. I suspected that his timing was no mere coincidence. "We will be serving dinner at 7:30, he said. "If the lady would care to dress."
Of course.
Joanna said.
Will you excuse me, Etienne?
I bowed to her, and she was gone. At 15 minutes to the appointed dining time, I was ready, and hastened below to talk once more with my father. He was in the dining room, instructing the servants as to the placement of the silver and accessories. My father was proud of the excellence of his table, and took all his meals in the splendid manner. His appreciation of food and wine was unsurpassed in my experience, and it had always been the greatest of pleasures for me to watch him at table, stalking across the damask and dipping delicately into the silver dishes prepared for him. He pretended to be too busy with his dinner preparations to engage me in conversation, but I insisted. "I must talk to you," I said. "We must decide together how to do this." "It will not be easy," he answered with a twinkle. "Consider Joanna's view. A cat as large and as old as myself is cause enough for comment. A cat that speaks is alarming. A cat that dines at table with the household is shocking. And a cat whom you must introduce as your—" "Stop it," I cried. "Joanna must know the truth. You must help me reveal it to her." "Then you will not heed my advice?" "In all things but this. Our marriage can never be happy unless she accepts you for what you are." "And if there is no marriage?" I would not admit to this possibility. Joanna was mine. Nothing could alter that. The look of pain and bewilderment in my eyes must have been evident to my father, for he touched my arm gently with his paw and said, "I will help you, Etienne. You must give me your trust." "Always." "Then come to dinner with Joanna, and explain nothing. Wait for me to appear." I grasped his paw and raised it to my lips. "Thank you, father." He turned to Francois and snapped, "You have my instructions?" "Yes, sir," the servant replied. "Then all is ready. I shall return to my room now, Etienne. You may bring your fiancée to dine." I hastened up the stairway and found Joanna ready, strikingly beautiful in shimmering white satin. Together we descended the grand staircase and entered the room. Her eyes shone at the magnificence of the service set upon the table, at the soldiery array of fine wines, some of them already poured into their proper glasses for my father's enjoyment. Haute Medoc from Saint Estèphe, authentic Chablis, Epernay champagne, and an American import from the Napa Valley of which he was fond. I waited expectantly for his appearance as we sipped our aperitif, while Joanna chatted about innocuous matters with no idea of the tormented state I was in. At 8 o'clock, my father had not yet made his appearance, and I grew ever more distraught as Francois signalled for the serving of the bouillon en madère. Had he changed his mind? Would I be left to explain my status without his help? I hadn't realized until this moment how difficult a task I had allotted for myself, and the fear of losing Joanna was terrible within me. The soup was flat and tasteless on my tongue, and the misery in my manner was too apparent for Joanna to miss.
"What is it, Etienne?"
she said.
"You've been so morose all day. Can't you tell me what's wrong?"
"No, it's nothing. It's just—" I let the impulse take possession of my speech. "Joanna, there's something I should tell you. About my mother and my father." Francois said. He turned to the doorway, and our glances followed his.
"Oh, Etienne!"
Joanna cried, in a voice ringing with delight. It was my father, the cat, watching us with his grey, gold-flecked eyes. He approached the dining table, regarding Joanna with timidity and caution.
"It's the cat in the painting,"
Joanna said.
"You didn't tell me he was here, Etienne. He's beautiful."
"Joanna, this is—"
"Dauphin! I would have known him anywhere. Here, Dauphin! Here, kitty, kitty, kitty!"
Slowly, my father approached her outstretched hand and allowed her to scratch the thick fur on the back of his neck.
"Aren't you the pretty little pussy? Aren't you the sweetest little thing?"
"Joanna!" She lifted my father by the haunches and held him in her lap, stroking his fur and cooing the silly little words that women address to their pets. The sight pained and confused me, and I sought to find an opening word that would allow me to explain, yet hoping all the time that my father would himself provide the answer. Then my father spoke. "Meow," he said.
"Are you hungry?"
Joanna asked solicitously.
Is the little pussy hungry?
Meow, my father said, and I believed my heart broke then and there. He leaped from her lap and padded across the room. I watched him through blurred eyes as he followed Francois to the corner, where the servant had placed a shallow bowl of milk. He lapped at it eagerly until the last white drop was gone. Then he yawned and stretched and trotted back to the doorway, with one fleeting glance in my direction that spoke articulately of what I must do next.
What a wonderful animal,
Joanna said. Yes, I answered. He was my mother's favourite. The Seeking Thing by Janet Hirsch. The country road wasn't paved, and the green Pontiac raised pools of dust as Paul Allenby drove carefully along in the dimming autumn day. Everything was hazy, and he squinted as he went along, straining to see the many curves and turns in the fading light. Suddenly he jammed on the brakes and, swearing under his breath, peered out into the dusk. A crumpled shape lay near his right front wheel. He snapped off the ignition and got out, muttering, "Always has to be me." But he quickly knelt down beside the huddled figure, trying to find some sign of life. As he touched the limp body, he jumped to his feet with an involuntary cry of revulsion. Then he laughed harshly, but his hand was shaking as he lit a cigarette and gave the old burlap bag a disgusted kick. Without another look, he got into the car, slammed the door, and drove away. He didn't feel the soft touch of the bag as it attached itself under the car. It was dark when the stocky, dark-haired Allenby reached the motel, and he parked the dusty car behind his cabin. When he got inside, he switched on the lights and got a glass and poured himself a generous slug of bourbon. Sure can use this. His pleasant face wore a smile, but he was still shaking. As he raised his glass, his hand stopped in mid-air, and the smile left. There was a wide, ugly scratch stretching from fingertip to wrist, slowly oozing blood. That's funny, he mused. I didn't feel a thing. There must have been a nail in that old sack. He gulped his drink gratefully, and then fixed up his hand with iodine and Band-Aid. The throbbing woke him up just as it was getting light outside. Uh-oh, I'm in for it. Guess I better get to Doc Bradley for a tet shot before I go home. He grabbed a quick coffee at the all-night stand and got an early start. He didn't see the curled-up shape lying on the floor in the back of the car. The doctor stripped off the bandage. A putrid stench rushed into the room, and he stepped back. Good God, man, what happened to you? Paul Allenby shrugged his broad shoulders. It's only a scratch, Doc. It hasn't even bothered me until this morning. Dr. Bradley went to work, quickly cleaning and dressing the bloodless gash. Puzzled, he shook his head. It's a mess, all right. But strangely enough, there doesn't seem to be any infection. Still, I'm going to give you a penicillin shot along with the tetanus, just to make sure. And listen, Paul, call me tomorrow and let me know how you feel. Sure, I won't forget. Allenby watched impatiently as the slender, adept fingers bandaged the brown-stained hand, thanked the tall physician, and drove home. Paul Allenby quietly let himself in the front door of his comfortable brick ranch house and tiptoed toward the kitchen in the back. I'll be some surprise for Helen, he chuckled to himself as he crept up behind her. She was washing some glasses in the sink, and her gay humming, combined with the sound of running water, made his approach completely unheard. As he kissed the back of her neck, whispering, "Surprise!" she whirled around with a sharp scream and hit him across the face. He fell back in shocked disbelief, and then saw the horrified dismay in her violet eyes. She just stood there, repeating, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He led her over to a chair and tried to calm her down. "It's all right, baby, never mind. All my fault for startling you anyway." She smiled wanly, pushing back her disarrayed blonde hair. "You scared me stiff, Paul. I thought you were some strange thing. I'm always nervous when you're away. I'm sorry." He laughed at her, stroking her hair and patting her hands. "There you go again on that Alfred Hitchcock kick of yours." After he kissed away her pout, she noticed his bandaged hand. "What's that?" she asked. "And whatever happened to your suit? Sleep in a barn?" "Just a scratch, honey. Tell you all about it later over dinner. And make it snappy, will you? I'm starved." As he showered and changed his clothes, he noticed a clinging sour smell and decided it was his crumpled suit added to the medication. He forgot all about it over Helen's delicious pork and pineapple casserole. Next morning, Helen left the house quietly. It was Saturday, and Paul always slept late on weekends after he came back from one of his trips. So she took the dirty suit to the tailor to be cleaned and pressed and deodorized if possible. Her perky nose wrinkled with distaste. Then she bought some things that Paul liked especially. She got fresh cream, a honeydew, some imported Roquefort, and a carton of beer. He wasn't really asleep, but he wanted to think things out, and above all, he didn't want to frighten Helen. His hand didn't hurt at all, but the brown stain had spread up to his elbow, and the odor rose up in nauseating waves. He got up and showered, and the odor subsided, but he wasn't reassured. He called the doctor on the kitchen phone. "No pain at all, Doc," he said. "But now don't worry, Helen. I'm dizzy as hell, and this thing really stinks. I've got an emergency operation out at the hospital, but you stay put. I'll call you the minute I'm through, and you get right over here. No point in fooling around with this thing." "Okay," Allenby said resignedly, but he felt a growing sense of dread as he hung up. Still, he managed his usual cheerful greeting for Helen as she breezed into the house and put the packages on the kitchen table. She bounded down on his lap and threw her arms around his neck. "Look what I bought you," she giggled as she jumped up, then said in a voice suddenly serious, "How's the hand this morning, Ducky?" "Everything is fine," he lied. "But Doc Bradley wants to see me later. Will you drive me over?" "Any time. Gee, I'm glad you're home." "Me too." She kept up a running stream of conversation as she put the things in the refrigerator. "You know what? The garage smelled so awful this morning, like something died and forgot to get buried. I took the car to that Carquick place on Sunrise for a wash, and that must have been it. When I got back, everything was okay." They hadn't heard the shredded gunny sack dragging itself along as it crept into the cellar. They spent the rest of the day puttering around the house and garden, and Paul felt less alarmed, with Helen chattering gaily at his side. It was a beautiful October, still warm, and as he rested in the hammock with a cool drink in his hand, he almost forgot. But when it started getting darker, and they went into the house, the heaviness settled on his chest again. He was much dizzier now, and the bitter, musty smell had returned even stronger. The doctor hadn't called yet, and Paul climbed the stairs wearily to his room. Helen was busy in the kitchen, and he hoped she was unaware of his steadily increasing uneasiness. As he stripped to shower for the second time that day, he saw with horror the stain had spread over his shoulder and down across his chest. For a moment he lost all courage and let his head drop, while his sagging body took on a shapeless form. Then he took a deep breath and straightened up. The shower took away the odor and cleared his head. "Better hurry up, Doc Bradley," he thought, and slowly went down for dinner. It was dark when the call finally came, and Helen was putting the dishes away. Vaguely relieved, Paul answered, Yeah, sure, I understand. I'll be right over." He turned to his wife. "Honey, get a light coat, will you? I'll go up and get the keys." He didn't need to turn on the lamps. The street lights shining in the window showed him the keys, lying on the dresser where he knew they'd be. The strong, damp odor of mildew was choking as he scooped them up and turned to leave. Then he stopped, stunned at the reflection in the mirror of the darkened room. A baggy shape rose up silently beside him. Its faceless head was split with a mirthless grin, and as it stretched out an armless sleeve and touched Paul Allenby's shoulder, it whispered hoarsely, "Blood brother." He couldn't stop screaming. They, by Robert Barber Johnson. "Wouldn't be staying in this here canyon if I was you, mister," the old man said. I looked at him curiously. His face was strange. "Why not?" I asked. "Is there danger?" The old man spat over his beard. "Some'd say so," he said. "But danger of what?" I pressed him. "I didn't know you had wild animals in these parts." The old man sighed. "Depends on what you'd call animals," he said softly. "Bears now, and catamounts, why, they're all gone long ago. Clem Hawks, he shot the last deer more'n 20 years back. But nobody ain't never shot what's in this here canyon, mister. I don't reckon nobody ever tried." Best humor him, I mused. I'd heard that lunatics were violent if you crossed them. "Aren't you afraid to stay here, then?" I suggested. The old man grimaced at his long shadow on the grass. "The sun's still up, mister," he said. "Long as it's light, there's no safer place in these mountains than Dead Man's Canyon. It's only after dark that, they come out. Some say the sun hurts their eyes. But I say it's holy writ that they only got power in the night. The pestilence that walketh in darkness, mister. That's what the writ says. And anyhow, they don't never come out. That's why no one knows what they look like." I lit a cigarette. The trembling of my hands annoyed me. Altitude, of course. I wasn't being taken in by this old nut with his wild story. "If you don't know what these things look like," I sought to reason with him, "how do you know they're here?" The old man spat. "How do I know the moon's over beyond them hills?" His voice intoned. "I can't see it, can I? But I know it's there. It'll come up when the sun goes down, and they'll come out. They'll come out like they done the night Roy Timmons got lost here. We found Roy in the morning, what there was left of him, over on that slab yonder." I looked at the slab. It was huge and dark, with a vague suggestion of having been quarried. An altar, that was what it looked like. Some sort of prehistoric stone altar set against the background of the towering trees and the slope. "Then there was little Sue," the old man went on. "We never dared let Sue's mother know what shape we found her in. We buried her over there under the trees. Told everybody we hadn't located her. The mother still believing that the kid will come back home. Sometimes to see her sitting there and hoping, why, it'd just break your heart, mister. But she mustn't ever know." I looked apprehensively at the sun. It was very near the horizon. 6 o'clock it must be, I decided. Or perhaps nearer 7. But the month was July. The days would be very long. "Oh, they're in here all right," the old man droned on. "Why, we've seen their footprints lots of times. The funniest footprints, like a little baby's. And Mike Collins, him that has that farm over there on the hill, he's heard them hollering and carrying on in the night and seen lights flicker around that slab until dawn sometimes. He had a couple of big dogs, and he sicked them into the canyon to see if they'd catch anything. But the dogs never come back, and Mike never found no trace of neither one. His voice trailed off. "Getting along towards sundown, mister," he began again after a pause. "Don't you reckon you'd better be heading toward town?" "But you?" I pressed him. I'd some vague idea of getting him to an alienist. "You can't stay here alone. You'd better come with me. We'll be safer together, you know." The old man chuckled sadly. "Don't do no worrying about me, mister," he said. "I'm nearly always here. Come sundown, of course, I'll head for the road down yonder. I gotta wait until the last minute, though. Maybe you ain't the only fella that'll come through here." I said, "You mean you stay here every day to warn people off? You're a sort of sentinel?" The old man nodded. "Me and old Sam Timmons changes off," he told me. "Sam was Roy Timmons' dad. At first we tried putting up signs, but they took 'em down. Maybe they can't read our writing, mister, but they must have known somehow what them signs said. So now we just stay here ourselves. They can't do us no harm, 'cept sometimes they chuck a few rocks along about sundown." He broke off. A stone whanged into a tree, grazed off and fell into a bush. I looked about for the thrower, but there was nothing inside except the green wall of underbrush. "See that, mister?" the old man chuckled. "That means they're mad." He raised his gun and fired both barrels in the air. Strange echoes awoke in the still air. "That'll stop 'em," he said proudly. "They don't like guns and shooting. It scares 'em. Course they're extra bold now, 'cause it's getting along toward the time of the full moon. Then they'll come out to dance around the old slab, and you'll see the lights flickering and hear 'em holler until near dawn. But, mister, you better be getting out of here while there's time. Don't worry none about the old man. Some of the boys from town allus come to fetch me if I don't show up right on time." I left him, reloading his gun. He was staring into the deepening shadows on the canyon wall, and his face was drawn and pale. "If only I could get one good shot at them," I heard him mutter. The journey was longer than I had thought it. The pathway was steep and ill-defined. The underbrush caught at my boots. I hurried along as fast as I dared. My imagination was busy with every rustle and crackle of breaking twigs. As the shadows lengthened, I became sure that something followed me unseen. I was running and panting for breath as I came out onto the welcome asphalt of the road that led to town. I rested there for a moment before going on, thankful for the glare of lights and the familiar sound of rushing motors. As I did so, one of the cars drew abreast of me and halted. "See anything of an old fellow with a gun?" its driver queried. I made out 3 other men in the vehicle. "Yes," I said slowly. "I did." "Back there in the canyon, I'll bet," the driver said. "That's where we pick him up every night, nearly. Did he warn you about anything, mister?" "He did," I admitted. "That's old Collins's weakness," the driver nodded. "I reckon it's only natural, seeing as his granddaughter got killed there only last year. Reckon he got to putting 2 and 2 together with old Timmons, and they figured out this they business. They're both harmless enough, though, long as we let 'em guard that there canyon." "Then there's nothing dangerous in there?" I asked slowly. "Dangerous? Why, mister, what could there be? This here's a civilized country, ain't it?" The driver slid his car into gear. "Well, good night, sir. We'll go get the old fella now. Good night." It wasn't until some time later that I began to wonder why every man in that car should have been carrying a rifle, or why their faces were white and set, as the old man's face had been. Then one day I read in a newspaper about a certain Samuel B. Timmons, age 87, who had been crushed by a falling boulder and unrecognizably mangled. It was an accident, of course, so the paper said. Dead Man's Canyon is still there, if anyone cares to make a further investigation. For my part.
The Hyena by Robert E. Howard. From the time when I first saw Senecosa, the fetish man, I distrusted him, and from vague distrust the idea eventually grew into hatred. I was but newly come to the East Coast, new to African ways, somewhat inclined to follow my impulses, and possessed of a large amount of curiosity. Because I came from Virginia, race instinct and prejudice were strong in me, and doubtless the feeling of inferiority which Senecosa constantly inspired in me had a great deal to do with my antipathy for him. He was surprisingly tall and leanly built. 6 inches above 6 feet he stood, and so muscular was his spare frame that he weighed a good 200 pounds. His weight seemed incredible when one looked at his lanky build, but he was all muscle, a lean black giant. His features were not pure Negro. They more resembled Berber than Bantu, with the high, bulging forehead, thin nose, and thin, straight lips. But his hair was as kinky as a bushman's, and his colour was blacker even than the Masai. In fact, his glossy hide had a different hue from those of the native tribesmen, and I believed that he was of a different tribe. It was seldom that we of the ranch saw him. Then, without warning, he would be among us, or we would see him striding through the shoulder-high grass of the veldt, sometimes alone, sometimes followed at a respectful distance by several of the wilder Masai, who bunched up at a distance from the buildings, grasping their spears nervously and eyeing everyone suspiciously. He would make his greetings with a courtly grace. His manner was deferentially courteous, but somehow it rubbed me the wrong way, so to speak. I always had a vague feeling that the black was mocking us. He would stand before us, a naked bronze giant, make trade for a few simple articles, such as a copper kettle, beads, or a trade musket, repeat words of some chief, and take his departure. I did not like him, and being young and impetuous, I spoke my opinion to Ludwig Strolvus, a very distant relative, 10th cousin or such like, on whose trading post ranch I was staying. But Ludwig chuckled in his blond beard, and said that the fetish man was all right. A power he is among the natives, true, they all fear him, but a friend he is to the whites, ja. Ludwig was a long resident on the East Coast. He knew natives, and he knew the fat Australian cattle he raised, but he had little imagination. The ranch buildings were in the midst of a stockade, on a kind of slope, overlooking countless miles on miles of the finest grazing land in Africa. The stockade was large, well suited for defence. Most of the 1,000 cattle could be driven inside in case of an uprising of the Masai. Ludwig was inordinately proud of his cattle. 1,000 now, he would tell me, his round face beaming. 1,000 now, but later, 10,000 and another 10,000. This is a good beginning, but only a beginning, ja. I must confess that I got little thrill out of the cattle. Natives herded and corralled them. All Ludwig and I had to do was to ride about and give orders. That was the work he liked best, and I left it mostly to him. My chief sport was in riding away across the veldt, alone or attended by a gun-bearer with a rifle. Not that I ever bagged much game. In the first place, I was an execrable marksman. I could hardly have hit an elephant at close range. In the second place, it seemed to me a shame to shoot so many things. A bush antelope would bound up in front of me and race away, and I would sit watching him, admiring the slim, lithe figure, thrilled with the graceful beauty of the creature, my rifle lying idle across my saddle horn. The native boy who served as my gun-bearer began to suspect that I was deliberately refraining from shooting, and he began in a covert way to throw sneering hints about my womanishness. I was young and valued even the opinion of a native, which is very foolish. His remarks stung my pride, and one day I hauled him off his horse and pounded him until he yelled for mercy. Thereafter, my doings were not questioned. But still I felt inferior when in the presence of the fetish man. I could not get the other natives to talk about him. All I could get out of them was a scared rolling of the eyeballs, gesticulation indicative of fear, and vague information that the fetish man dwelt among the tribes some distance in the interior. General opinion seemed to be that Senecosa was a good man to let alone. One incident made the mystery about the fetish man take on, it seemed, a rather sinister form. In the mysterious way that news travels in Africa, and which white men so seldom hear of, we learned that Senecosa and a minor chief had had a falling out of some kind. It was a vague and seemed to have no especial basis of fact. But shortly afterward, that chief was found half devoured by hyenas. That, in itself, was not unusual, but the fright with which the natives heard the news was. The chief was nothing to them. In fact, he was something of a villain, but his killing seemed to inspire them with a fright that was little short of homicidal. When the black reaches a certain stage of fear, he is as dangerous as a cornered panther. The next time Senecosa called, they rose and fled en masse, and did not return until he had taken his departure. Between the fear of the blacks, the tearing to pieces of the chief by the hyenas, and the fetish men, I seemed to sense vaguely a connection of some kind, but I could not grasp the intangible thought. Not long thereafter, that thought was intensified by another incident. I had ridden far out on the veldt, accompanied by my servant. As we paused to rest our horses close to a kopje, I saw, upon the top, a hyena eyeing us. Rather surprised, for the beasts are not in the habit of thus boldly approaching man in the daytime, I raised my rifle, and was taking a steady aim, for I always hated the things, when my servant caught my arm. "No shoot, bwana! No shoot!" he exclaimed hastily, jabbering a great deal in his own language, with which I was not familiar. "What's up?" I asked impatiently. He kept on jabbering and pulling my arm, until I gathered that the hyena was a fetish beast of some kind. "Oh, all right," I conceded, lowering my rifle just as the hyena turned and sauntered out of sight. Something about the lank, repulsive beast and his shambling yet gracefully lithe walk struck my sense of humour with a ludicrous comparison. Laughing, I pointed toward the beast and said, "That fellow looks like a hyena imitation of Senecosa, the fetish man." My simple statement seemed to throw the native into a more abject fear than ever. He turned his pony and dashed off in the general direction of the ranch, looking back at me with a scared face. I followed, annoyed, and as I rode I pondered. Hyenas, a fetish man, a chief torn to pieces, a countryside of natives in fear. What was the connection? I puzzled and puzzled, but I was new to Africa. I was young and impatient, and presently with a shrug of annoyance I discarded the whole problem. The next time Senecosa came to the ranch, he managed to stop directly in front of me. For a fleeting instant his glittering eyes looked into mine, and in spite of myself, I shuddered and stepped back involuntarily, feeling much as a man feels who looks unaware into the eyes of a serpent. There was nothing tangible, nothing on which I could base a quarrel, but there was a distinct threat. Before my Nordic pugnacity could reassert itself, he was gone. I said nothing, but I knew that Senecosa hated me for some reason, and that he plotted my killing. Why, I did not know. As for me, my distrust grew into bewildering rage, which in turn became hate. And then Ellen Farrell came to the ranch. Why she should choose a trading ranch in East Africa for a place to rest from the society life of New York, I do not know. Africa is no place for a woman. That is what Ludwig, also a cousin of hers, told her, but he was overjoyed to see her. As for me, girls never interested me much. Usually I felt like a fool in their presence, and was glad to be out. But there were few whites in the vicinity, and I tired of the company of Ludwig. Ellen was standing on the wide veranda when I first saw her, a slim, pretty young thing, with rosy cheeks and hair like gold and large grey eyes. She was surprisingly winsome in her costume of riding breeches, puttees, jacket, and light helmet. I felt extremely awkward, dusty and stupid as I sat on my wiry African pony and stared at her. She saw a stocky youth of medium height, with sandy hair, eyes in which a kind of grey predominated, an ordinary unhandsome youth, clad in dusty riding clothes, and a cartridge belt on one side of which was slung an ancient Colt of big caliber, and on the other a long, wicked hunting knife. I dismounted, and she came forward, hand outstretched. "I'm Ellen," she said, "and I know you're Steve. Cousin Ludwig has been telling me about you." I shook hands, surprised at the thrill the mere touch of her hand gave me. She was enthusiastic about the ranch. She was enthusiastic about everything. Seldom have I seen anyone who had more vigour and vim, more enjoyment of everything done. She fairly scintillated with mirth and gaiety. Ludwig gave her the best horse on the place, and we rode much about the ranch and over the veldt. The blacks interested her much. They were afraid of her, not being used to white women. She would have been off her horse and playing with the pickaninnies if I had let her. She couldn't understand why she should treat the black people as dust beneath her feet. We had long arguments about it. I could not convince her, so I told her bluntly that she didn't know anything about it, and she must do as I'd told her. She pouted her pretty lips and called me a tyrant, and then was off over the veldt like an antelope, laughing at me over her shoulder, her hair blowing free in the breeze. Tyrant. I was her slave from the first. Somehow the idea of becoming a lover never entered my mind. It was not the fact that she was several years older than I, or that she had a sweetheart, several of them, I think, back in New York. Simply, I worshipped her. Her presence intoxicated me, and I could think of no more enjoyable existence than serving her as a devoted slave. I was mending a saddle one day when she came running in. "Oh, Steve," she called, "there's the most romantic-looking savage. Come quick and tell me what his name is." She led me out of the veranda. "There he is," she said, naively pointing. Arms folded, haughty head thrown back, stood Senecosa. Ludwig, who was talking to him, paid no attention to the girl until he had completed his business with the fetish man, and then, turning, he took her arm and they went into the house together. Again I was face to face with the savage, but this time he was not looking at me. With a rage amounting almost to madness, I saw that he was gazing after the girl. There was an expression in his serpent-like eyes. On the instant my gun was out and levelled. My hand shook like a leaf with the intensity of my fury. Surely I must shoot Senecosa down like the snake he was. Shoot him down and riddle him. Shoot him into a shredded heap. The fleeting expression left his eyes, and they were fixed on me. Detached they seemed, inhuman in their sardonic calm, and I could not pull the trigger. For a moment we stood, and then he turned and strode away, a magnificent figure, while I glared after him and snarled with helpless fury. I sat down on the veranda. What a man of mystery was that savage! What strange power did he possess? Was I right, I wondered, in interpreting the fleeting expression as he gazed after the girl? It seemed to me, in my youth and folly, incredible that a black man, no matter what his rank, should look at a white woman as he did. Most astonishing of all, why could I not shoot him down? I stared as a hand touched my arm. "What are you thinking about, Steve?" asked Ellen, laughing. Then before I could say anything, wasn't that chief, or whatever he was, a fine specimen of a savage? He invited us to come to his kraal. Is that what you call it? It's away off in the veldt somewhere, and we're going. "No!" I exclaimed violently, springing up. "Why, Steve!" she gasped, recoiling. "How rude! He's a perfect gentleman, isn't he, Cousin Ludwig?" "Yeah," nodded Ludwig, placidly. "We go to his kraal sometime soon, maybe. A strong chief, that savage. His chief has perhaps good trade." "No," I repeated furiously. "I'll go if somebody has to. Ellen's not going near that beast." "Well, that's nice," remarked Ellen, somewhat indignantly. "I guess you're my boss, Mr. Man." With all her sweetness, she had a mind of her own. In spite of all I could do, they arranged to go to the fetish man's village the next day. That night, the girl came out to me, where I sat on the veranda in the moonlight, and she sat down on the arm of my chair. "You're not angry at me, are you, Steve?" she said, wistfully, putting her arm around my shoulders. "Not mad, are you?" Mad? Yes, maddened by the touch of her soft body, such mad devotion as a slave feels. I wanted to grovel in the dust at her feet and kiss her dainty shoes. Will women never learn the effect they have on men? I took her hand hesitantly and pressed it to my lips. I think she must have sensed some of my devotion. "Dear Steve," she murmured, and the words were like a caress. "Come, let's walk in the moonlight." We walked outside the stockade. I should have known better, for I had no weapon but the big Turkish dagger I carried and used for a hunting knife, but she wished to. "Tell me about this Senecosa," she asked, and I welcomed the opportunity. And then I thought, what could I tell her? That hyenas had eaten a small chief of the Masai? That the natives feared the fetish man? That he had looked at her? And then the girl screamed as out of the tall grass leaped a vague shape, half seen in the moonlight. I felt a heavy, hairy form crash against my shoulders. Keen fangs ripped my upflung arm. I went to the earth, fighting with frenzied horror. My jacket was slit to ribbons, and the fangs were at my throat before I found and drew my knife and stabbed, blindly and savagely. I felt my blade rip into my foe, and then, like a shadow, it was gone. I staggered to my feet, somewhat shaken. The girl caught and steadied me. "What was it?" she gasped, leading me toward the stockade. "A hyena," I answered. "I could tell by the scent, but I never heard of one attacking like that." She shuddered. Later on, after my torn arm had been bandaged, she came close to me and said in a wondrously subdued voice, "Steve, I've decided not to go to the village, if you don't want me to." After the wounds on my arm had become scars, Ellen and I resumed our rides, as might be expected. One day we had wandered rather far out on the veldt, and she challenged me to a race. Her horse easily distanced mine, and she stopped and waited for me, laughing. She had stopped on a sort of kopje, and she pointed to a clump of trees some distance away. "Trees!" she said gleefully. "Let's ride down there. There are so few trees on the veldt." And she dashed away. I followed some instinctive caution, loosening my pistol in its holster, and drawing my knife, I thrust it down in my boot so that it was entirely concealed. We were perhaps halfway to the trees, when from the tall grass about us leaped Senecosa and some 20 warriors. One seized the girl's bridle, and the others rushed me. The one who caught at Ellen went down with a bullet between his eyes, and another crumpled at my second shot. Then a thrown war club hurled me from the saddle, half senseless, and as the blacks closed in on me, I saw Ellen's horse, driven frantic by the prick of a carelessly handled spear, scream and rear, scattering the blacks who held her, and dash away at headlong speed, the bit in her teeth. I saw Senecosa leap on my horse and give chase, flinging a savage command over his shoulder, and both vanished over the kopje. The warriors bound me hand and foot and carried me into the trees. A hut stood among them, a native hut of thatch and bark. Somehow, the sight of it set me shuddering. It seemed to lurk repellent and indescribably malevolent amongst the trees, to hint of horrid and obscene rites, of voodoo. I know not why it is, but the sight of a native hut, alone and hidden, far from a village or tribe, always has to me a suggestion of nameless horror. Perhaps that is because only a black who is crazed, or one who is so criminal that he has been exiled by his tribe, will dwell that way. In front of the hut, they threw me down. "When Senecosa returns with the girl," said they, "you will enter." And they laughed like fiends. Then, leaving one black to see that I did not escape, they left. The black who remained kicked me viciously. He was a bestial-looking Negro, armed with a trade musket. "They go to kill white men, fool," he mocked me. "They go to the ranches and trading posts, first to that fool of an Englishman," meaning Smith, the owner of a neighboring ranch. And he went on giving details. Senecosa had made the plot, he boasted. They would chase all the white men to the coast. "Senecosa is more than a man," he boasted. "You shall see, white man," lowering his voice and glancing about him from beneath his low, beetling brows. "You shall see the magic of Senecosa." And he grinned, disclosing teeth filed to points. "Cannibal!" I ejaculated involuntarily. "A Masai?" "No," he answered. "A man of Senecosa, who will kill no white men," I jeered. He scowled savagely. "I will kill you, white man." "You dare not." "That is true," he admitted, and added angrily, "Senecosa will kill you himself." And meantime, Ellen was riding like mad, gaining on the fetish man, but unable to ride toward the ranch, for he had gotten between and was forcing her steadily out upon the veldt. The black unfastened my bonds. His line of reasoning was easy to see, absurdly easy. He could not kill a prisoner of the fetish man, but he could kill him to prevent his escape, and he was maddened with the bloodlust. Stepping back, he half raised his trade musket, watching me as a snake watches a rabbit. It must have been about that time, as she afterward told me, that Ellen's horse stumbled and threw her. Before she could rise, the black had leaped from his horse and seized her in his arms. She screamed and fought, but he gripped her, held her helpless, and laughed at her. Tearing her jacket to pieces, he bound her arms and legs, remounted and started back, carrying the half-fainting girl in front of him. Back in front of the hut, I rose slowly. I rubbed my arms where the ropes had been, moved a little closer to the black, stretched, stooped, and rubbed my legs. Then with a cat-like bound I was on him, my knife flashing from my boot. The trade musket crashed, and the charge whizzed above my head as I knocked up the barrel and closed with him. Hand to hand, I would have been no match for the black giant, but I had the knife. Clinched close together, we were too close for him to use the trade musket for a club. He wasted time trying to do that, and with a desperate effort I threw him off his balance and drove the dagger to the hilt in his black chest. I wrenched it out again. I had no other weapon, for I could find no more ammunition for the trade musket. I had no idea which way Ellen had fled. I assumed she had gone toward the ranch, and in that direction I took my way. Smith must be warned. The warriors were far ahead of me. Even then, they might be creeping up about the unsuspecting ranch. I had not covered a fourth of the distance when a drumming of hoofs behind me caused me to turn my head. Ellen's horse was thundering toward me, riderless. I caught her as she raced past me and managed to stop her. The story was plain. The girl had either reached a place of safety and had turned the horse loose, or what was much more likely, had been captured, the horse escaping and fleeing toward the ranch, as a horse will do. I gripped the saddle, torn with indecision. Finally, I leaped on the horse and sent her flying toward Smith's ranch. It was not many miles. Smith must not be massacred by those black devils, and I must find a gun if I escaped, to rescue the girl from Senecoza. A half-mile from Smith's, I overtook the raiders and went through them like drifting smoke. The workers at Smith's place were startled by a wild riding horseman charging headlong into the stockade, shouting, "Masai! Masai! Raid, you fools!" snatching a gun and flying out again. So when the savages arrived, they found everybody ready for them, and they got such a warm reception that after one attempt, they turned tail and fled back across the veldt. And I was riding as I never rode before. The mare was almost exhausted, but I pushed her mercilessly. On, on! I aimed for the only place I knew likely, the hut among the trees. I assumed that the fetish man would return there. And long before the hut came into sight, a horseman dashed from the grass, going at right angles to my course, and our horses, colliding, sent both tired animals to the ground. "Steve!" It was a cry of joy, mingled with fear. Ellen lay, tied hand and foot, gazing up at me wildly, as I regained my feet. Senecoza came with a rush, his long knife flashing in the sunlight. Back and forth we fought, slash, ward and parry, my ferocity and agility matching his savagery and skill. A terrific lunge which he aimed at me, I caught on my point, laying his arm open, and then with a quick engage and wrench, disarmed him. But before I could use my advantage, he sprang away into the grass and vanished. I caught up the girl, slashing her bonds, and she clung to me, poor child, until I lifted her and carried her toward the horses. But we were not yet through with Senecoza. He must have had a rifle cached away somewhere in the bush, for the first I knew of him was when a bullet spat within a foot above my head. I caught at the bridles, and then I saw that the mare had done all she could, temporarily. She was exhausted. I swung Ellen up on the horse. "Ride for our ranch," I ordered her. "The raiders are out, but you can get through. Ride low and ride fast." "But you, Steve?" "Go, go!" I ordered, swinging her horse around and starting it. She dashed away. looking at me wistfully over her shoulder. Then I snatched the rifle and a handful of cartridges I had gotten at Smith's and took to the bush. And through the hot African day, Sanakosa and I played a game of hide-and-seek, crawling, slipping in and out of the scanty veldt bushes, crouching in the tall grass. We traded shots back and forth. A movement of the grass, a snapping twig, the rasp of grass blades, and a bullet came questing, another answering it. I had but a few cartridges, and I fired carefully, but presently I pushed my one remaining cartridge into the rifle, a big 6-bore single-barrel breech-loader, for I had not had time to pick when I snatched it up. I crouched in my covert and watched for the black to betray himself by a careless movement. Not a sound, not a whisper among the grasses. Away off, over the veldt, a hyena sounded his fiendish laugh, and another answered, closer at hand. The cold sweat broke out on my brow. What was that? A drumming of many horses' hoofs. Raiders returning? I ventured a look, and could have shouted for joy. At least 20 men were sweeping toward me, white men and ranch boys, and ahead of them all rode Ellen. They were still some distance away. I darted behind a tall bush and rose, waving my hand to attract their attention. They shouted and pointed to something beyond me. I whirled and saw, some 30 yards away, a huge hyena slinking toward me, rapidly. I glanced carefully across the veldt. Somewhere out there, hidden by the billowing grasses, lurked Sanakosa. A shot would betray to him my position, and I had but one cartridge. The rescue party was still out of range. I looked again at the hyena. He was still rushing toward me. There was no doubt as to his intentions. His eyes glittered like a fiend's from hell, and a scar on his shoulder showed him to be the same beast that had once before attacked me. Then a kind of horror took hold of me, and resting the old elephant rifle over my elbow, I sent my last bullet crashing through the bestial thing. With a scream that seemed to have a horribly human note in it, the hyena turned and fled back into the bush, reeling as it ran, and the rescue party swept up around me. A fusillade of bullets crashed through the bush from which Sanakosa had sent his last shot. There was no reply. "We hunt the snake down," quoth Cousin Ludwig, his Boer accent increasing with his excitement, and we scattered through the veldt in a skirmish line, combing every inch of it warily. Not a trace of the fetish man did we find. A rifle we found, empty, with empty shells scattered about, and, which was very strange, hyena tracks leading away from the rifle. I felt the short hairs of my neck bristle with intangible horror. We looked at each other, and said not a word, as with a tacit agreement we took up the trail of the hyena. We followed it as it wound in and out in the shoulder-high grass, showing how it had slipped up on me, stalking me as a tiger stalks its victim. We struck the trail the thing had made, returning to the bush after I had shot it. Splashes of blood marked the way it had taken. We followed. "It leads toward the fetish hut," muttered an Englishman. "Here, sirs, is a damnable mystery." And Cousin Ludwig ordered Ellen to stay back, leaving 2 men with her. We followed the trail over the kopje and into the clump of trees. Straight to the door of the hut it led. We circled the hut cautiously, but no tracks led away. It was inside the hut. Rifles ready, we forced the rude door. No tracks led away from the hut, and no tracks led to it, except the tracks of the hyena. Yet there was no hyena within that hut, and on the dirt floor, a bullet through his black breast, lay Sanakosa, the fetish man.
Sredni Vashtar by Saki. Conradine was 10 years old, and the doctor had pronounced his professional opinion that the boy would not live another 5 years. The doctor was silky and effete, and counted for little, but his opinion was endorsed by Mrs. de Ropp, who counted for nearly everything.
Mrs. de Ropp was Conradine's cousin and guardian, and in his eyes she represented those 3/5 of the world that are necessary and disagreeable and real. The other 2/5, in perpetual antagonism to the foregoing, were summed up in himself and his imagination. One of these days Conradine supposed he would succumb to the mastering pressure of wearisome necessary things, such as illnesses and coddling restrictions and drawn-out dullness. Without his imagination, which was rampant under the spur of loneliness, he would have succumbed long ago. Mrs. de Ropp would never, in her honestest moments, have confessed to herself that she disliked Conradine, though she might have been dimly aware that thwarting him for his good was a duty which she did not find particularly irksome. Conradine hated her with a desperate sincerity which he was perfectly able to mask. Such few pleasures as he could contrive for himself gained an added relish from the likelihood that they would be displeasing to his guardian, and from the realm of his imagination she was locked out, an unclean thing which should find no entrance. In the dull, cheerless garden, overlooked by so many windows that were ready to open with a message not to do this or that, or a reminder that medicines were due, he found little attraction. The few fruit trees that it contained were set jealously apart from his plucking, as though they were rare specimens of their kind blooming in an arid waste. It would probably have been difficult to find a market gardener who would have offered 10 shillings for their entire yearly produce. In a forgotten corner, however, almost hidden behind a dismal shrubbery, was a disused tool shed of respectable proportions, and within its walls Conradine found a haven, something that took on the varying aspects of a playroom and a cathedral. He had peopled it with a legion of familiar phantoms, evoked partly from fragments of history and partly from his own brain, but it also boasted 2 inmates of flesh and blood. In one corner lived a ragged-plumaged houdan hen, on which the boy lavished an affection that had scarcely another outlet. Further back in the gloom stood a large hutch divided into 2 compartments, one of which was fronted with close iron bars. This was the abode of a large polecat ferret, which a friendly butcher boy had once smuggled, cage and all, into its present quarters, in exchange for a long-secreted hoard of small silver. Conradine was dreadfully afraid of the lithe, sharp-fanged beast, but it was his most treasured possession. Its very presence in the tool-shed was a secret and fearful joy, to be kept scrupulously from the knowledge of the woman, as he privately dubbed his cousin. And one day, out of heaven knows what material, he spun the beast a wonderful name, and from that moment it grew into a god and a religion. The woman indulged in religion once a week at a church nearby, and took Conradine with her, but to him the church service was an alien rite in the house of Rimmon. Every Thursday, in the dim and musty silence of the tool-shed, he worshipped with mystic and elaborate ceremonial before the wooden hutch where dwelt Sredni Vashtar, the great ferret. Red flowers in their season and scarlet berries in the winter-time were offered at his shrine, for he was a god who laid some special stress on the fierce, impatient side of things, as opposed to the woman's religion, which, as far as Conradine could observe, went to great lengths in the contrary direction. And on great festivals, powdered nutmeg was strewn in front of his hutch, an important feature of the offering being that the nutmeg had to be stolen. These festivals were of irregular occurrence, and were chiefly appointed to celebrate some passing event. On one occasion, when Mrs. de Ropp suffered from acute toothache for 3 days, Conradine kept up the festival during the entire 3 days, and almost succeeded in persuading himself that Sredni Vashtar was personally responsible for the toothache. If the malady had lasted for another day, the supply of nutmeg would have given out. The houdan hen was never drawn into the cult of Sredni Vashtar. Conradine had long ago settled that she was an Anabaptist. He did not pretend to have the remotest knowledge as to what an Anabaptist was, but he privately hoped that it was dashing and not very respectable. Mrs. de Ropp was the ground plan, on which he based and detested all respectability.
After a while, Conradine's absorption in the tool shed began to attract the notice of his guardian. "It is not good for him to be pottering down there in all weathers," she promptly decided, and at breakfast one morning she announced that the Houdan hen had been sold and taken away overnight. With her short-sighted eyes she peered at Conradine, waiting for an outbreak of rage and sorrow, which she was ready to rebuke with a flow of excellent precepts and reasoning. But Conradine said nothing. There was nothing to be said. Something perhaps in his white-set face gave her a momentary qualm. For at tea that afternoon there was toast on the table, a delicacy which she usually banned on the ground that it was bad for him, also because the making of it gave trouble, a deadly offence in the middle-class feminine eye. "I thought you liked toast," she exclaimed, with an injured air, observing that he did not touch it. "Sometimes," said Conradine. In the shed that evening there was an innovation in the worship of the hutch god. Conradine had been wont to chant his praises. Tonight he asked a boon. "Do one thing for me, Sredni Vashtar." The thing was not specified. As Sredni Vashtar was a god, he must be supposed to know. And choking back a sob as he looked at that other empty corner, Conradine went back to the world he so hated. And every night, in the welcome darkness of his bedroom, and every evening in the dusk of the tool shed, Conradine's bitter litany went up. "Do one thing for me, Sredni Vashtar." Mrs. de Ropp noticed that the visits to the shed did not cease, and one day she made a further journey of inspection. "What are you keeping in that locked hutch?" she asked. "I believe it's guinea pigs. I'll have them all cleared away." Conradine shut his lips tight, but the woman ransacked his bedroom till she found the carefully hidden key, and forthwith marched down to the shed to complete her discovery. It was a cold afternoon, and Conradine had been bidden to keep to the house. From the furthest window of the dining room, the door of the shed could just be seen beyond the corner of the shrubbery, and there Conradine stationed himself. He saw the woman enter, and then he imagined her opening the door of the sacred hutch and peering down with her short-sighted eyes into the thick straw bed where his god lay hidden. Perhaps she would prod at the straw in her clumsy impatience, and Conradine fervently breathed his prayer for the last time. But he knew as he prayed that he did not believe. He knew that the woman would come out presently with that pursed smile he loathed so well on her face, and that in an hour or two the gardener would carry away his wonderful god, a god no longer, but a simple brown ferret in a hutch. And he knew that the woman would triumph, always as she triumphed now, and that he would grow ever more sickly under her pestering and domineering and superior wisdom, till one day nothing would matter much more with him, and the doctor would be proved right. And in the sting and misery of his defeat, he began to chant loudly and defiantly the hymn of his threatened idol. Sredni Vashtar went forth. His thoughts were red thoughts, and his teeth were white. His enemies called for peace, but he brought them death. Sredni Vashtar the beautiful. And then of a sudden he stopped his chanting, and drew closer to the window pane. The door of the shed still stood ajar as it had been left, and the minutes were slipping by. They were long minutes, but they slipped by nevertheless. He watched the starlings running and flying in little parties across the lawn. He counted them over and over again, with one eye always on that swinging door. A sour-faced maid came in to lay the table for tea, and still Conradine stood and waited and watched. Hope had crept by inches into his heart, and now a look of triumph began to blaze in his eyes that had only known the wistful patience of defeat. Under his breath, with a furtive exultation, he began once again the paean of victory and devastation. And presently his eyes were rewarded. Out through that doorway came a long, low, yellow and brown beast, with eyes ablink at the waning daylight, and dark wet stains around the fur of jaws and throat. Conradine dropped on his knees.
The great polecat ferret made its way down to a small brook at the foot of the garden, drank for a moment, then crossed a little plank bridge and was lost to sight in the bushes. Such was the passing of Sredni Vashtar.
"Tea is ready," said the sour-faced maid. "Where is the mistress?"
"She went down to the shed some time ago," said Conradine.
And while the maid went to summon her mistress to tea, Conradine fished a toasting fork out of the sideboard drawer and proceeded to toast himself a piece of bread. And during the toasting of it and the buttering of it with much butter and the slow enjoyment of eating it, Conradine listened to the noises and silences which fell in quick spasms beyond the dining-room door. The loud, foolish screaming of the maid, the answering chorus of wondering ejaculations from the kitchen region, the scattering footsteps and hurried embassies for outside help, and then, after a lull, the scared sobbings and the shuffling tread of those who bore a heavy burden into the house.
"Oh, whoever will break it to the poor child? I couldn't for the life of me," exclaimed a shrill voice. And while they debated the matter among themselves, Conradine made himself another piece of toast.
Demons of the Film Colony by Theodore Leberthon. For 10 years, I have been writing stories about the activities of the motion picture colony for what are known as the fan magazines, and, in strict justice to the movie people in and about Hollywood, I never before had an experience such as the one that befell me recently. For there is nothing weird, preternatural, or otherwise affrighting about most motion picture people, from the child Jackie Cooper to the more elderly Marie Dressler. There have been, it is true, curious legends about Greta Garbo, but she stays away from interviewers. Whatever her secret, she keeps it. Obviously, I could not relate the experience I had in the pages of a fan magazine. The readers of these magazines are too accustomed to sunshine to relish shadows. So I decided to submit to the readers of Weird Tales the ghastly details of the gigantic hoax perpetrated on me by Bela Lugosi, star of the films Dracula and Murders in the Rue Morgue, and Boris Karloff, who played the monster in the film Frankenstein. Candidly, for reasons which the reader may surmise before he finishes reading, I have hesitated considerably about writing of just what happened, but now I feel I should make what happened public. I was just leaving Universal City one rainy, dreary morning when John Leroy Johnston, Universal Publicity Director, called to me, "Ted, don't go away. I just happen to think that our two demons, Dracula Lugosi and Frankenstein Karloff, are coming here in a few minutes. A demon's rendezvous ought to interest you. I might add that they're hastening here from opposite directions to meet for the first time. They actually have never met. You see, Dracula and Murders in the Rue Morgue, in which Lugosi starred, were made here at different times than Frankenstein, in which Karloff played the ghastly, man-made monster. And that's why they've never met professionally, nor have they ever met socially, although both have been in Hollywood on and off for several years. But you know the film colony, all split up into little groups and circles. I didn't mind sticking around. For one thing, a murky drizzle had begun to fall outside. The mammoth Universal stages, seen through a window, seemed, in the greyness, to be enormous squat tombs, unadorned sarcophagi in which giants 500 feet tall, stretched in death, could be laid. It might not be a bad idea, I concluded, to wait around a little, if only to give the rain a chance to stop. Doggone if it isn't just the kind of a morning for a couple of monsters to meet, laughed Johnston. And do you know something? I've a queer hunch something funny'll happen when they meet. Not that there's any professional rivalry between them in the demon field, as far as I know, but there's been a lot of banter going around the studio about the weird possibilities, you know, the things that could happen when Dracula meets the Frankenstein monster. Candidly, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to frame each other. What do you mean? I chuckled nervously. Well, he countered, it's natural that this meeting should strike them both as funny, and You know what actors are for pulling gags on each other." The rain, increasing, muttered against the ground outside. Boris Karloff was first to arrive, and, fantastically enough, in evening clothes, worn under a rain-flecked overcoat which he tossed off with a mischievous, almost boyish fling. We were introduced, and I learned from his accent, then from his admission that his name is not Karloff, but that he is an Englishman with a most unfortunate name. But we won't go into that. He is slender, debonair, graceful, with powerful shoulders and large, strong hands, smooth iron-grey hair, darkly tanned skin, and lucent, deep-set brown eyes. A witty, casual, well-bred fellow, with one of those strong-boned, hollow-cheeked countenances that seems carved out of hickory, and is characteristic of so many well-travelled, weather-beaten, distinguished-appearing Britishers. He joked waggishly, this Englishman from God knows where, whose name is not Karloff, about his coming meeting with Bela Lugosi. As he was talking, and Johnston and I were absorbed in his high spirits, the door leading to the studio outside evidently opened. No one saw it open. In fact, we did not see anything until Karloff, who faced the door as he chatted with us, suddenly looked up and asseverated startlingly, "Oh my God!" Johnston and I looked around, and I don't know what he thought or felt. I do know I became visibly disconcerted, to put it lightly. There stood Lugosi, filling the doorway, quiet as death, and smiling in his curiously knowing way. It is the smile of a tall, weary, haunted aristocrat, a person of perhaps fallen greatness, a secretive Lucifer who sees too clearly and knows too much, and perhaps wishes it were not so, and would like to be a gracious chap. He too was in evening clothes on a rainy morning. He advanced with a soft, springy tread. Karloff stood up as if galvanized by some sudden, irrevocable plan of action. Then he turned on the advancing Lugosi a cold, unbelieving stare that would have riveted another man in his tracks. But the tall, tapering-fingered Hungarian, drawing himself erect, continued to smile with unmistakably ghastly knowingness. It was Lugosi's hand which was thrust forward first. As they shook hands, they seemed to lock horns with their eyes. Only for a moment, however, for both broke into ear-to-ear grins. "I hope I didn't scare you to death." Lugosi smiled, narrowing his eyes and seeming to look right through the quondam monster. "I hope I didn't scare you," parried Karloff mirthfully. I could not be certain, but I thought Lugosi bristled, as if his demoniacal prowess had been challenged by a tyro in demonism. Finally, he said slowly, "I think I could scare you to death." Karloff struck a match, lit a cigarette, puffed a couple of times, and retorted with an air of whimsical scorn, "I not only think I can scare your ears right off, Mr. Dracula, I'll bet you that I can." Within the next few minutes, a wager of $100 had been made. They would go onto a deserted set within one of the vast, empty, tomb-like stages squatting in the rain outside. No lights would be turned on. They would tell each other stories, such stories of darkness, terror, and madness that one or the other would either faint or cry out for the other to stop. The other would then be pronounced victor. Publicist Johnston, grinning a bit unconvincingly, as if he were somehow ill, protested, "There should be a referee. You go along, Liberthan, and decide which one outscares the other. And I'll tell you what, take Ray Jones, the photographer, along. He can get incontrovertible evidence." "I don't want to oppose your wishes," put in Lugosi, his eyes widening like wrathful alarm signals. "But I would rather be alone with Mr. Karloff. You won't need any evidence. All you may need is a doctor, a nerve and heart specialist. You see, only one of us will walk off that stage. The other will be carried off." He said this with some heat, yet with a growing twinkle in eyes which gradually narrowed again. But Johnston was obdurate. And so, two tall actors in evening clothes, a photographer, and a writer walked with bowed heads and hunched shoulders in the rain to reach the stage building, with its unfortunate resemblance, for me, to a colossal sepulchre. We entered a small door in the side, nearly tripping over cables that coiled like lifeless serpents about the floor in the dank, dusky atmosphere. Photographer Jones lit a match. We found our way to a set where, among other articles of furniture, there was a davenport. It was then agreed that Jones could take photographs if he and I would stand 25 feet away in a dark corner, and if he would use only noiseless flash powder. The tall actors in evening clothes sat on the davenport. In the obscure gloom we scarcely could discern their figures, but soon we were to hear a mournful voice, Lugosi's. "Boris," he began in a gloating sonority, "what would you say if this set, this stage, this studio suddenly vanished, and you found that in reality you and I were sitting at the bottom of a pit? Ha! That would be inconvenient for you, wouldn't it? But of course I might provide some charming company. I might drag down into this pit an exquisite young woman, and I should indulge in a curious experiment that would cause your hair to turn white and your stomach to turn inside out. Boris," he went on in a ghoulish, sickeningly exultant tone, "women are thrilled by Dracula, the suave one. Women love the horrible, the creepy more than men. Why does a woman always tell the story of her husband's death so often and with such relish? Why does she go to cemeteries? Tenderness? Grief? Bah! It's because she likes to be hurt, tortured, terrified. Yes, Boris. Ah, Boris, to win a woman, take her with you to see Dracula, the movie. As she sees me, the bat-like vampire, swoop through an open casement into some girl's boudoir, let her sink teeth into neck and drink blood. She will thrill through every nerve and fibre. That is your cue to draw close to her, Boris. When she is limp as a rag, take her where you will, do with her what you will. Especially, Boris, bite her on the neck. The love bite, it is the beginning. In the end, you too, Boris, will become a vampire. You will live 500 years. You will sleep in moldy graves at night, and make fiendish love to beauties by day. You will see generations live and die. You will see a girl baby born to some woman, and wait a mere 16 to 18 years for her to grow up so that you can sink fangs into her soft white neck and drink a scarlet stream. You will be irresistible, for you will have in your powerful body the very heat of hell, the virility of Satan. And some day, of course, you will be discovered. A knife, after long centuries, will be plunged into you. You will groan like a dying wolf, and you will drop like a plummet into the bottomless, sulphurous pit. Yes, Boris, that's the end for you, for us, for look at me, Boris. Ha 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 ha, you fool, Bella, came Karloff's scornful, pealing laugh in the darkness. Why try that kindergarten stuff on me? You ask me to look at you, Bella. Well, look at me. Look, 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 and take an occasional glance upward, Bella. These two hands of mine, clenched together above my head, could descend at any moment, in a second, aye, even before I finished the sentence, if I wanted them to, and they'd bash your distinguished head in as if it were an egg. Your brains would run out like the yolk of an egg and spatter your pretty tuxedo. Bella, a monster created by Frankenstein, is not worried by your stories of sucking blood from beauties' necks. But did you see the movie Frankenstein, Bella? Did you see me take an innocent little girl, a child playing among flowers, and drown her? Some sentimentalists said I did it unknowingly. Bosh! I have done it 1,000 times, and will do it 1,000 times again. Bella, it's dark in here, but you know me. You know it was no accident or chance, but significant that I, the Englishman from God knows where, whose name is not Karloff, was called upon to play that monstrous role. You know me, Bella. You know me. Why, that bosh about 500 years old. You know that both of us are nearly 6,000 years old, and that we've met many times before, the last time not more than 200 years ago. And you shouldn't have made that foolish wager. Admit it, Bella. Karloff's voice shook with deep agitation. I wonder, came Lugosi's reply, dreary as a foghorn in the semi-darkness. In the meantime, photographer Jones, in his scarce visible corner, kept snapping pictures. The noiseless powder recurrently rose in puffs, so that, spookily enough, the scene resembled the laboratory of a medieval alchemist. Come, Bella, let's go. Jones, Leberthon, Karloff shouted hoarsely. Are you ready to go? Bella and I have found we're members of the same, Well, suppose we say lodge. We're therefore quite unable to scare each other to death, for reasons you might not understand, even to oblige you. You'll just have to call it a draw." "All right, we're ready to go," responded Jones, nervously enough for that matter. "And say, used up my last match. Will one of you fellows strike one?" I shall never know whether it was Lugosi or Karloff who struck the match. All I do know is that when the match was struck, it apparently revealed not Lugosi and Karloff on that Davenport, but two slimy, scaly monsters, dragon-like serpents with blood-red, venomous eyes. The apparitional things flashed before me so suddenly that I became sick to my stomach and made a rush on buckling legs for the exit and the cool air. Just as I reached it and noted fleetingly that the rain had stopped and that my heart was pounding to the bursting point and that I was strangely weak and giddy, Jones and the two tall actors in evening clothes came through the door. Jones was rather sober and unconcerned, but Lugosi and Karloff were laughing heartily over something or other. "Will you have lunch with us?" Lugosi asked me, still grinning but with something of a physician's tender concern. "No, thank you," I replied, scarcely looking either at him or Karloff. "I have to hurry away." And I did hurry away. I am, of course, now convinced that what happened was their idea of a practical joke, that the slimy, scaly things I had seen, the things which had so frightened and sickened me in that fleeting moment, were either the imaginings of my overwrought nerves or some mechanically contrived illusions in which Jones had some share. There are, of course, some who will wonder if I do not merely prefer this simple, comforting explanation to one that might cause Hollywood hostesses to fear to invite Lugosi and Karloff to social functions, and fear not to invite them. Many people, deep down, still are superstitious, and there are many things in life we do not fully understand, such as why it is the destiny of certain human beings to portray certain roles, whether in real or real life.
ABO by Walter Delamere. I looked up over the top of my book at the portrait of my great-grandfather and listened in astonishment to the sudden peal of the bell, which clanged and clanged in straggling decisive strokes until, like a dog gone back to his kennel, it slowed, slackened, and fell silent again. A bell has an unfriendly tongue. It is a router of wits, a messenger of alarms. Even in the quiet of twilight it may resemble a sour virago's din. At a late hour, when the world is snug in nightcap and snoring is the only harmony, it is the devil's own discordancy. I looked over my book at my placid ancestor, I say, and listened on even after the sound had been stilled. To tell the truth, I was more than inclined to pay no heed to the summons, and, secure in the kind warmth and solitude of my room, to ignore so rude a remembrancer of the world. Before I could decide either way, yet again the metal tongue clattered, as icily as a martinet. It pulled me to my feet. Then, my tranquillity, my inertia destroyed, it was useless and profitless to take no heed. I vowed vengeance. I would pounce sourly upon my visitor, thought I. I would send him back double-quick into the darkness of the night, and, if this were some timid feminine body, which God forfend, an antic and a grimace would effectually put such a one to rout. I rose, opened the door, and slid cautiously in my slippers to the bolted door. There I paused to climb up on a chair in an endeavour to spy out on the late comer from the fanlight, to take his size, to analyse his intentions, but standing there even on tiptoe I could see not so much as the crown of a hat. I clambered down, and, after a dismal rattling of chain and shooting of bolts, flung open the door. Upon my top step, 8 steps run down from the door to the garden and 2 more into the street, stood a little boy. A little boy with a ready tongue in his head, I perceived by the smirk at the corner of his mouth. A little boy of spirit, too, for the knees of his knickerbockers were patched. This I perceived by the light of a lamp-post which stands over against the doctor's house. Grimaces were wasted on this sturdy youngster in his red flannel neckerchief. I eyed him with pursed lips. "Mr. Paluther?" said the little boy, his fists deep in the pockets of his jacket. "Who asks for Mr. Paluther?" said I pedagogically. "Me," said the little boy. "What does me want with Mr. Paluther at so untoward an hour, eh, my little man? What the gracious do you mean by making clangor with my bell and waking the stars when all the world's asleep, and fetching me out of the warmth to this windy doorstep? I have a mind to pull your ear." Such sudden eloquence somewhat astonished the little boy. His boyness seemed, I fancied, to leave him in the lurch. He was at school out of season. He retrogressed a few steps. "Please, sir, I've got a letter for Mr. Paluther," the gentleman said. He turned his back on me. "But as he ain't here, I'll take it back." He skipped down the step, and at the bottom lustily set to whistling the Marseillaise. My dignity was hurt, and a coward. "Come, come, my little man," I called. "I myself am Mr. Paluther." Whistled the little boy. "Give me the letter," said I peremptorily. "I've got to give it into the gentleman's own hands," said the little boy. "Come, give me the letter," said I persuasively. "I've got to give it into the gentleman's own hands," said the little boy doggedly. "And you don't see a corner of the envelope. Come, my boy, here's a sixpence." He eyed me suspiciously. "Chestnuts," said he, retiring a step or two. "See, a silver sixpence for the honest messenger," said I. "Honest be blowed," said he. "Put it on the step and go behind the door. I'll come up for the tanner and put the letter on the step. Catch a weasel?" I wanted the letter. I trusted my boy, so I put the sixpence on the top step and retired behind the door. He was true to his word. With a wary eye and a whoop of triumph he made the exchange. He doubled his fist on the sixpence and retired into the garden. I came like a felon out of the stocks for my letter. The letter was addressed simply, Paluther, in uncommon careless handwriting, so careless indeed that I hardly recognized the scholarly penmanship of my friend Dugdale. Forgetful of the messenger, who yet lingered upon my garden path, I shut the door and bustled into my study. I was reminded of his presence and of my discourtesy by a rattling shower of stones upon the panels of my door, and by the sound of the Marseillaise startling the distant trees of the quiet square. "Dear, dear me," said I, perching my spectacles most unskilfully. Indeed, I was not a little perturbed by this untimely letter, for only a few hours ago I had walked and smoked with dear old Dugdale in his own pleasant garden, in his own gentle twilight. For twilight seems to soothe to sleep the flowers of my old friend's garden with gentler hands than she can have vouchsafed even to the gardens of Solomon. I opened my letter in trepidation, only a little reassured of Dugdale's safety by the superscription written in his own handwriting. This is the burden of the letter. "Dear friend Pell, I am writing in a fever. Come at once. Antiquities. The lumber. A mere scrawl. Come at once, or I begin without you. R.D." Antiquities was the peak of the climax of this summons, the golden word. All else might be meaningless, as indeed it was. Come at once. Antiquities. I bustled into my coat, and was pelting at perilous speed down my 8 steps before the Marseillaise had ceased to echo from the adjacent houses. Isolated wayfarers no doubt imagined me to be a doctor bent on enterprise of life or death. Truly an unvenerable appearance was mine, but Dugdale was itching to begin, and haste spelt glory. His white house lay not a mile distant, and soon the squeal of his gate upon its hinges comforted my heart and gave my lungs pause. Dugdale himself also, the noise brought flying down into his drive to greet me. He was without his coat. Under his arm was clumsily tucked a spade. His cheeks were flushed with excitement. Even his firm lips, children of science, were trembling, and his grey eyes, wives of the microscope, were agog behind the golden-rimmed spectacles set awry on his magnificent nose. I squeezed his left hand, and thus together we hurried up the steps. "Have you begun?" said I. "Just on the move when you came round the corner," said he. Would you believe it? Old Roman or Druidical, God knows. Excitement and panting made me totter, and I was dismayed at the thought of my digestion. We hurried down the passage to his study, which was in great disorder and filled with a vexing dust, hardly reminiscent of his admirable housemaid, and with a most unpleasant, mouldy odour of damp paper, I conjecture. Dugdale seized a ragged piece of parchment which lay upon the table and pressed it into my hand. He sank back into his well-worn leather armchair, the spade resting against his knee, and energetically set to polishing his glasses. I looked fixedly at him. He flourished his long forefinger at me fussily, shaking his head, eager for me to get on. Rudely scrawled upon the chart was a diagram rectangular in shape with divers scrolls in red ink, and crazy figures. I drove my brains into the open, with vain threats and cudgelling. No, I could make nothing of it. A small chest or coffer upon the floor, of a curious workmanship, overflowing with dusty and stained papers and parchments, betrayed whence the chart had come. I looked at Dugdale. "What does it mean?" said I, a little disappointed, for many a trick of the foolish and of the fraudulent has sent me on an idle errand in search of antiquities. "My garden," said Dugdale, sweeping his hand towards the window, then triumphantly pointing to the chart in my hand. "I have studied it. My uncle, the antiquarian. It is genuine. I have had suspicions. Ah, yes, every one of yours. I'm not blind. It may be anything. I dig at once. Come and help or go to the—" He shouldered his spade, in which action he shivered a precious little porcelain cup upon a cabinet. He never so much as blinked at the calamity. He slackened not an inch his triumphant march to the door. Well, what is a £5 note in one's pocket to a sixpence discovered in a gutter? I caught up the pick and another shovel. "Bravo, Peluther," said he, and we strutted off arm in arm into the pleasant and spacious garden which lay at the back of the house. I felt proud as a drummer boy. In the garden Dugdale whipped out of his pocket a yard measure, and having lighted a wax candle, stuck it with its own grease in a recess of the wall, after which he knelt down upon the mould with transparent sedateness and studied the chart by the candlelight, very clear and conspicuous in the darkness. Yew tree 10 yards north by 7 east, 3 square. It's mere ABC, upon my word. He darted away to the bottom of the garden. I followed in a canter by the path between the darkened roses. All was blackness except where the candlelight bleached the old bricks of Dugdale's wall and glittered upon the dewy trees. At the squat old yew tree he beckoned me. I had repeatedly beseeched him to fell the ugly thing, but he would not. "Hold the reel," said he, with trembling fingers offering me the yard measure. Away he went. 10 yards by how much? 5, I think, said I. "Spellikins," said Dugdale, and bustled away to the house for the chart. His shirt-sleeves winked between the bushes. He fetched back with him the chart and another candlestick. "Do wake up, Peluther, wake up!" "Oh, 7, wake up!" I was shivering with excitement, and my teeth sounded like a skeleton swaying in the wind. He measured the yards and marked the place on the soil with his spade. "Now then, to work," said he, and set the example by a savage slash at a pensive gloire de Dijon. Exceedingly solemn, yet gurgling with self-conscious laughter, I also began to pick and dig. The sweat was cold upon my forehead after a quarter of an hour's hard labour. I sat on the grass and panted. "City dinners, orgies," muttered Dugdale, slaving away like a man in search of his soul. "No wind, thank goodness. See that flint flash? Good exercise. Centenarians and all the better for it. I am no chicken either. Whew! The place is black as a tiger's throat. I'll swear someone's been here before. Thumb that time. Bless the blister." Even in my own abject condition I had time to be amazed at his sinewy strokes and his fanatical energy. He was sexton, and I the owl. Exquisitely, suddenly, Dugdale's pick struck heavily and hollowly. "Oh, God!" said he, scrambling like a rat out of the hole. He leaned heavily on his pick and peered at me with round eyes. A great silence was over the place. I seemed to hear the metallic ring of the pick cleaving its way to the stars. Dugdale crept very cautiously and extinguished the candle with damp fingers. "Hey now," whispered he. "You and I, old boy. D'ye hear? In the hole. It's desecration. It's as glum a trade as body-snatching. Hush! Who's that?" His hand pounced on my shoulder. We craned our necks. A plaintive howl grew out of the silence and faded into the silence. A black cat leapt the fence and disappeared with a flutter of leaves. "That black beast!" said I, gazing into the wormy hole. "I would like to wait and think." "No time," said Dugdale, doubtfully bold. "The hole must be filled up before dawn, or Jenkinson will make inquiries. Tut, tut, what's that noise of thumping? Oh, yes, all right." He clapped his hand on his chest. "Now, Ratty, like mice." Ratty had been my nickname a very long time ago. We set to work again. Each tap of pick or shovel chased a shiver down my spine, and after great labour, we excavated a metallic chest. "Pell, you're a brick. I told you so," said Dugdale. We continued to gaze at our earthly spoil. One strange and inexplicable discovery we made was this. A thickly rusted iron tube ran out from the top of the chest into the earth, and thence by surmise we traced it to the trunk of the dwarfed yew tree, and, with the light of our candles, eventually discovered its termination embedded in a boss between two gnarled and crusted branches a few feet up. We were unable to drag out the chest without first disinterring the pipe. I eyed it with perplexity. "Come and get a saw," said Dugdale. "It's strange, eh?" He turned a mottled face to me. The air seemed to be slightly phosphorescent. Whether he had suspicions that I should force open the lid in his absence, I know not. At any rate, I willingly accompanied him to the tool-house. We brought back a handsaw. Dugdale greased it plentifully with a candle, and I held the pipe while he sawed. What the purpose or use of the pipe might be, I puzzled my brains in vain to discover. "Perhaps," said Dugdale, pausing, saw in hand, "perhaps it's a delicate merchandise, and needs fresh air." "Perhaps it is not," said I, unaccountably vexed at his halting speech. He seemed to expect no different answer, and again set busily to work. The pipe vibrated at his vigour, dealing me little shocks and numbing my fingers. At last the chest was free. We tapped it with our fingers. We scraped off flakes of mould and rust with our nails. I knelt and put my eye to the end of the pipe. Dugdale pushed me aside and did likewise. I am assured that passing in his brain was a sequence of ideas exactly similar to my own. We nursed our excitement. We conceived the wildest fantasies. We brought forth litters of surmises. Perhaps just the shadow of apprehension lurked about us. Possibly a familiar spirit may have tapped our shoulders. Then, at the same instant, we both began to pull and push vigorously at the chest, but in such a confined space, for the hole was ragged and unequal, its weight was too great for our strength. "A rope," said Dugdale. "Let's go together again. Two old boys in the plot." He laughed hypocritically. "Certainly," said I, amused at his suspicions and wiles. Again, we stepped away to the tool shed and returned with a coil of rope. The pick being used as a lever, we were soon able to haul the chest out of its hole. "Duty first," said Dugdale, shoveling the loose earth into the cavity. I imitated him. And over the place of the disturbance, we planted the dying rose bush, already hanging drooping leaves. "Jenkinson's eyes are not microscopes, but he's damned inquisitive." Jenkinson, incidentally, was an old gentleman who lived in the house next to Dugdale, one who, having no currants in his own bun, must needs pick and steal his neighbour's. But he is dumb in the grave now, and out of hearing of any cavilling tongue. Dugdale swore, but a man would be a saint or a fool who could refrain from swearing under the circumstance. Even I displayed blasphemous knowledge and was not ashamed. Dugdale took one end, and I the other side of the chest. Together we carried it with immense difficulty, for the thing was prodigiously weighty, to the study. We cleared away all the furniture to the sides of the room. We placed the chest in the middle of the floor, so that we might gloat upon it at our ease. With the fire shovel, for we had neglected to bring the spade, Dugdale scraped away mould and rust, and upon the top of the chest appeared 3 letters, initial to a word, I conjectured, which originally ran the whole width of the side, but the greater part of which had been rendered illegible by the action of the soil. A-B-O were the letters. "I have no idea," said Dugdale, peering at this barely perceptible record. "I have no idea," I echoed vaguely. And would to God we had forthwith carried the chest unopened to the garden, and buried it deeper than deep. "Let us open it," said I, after arduous examination of the inscription. The fire flames glittered upon dear old Dugdale's glasses. He was a chilly man, and at a suggestion of east wind would have a fire set blazing. The room was snug and cosy. I remembered the carved figure of a Chinese god grinning at me in a very palpable manner as I handed Dugdale his chisel. May he forgive me. The intense silence was ominous. In a cranny at the lid of the chest he inserted the tool. He looked at me queerly. At the second jerk, the steel snapped. "Dugdale," said I, eyeing the Chinese god, "let's leave well alone." "Eh?" said he, in an unfamiliar voice. "Have naught to do with the thing." "What, eh?" said he, sucking his finger, the nail of which he had broken in his digging. He hesitated an instant. "We must get another chisel," said he, laughing. But somehow I cared for the laugh not at all. It was not the fair, bleak laugh of Dugdale. He took my arm in his, and for the 3rd time we made our way to the tool shed. "It's fresh and sweet," said I, sniffing the air of the garden. My eyes beseeched Dugdale. "Aye, so it is, said he. When he again set to work upon the chest, he prized open the lid at the first effort. The scrap of broken steel rang upon the metal of the chest. A faint and unpleasant odour became perceptible. Dugdale remained in the position the sudden lift of the lid had given his body, his head bent slightly forward over the open chest. I put one hand upon the side of the chest. My fingers touched a little cake of hard stuff. I looked into the chest. I took a step forward and looked in. Yellow cotton wool lined the leaden sides and was thrust into the interstices of the limbs of the creature which sat within. I will speak without emotion. I saw a flat, malformed skull, and meagre arms and shoulders clad in coarse, fawn hair. I saw a face thrown back a little, bearing hideous and ungodly resemblance to the human face, its lids heavy blue and closely shut with coarse lashes and tangled eyebrows. This I saw, this the monstrous antiquity hid in the chest which Dugdale and I dug out of the garden. Only one glimpse I took at the thing. Then Dugdale had replaced the lid, had sat down on the floor, and was rocking to and fro with hands clasped over his knees. I made my way to the window, feeling stiff and sore with unaccustomed toil. I threw open the window and leaned far out into the scented air. The sweetness of the flowers eddied into the room. The night was very quiet. For many minutes so I stood counting a row of poplars at the far end of the garden. Then I returned to Dugdale. "It's the end of the business," said I. "My gorge rises with despair of life. Swear it, my dear old Dugdale. I implore you to swear that this shall be the end of the business. We will go bury it now." "I swear it, Pelutha. Pell. The bitterness of his childish cry is venomous even now. "But hear me, old friend," he said. "I am too weak now. Come tomorrow at this time, and we will bury it together." The chest stood in front of the fire. The metal was green with verdigris. We went out of the room, leaving the glittering candles to their watch, and in my presence Dugdale turned the key in the lock of the door. He walked with me to the church, and there we parted company. "A damnable thing," said Dugdale, shaking my hand. I wagged my head woefully. The next day, being Wednesday, the charwomen invaded my house, as was customary upon that day, and to be free of the steam and the stench of soap I took my way to Kew. Throughout the day I wandered through the garden, striving to enjoy the luxuriance and the flowers. In the first coolness of evening, I turned my back upon the gorgeous west and made my way home again. I met the women red and flustered leaving the house. "Has anyone called?" said I. "The butcher, sir," said Mrs. Rodd. "Thank you," said I, and entered my house. Now in the twilight, as I sat down at my own fireside, my surroundings recalled most vividly the scene of the night. I leaned heavily in my chair, feeling faint and sick, and in so doing was much inconvenienced by some hard thing in the pocket of my jacket pressed to my side by the arm of the chair. I rummaged in my pocket and brought out the little cake of hard green substance which had been in the mouth of the chest. I supposed that my fingers had clutched it when they had come in contact with it the night before, and unknowingly I had deposited it in my pocket. Deeming it prudent to have care in the matter, I rose and locked up the stuff in my little medicine chest, which is hanged above the mantelpiece in the room which looks out upon the garden. For to analyse or examine the stuff I feared. This done, I came again to my chair and composed myself to reading. Supper had been prepared by the women, and was set upon the table for me in my study. It has been my custom, since the death of my sister, to dine at midday at my club. True, I sat with the book upon my knee, but all my thoughts were with Dugdale. A rectangular shape obtruded itself upon my retina, and floated upon the white page. The hours dragged wearily. My head drooped, and my chin tapped my chest. In fact, I was dreaming, when I was awakened by a doubtful knock upon the front door. My senses were alert in an instant. The sound, just as though something was scraping the paint, was repeated. I rose stealthily. A vague desire to flee out into the garden seized upon me. The sound was repeated. I went very slowly to the door. Again I climbed the chair. I loved the little boy now. But I could see nothing. I peeped through the keyhole, but something obscured the opening upon the other side. A faint odour, unpleasant, was in the house. With desperation of terror, I flung open the door. I fancied I heard the sound of panting. I fancied something brushing my arm. Then I found myself staring down the hallway, listening to the echo of the click of the latch of the door of the room which overlooks my garden. In this unseemly rhythm and this succession of words I write with intent. Thus my thoughts ran then. Thus then I write now. Many years ago, when I was a young man, I was nearly burnt alive. I felt then an honest fear. This was a dim, skulking horror of soul and an inhuman depravity. It is impossible for me to tell of my horrid strivings of brain. I staggered into my room. I sat down in my chair. I took my book upon my knee. I put my spectacles upon my nose. But all the time all my senses were dead, save that of hearing. Distinctly I felt my ears move and twitch, with the help of some ancient muscle, I conjecture, long disused by humanity. And as I sat, my brain cried out with fear. For 10 minutes, I slowly counted each sounding cluck of my clock. I sat so. At last my limbs began to quake. Solitude was driving me to perilous ravines of thought. I crept, with guilty tread, into the garden. I climbed the fence which separates the next house from mine. This house, number 17, was inhabited by a caretaker, a rude, uncouth fellow, who used for his living room only the kitchen, and who had tied all the bells together so that he might not be disturbed. He was a cad of a man, but for companionship I cried out. I went to the garden door, keeping my eyes fixedly turned away from the window. I hammered at the garden door of the house. I hammered again. A sullen footstep resounded in the empty place, and the door was cautiously opened a few inches. A scared face looked out at me through the chink. "For God's sake," said I, "come and sup with me. I have a leg of good meat, my dear fellow. Come and sup with me." The door opened wider. Curiosity took the place of apprehension. "Say, master, what is moving in the house?" said the fellow. "Why is my head all damp, and my hands are shivering? I tell you, there's a thing gone wrong in the place. I sits with my back to the wall, and somebody steps quick and quiet on the other side. Why am I sick like so? I ask you why?" The man almost wept. "You silly fellow, may a sick man not pace his mansion? "I will give you a £5 note to come and sit with me," said I. "Be neighbourly, my good fellow. I fear that a fit will overtake me. I am weak. The heat. Epileptical, too. Rats crowd in the walls. I often hear their tumult. Come, sup with me." The cad shook his villainous head sagely. "A £5 note. 2, said I. "I was chaffing," said he, and returned into the house to fetch a poker. We climbed the fence and crept like thieves towards the house, but not an inch beyond my door would the fellow come. I expostulated. He blasphemed. He stubbornly stuck to his purpose. "I don't budge till I've glimpsed through that window," said he. I argued and entreated. I doubled my bribe. I tapped him upon the shoulder and twitted him of cowardice. I performed a pirouette about him. I entreated him to sit with me. "I don't budge till I've glimpsed through that window." I fetched a little ladder from the greenhouse which stands to the left of the house, and the caretaker carried it to the window, the ledge of which is about 5 feet from the ground. He climbed laboriously step by step, stretching his neck so as to see into the black room beyond, while I, simply to be near him, climbed behind him. He had got halfway and was breathing loudly, when suddenly a long arm, thin as its bone, clad in tawny hair, pallid in the dim starlight, pounced across the window and dragged the curtains together, an arm thin as its bone. The fellow above me groaned, threw up his hands and tumbled headlong off the ladder, bringing me to the ground in his fall. For a moment I lay dazed. Then, lifting my head from the soil and the sweet lilies, I perceived him clambering over the fence in savage hurry. I remember that the dew glistened upon his boots as he flung his heels over the fence. Presently, I was upon my feet and pelting after him. But he was a younger man, and when I reached the door at the back of his house, he had already bolted and barred it. To all my prayers and knockings he paid no attention. Notwithstanding, I feel certain that he sat listening upon the other side, for I discerned a hoarse breathing, like the breathing of an asthmatic. "You have left the poker! I bring you the poker!" I bellowed, but he made no answer. Again I climbed the fence, now determined to leave the house free for the thing to roam and to ravage, nor to return till daylight was come. I crept quietly through the haunted place. As I passed the room, I distinguished a sound, like the sound of a humming top, of incessant gabble. I ran and opened the front door, and just then, as I peered out upon the street, a beggar, clothed in rags, shuffled past the garden gate. I leapt down the steps. "Here, my good man," said I, speaking with difficulty, for my tongue seemed stiff and glutinous. He turned with an odd whine, and shuffled towards me. "Are you hungry?" said I. "Have you an appetite? Just a stubborn yearning for a delicate snack of prime Welsh lamb?" The scraggy wretch nodded, and gesticulated with warty hands. Come in," I screamed. "You shall eat a meal, poor man. How dire is civilization in rags, evil fortune, socialism, millionaires, I'll be bound. Come in. I was weeping with delight. He squinted at me with suspicion, and again waved his hands. By these movements, and by his articulate cries, I fancied the man was dumb. He was vexed with a serious impediment in his speech, I now conjecture. He was manifesting mistrust. He snuffled. "Oh, no," said I. "Come in, my man, and welcome. I am lonely, a bohemian. Ancient books are musty company. Come sit and cheer me with an honest appetite. Take a glass of wine with me." I patted the wretch on the back. I gripped his arm. In my tragic acting, moreover, I hummed a little song to prove my indifference. He tottered upon my steps in front of me. His shoes were mended with brown paper, and the noise of his footsteps was like the rustle of a lady's silk dress. I blithely followed him into the house, leaving the door wide open, so that the clean night air might go through the house, so that the clatter of the railroad, which lies behind the doctor's house, might prove the reality of the world. I sat the beggar down in an armchair. I plied him with meat and drink. He luxuriated in the good fare. He guzzled my claret. He gnawed bones and crust like a bony beast, considering me the while, apprehensive of being reft of his meal. He snarled and he gobbled. He puffed, he mouthed, and he chawed. He was a bird of prey, a cat, a wild beast, and a man. His belly was the only truth. He had chanced on heaven, and awaited the archangel's trump of banishment. Yet, in the midst of his ravenous feeding, terror was netting him too. Full of my own fear, in watching his hands shivering and the pallor overspreading his grimy face, I took delight. Still, he ate furiously, flouting his fears. All the while I was thinking desperately of the horrid creature which was in my house, the while I sat grinning at my guest, the while I was inciting him to eat, drink, and be merry, the while I analysed each deplorable action of the rude fellow, and sickened at his beastliness. The vile consciousness of that thing on its secret errand, prowling within scent, never left me. That abortion. A-B-O. Abortion. I knew then. On a sudden, just as the tramp, having lifted the lamb bone, had set his teeth to gnawing at the gristly knuckle, there came to my ears the sound of breaking glass, and then a rustling. No extraordinary sound. A rustling sound of a hand wandering upon the panel of a door. But the beggar had heard what speech cannot make intelligible. I felt younger on that day than I have since my childhood. I was drunken with terror. My beggar, dropping his tumbler of wine but still clutching the lamb-bone, scrambled to his feet and eyed me with pale grey pupils set in circles of white. His dirty bleached face was stained with his meal. Dirt seamed his skin. I took his hand in mine. I caught up the lamp and held it on high. The beggar and I stood in the doorway, gazing into the darkness. The lamplight faintly lit the familiar passage. It gleamed on the door of the room whose window overlooks my garden. The handle of the door was silently turning. The door was opening, almost imperceptibly. The beggar's pulse throbbed furiously. My elbow was pressed against his arm. And a very thin, abnormal thing, a fawn shadow, came out of the room and pattered past the beggar and me. My jaws fell asunder, nor could I shut them so that I might speak. Tighter I clutched the beggar, and we fled out together. Standing upon the topmost of the steps, we peered down the street. Afar off, with ponderous tread, walked a policeman, playing the light of his lantern upon the windows of the houses and the doors. Presently he drew near to a lamp, to where flitted a monstrous shadow. I saw the policeman turn suddenly round about. With fluttering coat-tails, he ran furiously down a little lane, which leads to many bright shops. The beggar and I spent the rest of the night upon the doorstep. Sometimes he made vain splutterings of speech and vexed gesticulations, but generally we waited speechless and motionless as two stuffed owls. At the first faint ray of dawn, which leapt above the doctor's house opposite, the beggar flung away my hand, hopped blindly down the steps and, pausing not to open the gate, vaulted over it, and was immediately gone. I scarcely felt surprise. The green-shaded lamp, which stood upon the doorstep, slowly burned itself out. The sun rose gladly. The sparrows made the morning noisy as they fluttered and fought in their busy foraging. I think my round eyes vaguely watched them. Soon after 8, the postman brought me a letter, and this was the letter. God forgive me, friend, and help me to write sanely. A miserable curiosity has proved too strong for me. I went back to my house, now woefully strange to me. I could not sleep. Now pacing with me in my own bedroom, now wrapped in its unholy sleep, the thing is always with me. Each picture, indeed each chair, however severely I strove to discipline my thoughts, carried with it a pregnant suggestion. In the middle of the night I took my way downstairs and opened the door of my study. My book seemed to me disconsolate friends offended. The case stood as we had left it, we, you and I, when we locked the door upon the tragedy. In fear and trembling, I went a little farther into the room. 2 steps had I taken when I discovered that the lid no longer shut the thing from the stars, that the lid was gaping open. Oh, Peluther, how will you credit so astounding a statement? I saw, I say it solemnly, though I have to labor vigorously to drive back a horde of thoughts, I saw the wretched creature, which you and I had raised from the belly of the earth, lying upon the floor. Its meagre limbs were coiled in front of the fire. Had the heat roused him from his long sleep? I know not. I dare not think. He, Peluther, lay upon the hearth-rug, sunken in slumber, soundlessly breathing. Oh, my friend, I stand eyeing insanity face to face. My mind is mutinous. There lay the wretched abortion. It seems to me that this thing is like a pestilent secret sin, which lies hid, festering, weaving snares, befouling the wholesome air, but which, some day, creeps out and goes stalking midst healthy men, a leprous child of the sinner. Ay, and like a sin perhaps of yours, and of mine, Pelutha. But, being heavy with such a woesome burden, it becomes us alone to bear it. I left the thing there in its sleep. Its history the world shall never know. I write this to warn you of the awful terror of the event which has come upon you and me. When you come, we will make our plans to destroy utterly this horrid memory, and if this be not our lot, we must exist but to hide our discovery from the eyes of the sane. If any suffer, it is you and I who must suffer. If murder can be just, the killing of this creature, neither man nor beast, this vile symbol, must be accounted to us a virtue. Fate has chosen her tools. Come, my old friend. I have sent away my servants and locked my door, and my prayer is that this thing may sleep until darkness comes down to cloak our horrid task from the eyes of the world. Science has slunk away shamefaced. Religion is a withered flower. Oh, my friend, what shall I say? How shall I regain myself? I perceive that Dugdale omitted to post this letter in time to reach me on the second evening. I bitterly deplore the omission. From the slender record of this letter, I leave you to deduce whatever conclusions you may. I may suppose that at some time of the second day, perhaps while I was rambling through the green places of Kew, Dugdale had again visited the thing and had found it awake, alert, vigilant, in his room. No man spied upon my friend in those hours. Sometimes in the quietude I fancy I hear an odd footfall upon my threshold. In the brilliant sunshine I drove in a four-wheeled cab to Dugdale's house, for my limbs were weak and would hardly bear my body. I limped up the garden path and the familiar steps with the help of 2 sticks. The door was ajar. I entered. I found Dugdale in his study. He was sitting in the chest with a Bible resting on one of the sides. He looked at me. For we are but of yesterday, and know nothing because our days upon earth are a shadow. What is life, Pelutha? A vain longing for death. What is beauty? A question of degree. And sin is in the air, child of disease and death and springing up and hatred of life. Fawn hair has beauty, and as for bones, surely less for the worms. Worms? Through lead? Pelutha, my dear old Pell, through lead? He gazed at me like a child gazing at a bright light. Come, said I. The air is bland, and the sun is fierce and warm. Come. I could say no more. But the sunlight has no meaning to me now, said he. That breeder of corruption, tall here and a monstrous being, walks under my skull, strangling all the other beings, puny and sapless. I have one idea, conception, vivid faintness, a fierce red, horrid idea, and a phenomenon too. You see, it is when a deep, abstract belief rots into loathing, when hope is eaten away by horrors of sleep and a mad longing for sleep. Mad! Yet fawn hair is not without beauty, provided, Pelutha, provided through lead. A vain, idle report has been set about by the malicious. Oh, was there not reason and logical sequence in his conversation with me? I give it for demonstration's sake. I swear that he is not mad. A little eccentric. Surely all clever men are eccentric. A little aged. I swear solemnly that my dear friend Dugdale was not mad. He was a just man. He wronged no one. He was a benevolent, kindly gentleman, and fine in intellect. Say you that he was eccentric, not mad? Tears ran down my cheeks as I looked at him. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so,
click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,